Chapter 1319. 9 Sacred Thunders and 3 Tests All at Once. Chapter 1319. 9 Sacred Thunders and 3 Tests All at Once. Boom! The 9th sacred thunder, which had drawn everyone's attention, finally stopped simmering. The last sacred thunder could determine whether Jian Wushuang could survive. It gradually revealed its formidable force. At that moment, the dark clouds separated from each other, from which 2 flashes of dazzling light. One flash of light was endlessly dark and the other, deep green. 2 sacred thunders. These 2 flashes of light staggered all of the talents who were watching. They knew there were 2 sacred thunders. And the endless dark one was the most powerful dark sacred thunder and carried an annihilatory power. And the deep green one was an entire fire test sacred thunder. A deep green fire test. They arrive at the same time? Astonishing. Everyone was speechless. Generally speaking, 3 kinds of God test came separately. Occasionally, the thunder test came with a trace of fire, only a small trace. But now, an entire dark sacred thunder and a fire test sacred thunder came simultaneously. Worse still, Jian Wushuang felt a sense of anxiety. The anxiety came without a sign. Actually, he had been able to stay calm in any dangerous situation after he had tackled so many challenges. Even at the brink of death, he had always been calm without even a trace of anxiety. But now, he was upset, and this irritability intensified, directly affecting his emotions and even his control of his own power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang found it extremely difficult to control his own spiritual power. Shit! He bit his lips violently, causing a great pain that made his mind clearer. However, his face became completely distorted and horrible. The eyes were also full of unprecedented aggression and madness. A dark fog containing a mysterious power slowly rose in his body, triggering his irritation and conquering him. Bystanders outside the tribulation passing pinnacle didn't know what was happening. What is he doing? What on earth is going on? What is happening? Many practitioners who were watching felt confused. Only a few distinguished gods, including the master of Dayu Palace and Lord Wucang, knew what happened. They were shocked. It's a mind test. Really? Even master of the Dayu Palace, the supreme god in the Dayu universe, felt amazed and exclaimed, "A mind test." Everyone was shocked when they knew what was exactly happening. It was true. A mind test. The most difficult one among the 3 kinds of God tests, and also the one that had been rarely seen. It was said that only a vicious sinner taking numerous lives would meet with the mind test, with a certain yet low possibility. Within the long history of the Dayu universe, the mind test had never happened at all. That was why Master of the Dayu Palace didn't know much about it, and had only mentioned a little information in classes. And now, Jian Wushuang was receiving the mind test. Furthermore, it came with the thunder test and the fire test. 3 kinds of test came to the same person at the same time. How can it be possible? This is impossible. The usually indifferent and calm Lord Wucang couldn't help crying out. Why is only the first part of the God test already so catastrophic? I have never heard about this. Under normal circumstances, no matter how a cultivator is genius or vicious, he will never meet with such horrible test. Unless... Lord Wucang figured out one possibility. More specifically, he was reminded of a legend. Unless Jian Wushuang is undergoing the so-called inverse cultivation test, Lord Wucang felt staggered. Inverse cultivation test? Master of the Dayu Palace couldn't believe what he heard. Inverse cultivation test? The most horrible God test in the eternal chaotic world, also the most unique one. And the God test for universe gods was the most deadly in the inverse cultivation test. Even though Master of the Dayu Palace and Lord Wucang were experienced, they had just heard of inverse cultivation but never seen it, let alone the inverse cultivation test. And now they realized that Jian Wushuang was receiving the inverse cultivation test. Only this could explain why the undergoing test was so horrible. Jian Wushuang was practicing inverse cultivation. Master of the Dayu Palace and Lord Wuzong clenched their hands excitedly. They were now sure of who Jian Wushuang was. Now on the peak of the tribulation passing pinnacle, the dark fog had already covered the whole body of Jian Wushuang, whose breath was getting more and more violent. Ooh-hoo! He roared with a distorted face. He roared with an unprecedented determination. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want to end his cultivation journey right now. He didn't want to die. After all, there were still many things for him to accomplish. He haven't met Shuang Er. He haven't known who his master was. He could not die. Chapter 1320. Alive or Dead? Chapter 1320. Alive or Dead? Outside the tribunal passing pinnacle, countless experts held their breath as they watched everything that was happening on the tribunal passing pinnacle. They could feel Jian Wushuang's rage clearly, and they could tell how tough the test was that Jian Wushuang was going through. But at that very moment, Jian Wushuang, who was mad, suddenly lifted his head and stared into the void before him with his bloodshot eyes. In those bloodshot eyes, they were covered in a murderous aura and madness. However, there was a stronger sense of determination. I, Jian Wushuang, cultivated till today. I have been following my conscience whenever I do anything. Although I have killed many, those who were killed deserved it. I never fail my conscience. I never fail anyone. Nor have I failed the way of heaven. Now, you are trying to influence me with just the devil? Dream on. Jian Wushuang's shrill scream was heard across the universe. The very moment he shouted, he hammered his chest with his fist. Poof! Jian Wushuang spat a mouthful of blood, but it stimulated his consciousness with the sharp pain. In turn, it suppressed the devil in him that was growing. Followed by Jian Wushuang's willpower, the star power that had regathered in his body for the past century suddenly erupted. The secret skill of Star Palace was suddenly carried out. At the same time, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and a scroll appeared from nowhere. It was the Chaos Divine Treasure, Mountain River Map. Up! Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the power of Star suddenly erupted along with the remaining soul power in his body. Then, it flowed towards the Mountain River Map without holding back. Under the drive of the soul power, the Mountain River Map opened directly. The very next moment, Virum, the extreme power of the dark and light combined together flawlessly, and a swirling vortex of black and white appeared from nowhere. The swirling vortex immediately covered a range of hundreds of thousand miles the moment it appeared, and it ceaselessly grew larger in lightning speed while Jian Wushuang was positioned right in the middle of the whirlpool. The grand formation of the enduring samsara. It was the most impressive technique of Master Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang's master. He forcefully refined the grand formation of the enduring samsara within the Mountain River Map. The formation refined and suddenly became a technique that the Mountain River Map that could use. Different from the 9-province seal, the grand formation of the enduring samsara could both attack and defend. Jian Wushuang could only put the technique to play when he disregarded the cost. In collaboration with the eruption of the secret skill of Star Palace, it became Jian Wushuang's strongest trump card. Then, he used the trump card to resist the thunder test and fire test that descended from the sky. Come on. Jian Wushuang was persistent. His entire body and mind were drowning in the struggle of the mind test. In the outer world, the two lightning rods and the huge swirling vortex of black and white clashed before every cultivator's eyes. Boom! The explosion was heard across the universe. The scary whistle spread, and the experts surrounding Tribunal passing pinnacle felt a sharp pain in their eyes. Boundless dark lighting and emerald flame filled every corner of Tribunal passing pinnacle. Poof, poof, poof. The spine-chilling sight took place. The peak of Tribunal passing pinnacle, which was specially designated for undergoing God's test, started disappearing at a speed which one could see with naked eyes. Yes, disappear. From the top to the bottom, the entire peak was eaten up by the emerald flames mercilessly. While Jian Wushuang, who was on the peak, was naturally within the scope of the disaster. It only took a brief moment until everything slowed down. Everyone saw that the peak of Tribunal Passing Pinnacle had disappeared entirely. Not only the peak, but even half of the hillsides were also taken down. The only part remaining was the bottom half of the Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. Silence. The entire universe was in dead silence. Everyone was shocked and was left speechless. The terrifying God's test, an unprecedented God's test, shocked everyone. Every expert from all over the world only came back to reality after a long pause. The moment they came back to reality, they immediately looked towards the Tribunal Passing Pinnacle that was beyond recognition. Jian Wushuang? Where's Jian Wushuang? Everyone stared at the huge pit on Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. The pit was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. With their naked eyes, they couldn't see the bottom clearly. They could only rely on their own consciousness to feel. They tried to feel. No sound. No sound at all. Is he dead? Everyone became silent. They couldn't feel any movement on Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. It meant that Jian Wushuang passed away. Sigh. The master of Scarlet Island sighed, but his emotion was extremely complicated. Those behind the master of Scarlet Island were universe gods from the Scarlet Island. They exchanged glances and shook their head. God's test was a situation which, out of 10, 1 would survive and 9 would be dead. Hence, they were mentally prepared beforehand. However, when Jian Wushuang revealed his impressive ability during the process of undergoing God's test, they were looking forward to Jian Wushuang passing through it. Because once he passed through, it represented the birth of a true expert. But in the end, he failed. Sigh. Universe God Juhai from Holy Prefecture let out a heavy breath. Luckily, he failed in the end. Otherwise, Universe God Juhai exclaimed. He recalled the process of the God's test, and he who was a universe god in the second heaven was shocked too. He couldn't imagine what he would do if Jian Wushuang passes through the God's test. By then, would he still have the guts to look for Jian Wushuang to take revenge? Luckily, Jian Wushuang failed. Hence, whatever it was, it naturally wouldn't happen. The master of Dayu Palace and Wu Tsang stood side by side in the void above. It's such a pity, the master of Dayu Palace let out a sigh. It's really a pity, Wu Tsang nodded solemnly. A true prodigy. There might not be anyone from Snow Dojo who could be compared favorably with him. If he were to pass through the inverse cultivation test, he was destined to become a real peak expert. He is definitely far beyond me, but he failed in the end. Of course, we can't blame him. The inverse cultivation test was really too scary. Thinking of the inverse cultivation test that Jian Wushuang had been through, Wu Tsang still felt astonished. The inverse cultivation test was a definite nightmare. Everyone sighed. Everyone sighed with respect. More so that everyone thought it was regrettable for Jian Wushuang. At the depth of the pit, King of Venomous Worms stared at Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. Jian Wushuang. No way, it's impossible. If you were to really be dead, I, as your parasite, should definitely feel something. But I don't feel anything. We still maintain a string of connection. It means that you aren't dead. King of Venomous King was emotional and his mind and body were trembling. He let out his sensing power and tried his best to look for Jian Wushuang's whereabouts. In a brief moment, the King of Venomous Worms felt an extremely weak aura that might vanish into thin air at any time in the deepest part of the huge pit on Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. Chapter 1321. The Sacred Lights Came. Chapter 1321. The Sacred Lights Came. He is here. King of Venomous Worms went wild with joy. Although King of Venomous Worms hadn't recovered his power to 100%, his power to recover and detect was still incomparable. Even universe gods in the third heaven didn't have the power to detect as well as him. Therefore, when everyone else believed that Jian Wushuang had died, King of Venomous Worms could detect his breath. Jian Wushuang was still breathing. No matter how weak the breath was, he was still alive. Aha, you are still alive. King of Venomous Worms was extremely happy, but he didn't rush to help Jian Wushuang recover. because he knew that Jian Wushuang was able to recover himself. King of Venomous Worms looked at the sky. I guess the sacred light is coming. However, the huge, dark cloud was still staying in the heavens, showing no signs of dissipating. Why is that? Why don't the clouds dissipate? Cultivators outside the tribulation passing pinnacle felt something unexpected. Under normal circumstances, the thunderclouds would dissipate after the cultivators died in the God test. Just like the situation where Dongmin Universe God died in the God test. But now the clouds were still there, while others could feel the breath of Jian Wushuang. Maybe Jian Wushuang was still alive? A universe God guessed, surprising others around him. Didn't he die? But if he didn't die, why can't others feel his breath? Boom! At the moment, a huge thundercloud split. What? Everyone looked up to the heavens, seeing and sensing a golden light from the splitting thunderclouds. A golden light as bright as the sun, providing everyone comfortable warmth. The sacred light? Everyone's eyes were wide open. The sacred light would come and shine on the cultivators who passed the God test, helping them recover and transform their power. Everyone was familiar with that light. And now, it had arrived. Jian Wushuang is still alive. Master of the Scarlet Island exclaimed. Many other universe gods also raised their heads. How can it be possible? Universe God Juhai felt nervous. Even Master of the Dayu Palace and Lord Wu Tsong also felt surprised by the light. They had just thought that Jian Wushuang had died, but now, the light was coming, and he was still alive. Boom, 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 boom. The heaven roared 9 times as the golden light in the splitting thunderclouds got denser and brighter, and then was divided into 9 flashes. Each one of the 9 flashes, huge and colorful, gushed right into the bottom of the huge hole in the tribulation passing pinnacle. 9 sacred lights coming at the same time. 9 sacred lights. Everyone became breathless. The sacred light, containing tremendous power, helped cultivators recover and transform their power. Generally speaking, cultivators who pass the God test of the first heaven only receive 1 sacred light. The second heaven, 2, and the lights were usually narrow. But now 9 sacred lights came at the same time. The size of each was 1/10 as large as normal ones. What did this mean? Master of the Dayu Palace said, the more difficult the God test is, the more benefits after that. I remember I received 3 sacred lights a meter wide after the fire test, which already brought me huge benefits. And now, after such a horrible inverse cultivation test, Jian Wushuang will certainly get far more benefits than we could imagine. I wonder how powerful he could become after receiving 9 sacred lights. Lord Wu Tsong was excited. Others cultivators were amazed and also admired Jian Wushuang. They were all waiting to see Jian Wushuang receive the sacred lights. Half of the tribulation passing pinnacle was destroying, leaving a huge, dark, and lifeless hole. Right at the bottom of the hole, Jian Wushuang was lying there, injured and weak. Despite the protection of the blood-killing plate armor, the powerful sacred thunder struck Jian Wushuang, nearly tearing him apart and burning his skin. Thanks to his inverse cultivation and the experience of immortality, Jian Wushuang became extremely resilient, which explained why he survived such a devastating attack. Others, including universe gods in the third heaven like Master of Dayu Palace, couldn't have been as lucky as Jian Wushuang under the same attack. How lucky am I? Jian Wushuang lay there extremely weak, but he smiled happily at this moment. He was delighted for his achievement. Although he had almost died, he now survived and got away with death. He had passed the first part of the inverse cultivation test. Now he was blessed by the 9 sacred lights. The power of warmth went into the body of Jian Wushuang, relieving his great pain and making him comfortable. He was embracing the sacred lights, safe and sound. The 9 sacred lights cradled him just as a kind mother would for her child. Thanks to the lights, Jian Wushuang recovered himself just within a moment, several times faster than King of Venomous Worms. And soon, Jin Wushuang started to transform himself. Chapter 1322, Transformation. Chapter 1322, Transformation. Transformation. The transformation was a transformation of the divine body. The transformation was also the transformation of spiritual power to divine power. It was a transformation from universe master to universe god. It was also a transformation from 4-star ancient god to 5-star ancient god. At the same time, it was a transformation from weak to strong. Universe god. In an ordinary world, he could really be considered an expert. At this level, he could really be considered a true god. This feeling, it's such a nice feeling. Jin Wushuang sat up. He closed his eyes and a smile was plastered on his face while he enjoyed the nice feeling that was brought forward from the transformation. At the same time, he was also enjoying the joy derived from the constant increment of power from the transformation. The transformation was vast. Jin Wushuang could feel a tremendous change happening in his bones, muscles, and cells all over his body every second. His divine body was experiencing a frenzied enhancement at an unbelievable speed. Virum. The spiritual power in Jin Wushuang's body was also starting to transform. The process of spiritual power transforming into divine power originally required a set amount of time. Like many universe gods who just passed their god's test, merely parts of their divine powers transformed, but they still required another period of time to slowly transform. Then, they would finally complete their transformation and become a real universe god. However, Jin Wushuang skipped over the process entirely. Jin Wushuang could clearly feel the terrifying transformation speed of his divine power. In a brief moment where he took a few breaths and most of his divine power had successfully transformed. As time ticked, the divine power in his body completed its transformation. Divine power. Is this my divine power? Jin Wushuang could feel the surging power filling up his body. Divine power, the symbol of a universe god. The strength of divine power represented the true power of a universe god to a certain extent. Jin Wushuang could clearly feel how ferocious his divine power was. The king of venomous worms previously said that the strength of divine power, including the strength of divine body based on the power of one integrating sword principle. Some were high-level in integrating sword principle, so the moment they break through and become a universe god, the level of their divine power would be enhanced to an advanced or peak level. So, they could easily become an advanced universe god or peak universe god after they enhance their unique skill. But there are also some who had too low of a level in integrating sword principle, so their divine power merely reached the level of a beginner universe god when they become a universe god. Even if they constantly enhance their power with the aid of unique skills and secret skills in the future, it'd still be difficult for them to become a peak universe god in the first heaven. It'd be a dream for them to even undergo God's test in the second heaven. As for me, I combine the 3 strongest sword principles and I am an inverse cultivator. The moment I break through and become universe god, my divine power would be ridiculously strong. I could feel that the strength of my divine power is about 100 times stronger than an ordinary peak universe god in the first heaven. Jin Wushuang was surprised. That was the benefit for cultivation from combining 3 strongest sword principle. If he were to be like an ordinary cultivator where the combined sword principle wasn't as strong, or he only combined one of the strongest sword principles with 2 other creation-level sword principles, it was reckoned that the strength of his divine power after he became a universe god wouldn't be comparable to peak universe god in the first heaven. Even with his special circumstance that he was doing inverse cultivation, his divine power would only be stronger by a few folds than a peak universe god in the first heaven. But then, as he combined the 3 strongest sword principles, his divine power was 100 times more powerful than a peak universe god in the first heaven once he became universe god. How great of an advantage that was! Just as Jin Wushuang transformed his divine power, a brilliant golden light lit up. The dim golden light was formed entirely by pure ancient god power, and it was soaring towards Jin Wushuang's glabella that very moment. His ancient god body exposed naturally. On his glabella, there were originally 4 four-pointed stars. Then, along with the gathering of dim golden light, the fifth four-pointed star quickly gathered, and it took shape very quickly. Five-star ancient god. It's here. Five-star ancient god. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he felt the tremendous increment of the ancient god power. He felt extremely happy. Right then, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Right when he became five-star ancient god, there was an extra part of memory that appeared in his head. The memory had no symptoms, and it appeared directly in his head. Memory inheritance. Jian Wushuang shook. He wasn't unfamiliar with the sight. Back then, when he first woke the blood of an ancient god, the same scene happened. He, too, inherited part of the memory and mastered the three fingers of ancient god. The three fingers of ancient god was a unique skill of the ancient god clan, and it had been rather useful for Jian Wushuang. Then, as he became a five-star ancient god, there was another part of memory inheritance that appeared in his head. The content of the inheritance memory was another unique skill, and it was also three fingers. It turned out that the supreme unique skill of an ancient god clan wasn't only three fingers. Jian Wushuang commented. In the inheritance memory, he received a brand new three fingers technique. It was the fourth finger, God's test, the fifth finger, get through difficulty, the sixth finger, sun corrosion. The three fingers were fiercer compared to the three fingers, including break boundaries, break the star, destroy the world that Jian Wushuang obtained previously. Of course, the requirement to perform was much stricter. With the three new fingers, I have another trump card on hand. Jian Wushuang smiled and then closed his eyes to continue enjoying the transformation. His divine power and ancient god power had fully transformed. But his divine body continued to level up tremendously. While a large number of cultivators waited patiently outside Tribunal Passing Pinnacle. When they saw the descending divine light, they could tell that Jian Wushuang wasn't dead. Just as expected, they could feel Jian Wushuang's breathing again. The reason why they could feel him again was that the divine light helped Jian Wushuang recover from his injuries, and Jian Wushuang's aura was elevated. Along with Jian Wushuang's aura growing stronger and fiercer, the speed of the elevation was extremely terrifying. The transformation continued for about an hour and finally ceased. The huge thundercloud in the void above finally dispersed and disappeared entirely. At the bottom of the huge pit on Tribunal Passing Pinnacle, 9 rays of divine light put its capability to full play, and it then disappeared entirely. Everything settled down. All living things in the universe resumed their tranquility. In the silence, a figure slowly rose up from the pit and finally appeared in the universe. When the figure appeared, he instantly became the center of attention. Countless gazes suddenly gathered in the same direction. Chapter 1323, The Only Opportunities. Chapter 1323, The Only Opportunities. Jian Wushuang. Cultivators and universe gods outside the tribulation passing pinnacle started at the sight of the figure rising from the hole, standing without a word for a long time. This was definitely the most unforgettable day for those universe gods. They had witnessed the most horrible god test ever in the eternal chaotic world, and they also had witnessed the success of an unprecedented genius. Right now the genius was in front of them. In the eyes of all, Jian Wushuang fully recovered all his injuries and smiled to all those who were watching him. Whiz! A streak of scarlet light gushed from the earth and flashed toward Jian Wushuang. And the light transformed into a 1,000-foot moon gazer. Hi, my bro. King of Venomous Worms nodded, looking at Jian Wushuang excitedly with his scarlet eyes. It's good to see you again. Jian Wushuang smiled to King of Venomous Worms. You too. King of Venomous Worms nodded. Come back into my body. I now feel uncomfortable when I am without you. So King of Venomous Worms nodded and transformed into a streak of scarlet light and got into Jian Wushuang's body. King of Venomous Worms clearly felt the difference when he entered into Jian Wushuang's body. Quite a big change. King of Venomous Worms said. Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled. You must be powerful at this level, King of Venomous Worms said. Jin Wushuang nodded. I feel that I am much more powerful than I was. But to what extent? I should have a try and find out. Then have a try? King of Venomous Worms felt confused. Jin Wushuang headed to the crowd. Master of the Daiyu Palace, Lord Wusong and Scarlet Island Master came to welcome him. Good job, Jin Wushuang. Master of the Daiyu Palace expressed his admiration. The words of Master of the Daiyu Palace surprised others. After all, the privileged master seldom expressed his admiration to someone in the public. But the power and the resilience of Jin Wushuang was indeed worth his admiration. Lord Wusong also asked Jin Wushuang, how about having a talk together? Sure. Jin Wushuang nodded. Then Jin Wushuang looked at those from the Scarlet Island. Congratulations. Scarlet Island Master expressed his congratulations after staring at Jin Wushuang for a while. Jin Wushuang was very happy when he heard the word. It was really a delightful moment. Congratulations. Congratulations. Many universe gods, whether they had made acquaintance with Jin Wushuang, all congratulated him. Some talked to Jin Wushuang humbly and even felt frightened. After all, even though they were universe gods from the second heaven, they couldn't survive such a horrible god test. And Jin Wushuang had impressed them with his power and skills. After saying thanks and talking with the others, Jin Wushuang suddenly looked toward one direction. It was where the crowd from the Holy Prefecture were standing. They felt nervous when Jin Wushuang looked at them, especially Universe God Juhai, who had mixed feelings. He had believed that Jin Wushuang would die in the god test. And the god test had indeed caused great difficulties to Jin Wushuang. But unexpectedly, Jin Wushuang survived. And now, Jin Wushuang had made a breakthrough and become Universe God of the First Heaven, which made it more difficult for Universe God Juhai to take revenge. Universe God Juhai, Jin Wushuang said. Universe God Juhai looked at Jin Wushuang. Okay, you are lucky this time. You are right, or I will die many times. Jin Wushuang continued, very soon I will be leaving the Daiyu universe. Leaving? Universe God Juhai frowned. Other universe gods around them were not surprised to hear so. For geniuses like Jin Wushuang, staying in the Daiyu universe would be a waste for their talents. Jin Wushuang could only unleash his potential in more prestigious places like the Snow Dojo or the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. What do you mean? Universe God Juhai looked at Jin Wushuang indifferently. I mean, if you are going to take revenge for your disciples, don't lose the opportunity while I am here. Do you think I will let you get away? Universe God Juhai said. Definitely not. Jin Wushuang continued. That's why I will give you an opportunity to kill me. How about today? You can do whatever you want to kill me, without any intervention by talents from the Scarlet Island. And I would also ask Master of the Daiyu Palace not to stop you. What Jin Wushuang said stirred a strong response in the crowd. What? Universe gods from the Scarlet Island frowned. Do you mean you are going to fight with me individually? Exactly. Jin Wushuang nodded smilingly. That's the only opportunity you have to take revenge for your deceased disciples. Universe God Juhai felt nervous and hesitated. Other universe gods were quite interested in how Universe God Juhai replied. Chapter 1324. An Explosive Roar. Chapter 1324. An Explosive Roar. Universe God Juhai had complicated feelings. He wished to kill Jin Wushuang, but he was afraid that he wasn't Jin Wushuang's match. He watched Jin Wushuang as he underwent God's test. He passed through such a terrifying God's test. Then he broke through and became a universe god in the first heaven. His power definitely increased tremendously. I am a universe god in the second heaven, and there are so many people gathering around. Regardless, I can't be intimidated by a universe god in the first heaven who just passed the God's test. Universe God Juhai clenched his fists and his eyes were glistening with determination. He had obviously made a decision. Jin Wushuang, this is what you asked for. Universe God Juhai looked towards Jin Wushuang again. Come on. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly with confidence. The surrounding crowd saw and made space for it to be a battlefield. In the void, before the gaze of various universe gods, Jian Wushuang was standing face-to-face with universe god Zhuhai. Universe god Zhuhai was beaming with a strong murderous intention as he glared at Jian Wushuang. He's just undergone God's test, and the divine power in his body should have started transforming. The overall increment in power shouldn't be too vast. However, he has quite a number of trump cards. I can't give him any chance to play one. I shall use my strongest power and kill him straight away with thunder power. Universe god Zhuhai thought clearly and quickly made a move. Virum. A vast expanse of divine power surged out from universe god Zhuhai's body, and it formed a huge crimson ocean that instant. The boundless divine power flowing insanely within crimson ocean while universe god Zhuhai flipped his palm and a crimson long spear appeared in his hand. Universe god Zhuhai moved his wrist, and the crimson long spear parted the surrounding ocean. When he took a stride, he instantly moved across a far distance and appeared before Jian Wushuang. The crimson long spear became a crimson, flowing light and plundered forward. The very moment the crimson long spear plundered forward, the ocean with omnipotent divine power gathered at an unbelievable speed. In the end, the boundless power of the divine power ocean flowed into the long spear, and the power of the long spear increased tremendously. This is the strongest spear I've created through my cultivation for a long time. Jian Wushuang, die. Universe god Zhuhai shrilled. The long spear let out a billowing force at that very moment, and everyone was astonished. Such strong power. He lived up to his position as the master of Zhuhai Mansion. Although he is the last among all 4 mansion masters in Holy Prefecture, he was a universe god in the second heaven after all. Universe god Zhuhai pulled the strongest unique skill right at the beginning. Universe god Zhuhai didn't show mercy at all. He wanted to let out his strongest power right at the beginning so that Jian Wushuang couldn't perform any trump cards in time. His thinking was sound, but unfortunately, he underestimated Jian Wushuang's power. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood calmly as he watched the crimson flowing light charge towards him coldly. Then, he creased his eyebrows slightly. This spear feels so weak. Jian Wushuang stood there without moving an inch. He didn't look like he was going to block the attack. He let the crimson flowing light charge at his chest. You're asking for death? Universe god Zhuhai saw and gave an explosive roar as he laughed coldly in his head. The very next moment, the crimson flowing light hit on Jian Wushuang's chest straight away without hindrance. Clash. The noise of metal clashing against each other was heard. The power that the crimson flowing light contained exploded entirely. The ferocious divine power pressed on the surface of Jian Wushuang's blood-killing plate armor and constantly made noises, but Jian Wushuang's body didn't move. Very soon, the crimson, flowing light exhausted and dispersed. In the end, there was a crimson long spear stabbed on Jian Wushuang's chest. Universe god Zhuhai opened his eyes wide then. How is it possible? Universe god looked at the sight before him in shock. The strongest spear he had used with his all hit Jian Wushuang without any hindrance. But in the end, Jian Wushuang didn't even move an inch. From the beginning till the end, Jian Wushuang didn't move at all. One must know, even if Jian Wushuang's divine body could resist his attack, the impact of his long spear should cause Jian Wushuang to move back, but he didn't even move an inch. In other words, Jian Wushuang's divine body was stronger beyond his imagination. It was so strong that he could ignore the impact that the long speak instilled. His strongest spear might only be a scratch or an itch to Jian Wushuang. Universe god Zhuhai, your strongest power is merely at such a level? Jian Wushuang overlooked coldly. Universe god Zhuhai was speechless in astonishment. Too weak. Jian Wushuang shook his head. With power of such a level, you aren't even qualified to be killed in my hand. Go away. The divine power and ancient god power in Jian Wushuang's body erupted. The roar came out from his ancient god mouth, and it suddenly shook the earth. Rumble. A tremendous noise broke out in the universe. Universe god Zhuhai bore the brunt naturally as he was right in front of Jian Wushuang. The terrifying sound wave brought about an unbelievable impact and hit Universe God Yohai directly. His ears, nose, and mouth were instantly bleeding, while all over his body and organs got severely injured. He was shot backwards like a cannon. Even the crimson long spear in his hand flew off. Universe God Yohai stood on his feet again. He just stood up, and he immediately spat a mouthful of blood again. He lifted his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were full of terror. The surrounding spectator was in awe. They knew that Jian Wushuang, who underwent the terrifying God's test, definitely would have a tremendous improvement in power, but no one expected it to be so great. His divine body could resist Universe God Yohai's strongest spear without moving an inch. Just an explosive roar led to severe injury of Universe God Yohai. How scary his ability was. His defensive skill was strong originally. Previously, when he underwent the God's test, he relied on his divine body to resist 3 lightnings. Once he passed the God's test, the divine body naturally improved tremendously. To be able to resist Universe God Yohai's full blow with his divine body only, I can't accept that. But with an explosive roar, he caused Universe God Yohai severe injury. That is a little unbelievable. The Master of Scarlet Island said in astonishment. It's divine power. The Master of Dayu Palace, who stood in the void, his pupil contracted. In his explosive roar, it contained a fierce divine power. With the strength of the divine power, if I didn't see it wrongly, I reckon he has reached the level of peak Universe God of the second heaven. Chapter 1325, Jian Wushuang's Power Sword. Chapter 1325, Jian Wushuang's Power Sword. Now his divine power is equal to a peak Universe God in the second heaven. It is because of the inverse cultivation. The legendary inverse cultivation. Master of the Dayu Palace and Lord Wutsong were both amazed by Jian Wushuang. Universe God Yohai was only the primary level Universe God in the second heaven, and Jian Wushuang's divine power skyrocketed as he roared, causing severe injuries of the formal one. Universe God Yohai. Jian Wushuang glanced at him. I have given you the opportunity, but it's you who hasn't seized it. Hearing the words, Universe God Yohai was furious, but he could do nothing about it. Nothing. He also knew that today was the only opportunity for him, and it was unrealistic for him to take revenge in the future. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't leave the Dayu universe, his power would further develop to a level far beyond Universe God Yohai. Now Universe God Yohai fell into silence, and Jian Wushuang now shifted his attention to someone else. Golden Sun Sect Master, Jian Wushuang said. Golden Sun Sect Master. The thin, elderly man with a golden robe looked toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said to him immediately, You once asked me whether your son was killed by me. Now, my answer is yes. Golden Sun Sect Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a murderous look. Want to kill me? Jian Wushuang sneered. You are doomed to die. Golden Sun Sect Master got infuriated and jumped at him immediately. Everyone felt surprised. Soon after Jian Wushuang defeated Universe God Yohai, he was now challenging Golden Sun Sect Master. But Golden Sun Sect Master, as the peak Universe God in the second heaven, was much more powerful than Universe God Yohai. Why does Jian Wushuang keeping challenging those powerful Universe Gods? Talents from the Scarlet Island felt confused, including the Scarlet Island Master. It was clear why Jian Wushuang had challenged Universe God Yohai. They had an old score to settle. But why did he choose to fight with Golden Sun Sect Master? Golden Sun Sect Master had been unsure about whether Jian Wushuang killed his son. And now, Jian Wushuang admitted it, giving Golden Sun Sect Master an excuse to kill him. Scarlet Island Master didn't think it was a wise choice. But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang did so in order to know what level he was now. Only by battling with powerful Universe Gods could he know how far he had gone. Jian Wushuang didn't use much effort to defeat Universe God Yohai. That was why he had turned to Golden Sun Sect Master. Jian Wushuang felt excited to battle with this peak Universe God in the second heaven. I will kill you. Golden Sun Sect Master took action without any hesitation, forming a horrible power immediately. A strong pressure came to Jian Wushuang. A peak universe god is indeed superior to a primary one. Jian Wushuang smiled, without any fear. Come on. Boom. His divine power was soaring. Fully ready and aggressive, Jian Wushuang collided instantly with Golden Sun Sect Master. The latter, wearing a pair of golden gloves, collected all his divine power and beat Jian Wushuang in the instant of collision. Bang! After that, with a resounding tiger roar, the shadow of a giant golden tiger appeared behind Golden Sun Sect Master and slapped Jian Wushuang with its palm. In response, Jian Wushuang operated his power of the ancient god, and the 4 stars between his eyebrows were shining. He clenched his hands and a horrible power broke out. The power, which was strong enough to smash the heavens, collided directly with the flap from Golden Sun Sect Master. Bang! In the collision, a tremendous divine power spread all around them, forming numerous power waves. Humph! Jian Wushuang's eyes were bursting with lightning. Bang! 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 And he gave 3 punches, combing the divine power and the ancient god power perfectly. Every punch contained a deadly force. Golden Sun Sect Master immediately responded, as fast as a thunder. Boom! 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 Golden Sun Sect Master was hit back by the 3 collisions, while Jian Wushuang stood still and resisted the great power. Golden Sun Sect Master exclaimed after he finally stood stably, "How powerful it is!" Actually, Golden Sun Sect Master didn't use any secret skills. Instead, he confronted Jian Wushuang only with his divine power. And it turned out that Jian Wushuang had the advantage over him. Jian Wushuang, only a universe god in the first heaven, unleashed a power stronger than a peak universe god in the second heaven. Jian Wushuang was delighted about his power. With the inverse cultivation, combining the 3 most powerful swordsmanships, I am 100 times more powerful than the peak universe god in the first heaven. With the help of the blood-killing plate armor, my divine power is now equal to the peak universe god in the second heaven. I am also a 5-star royal ancient god. When my power roars, I can easily defeat Golden Sun Sect Master. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic. Jian Wushuang was only a universe god in the first heaven, but he had unleashed a power stronger than a peak universe god in the second heaven. Use all your power, or you will be defeated. Jian Wushuang laughed resoundingly. Chapter 1326, Come to a Close. Chapter 1326, Come to a Close. Son, you only got stronger by a slight bit, and you thought I couldn't deal with you? The master of Golden Sun Sect roared. He spoke then, and an ancient and bold aura soared up in the air. On the master of Golden Sun Sect's right palm, a strong golden light flowed, and it was harsh on the eyes. The right hand of the master of Golden Sun Sect slapped. Emperor Print. Rumble. A boundless golden light immediately formed a huge golden palm. The golden palm brought. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. His soul power had swept out long ago, and he could clearly feel that the golden palm contained a terrifying power. Although I'm stronger than him in terms of strength, I'm far behind in terms of unique skill, Jian Wushuang sighed. He became universe god and had a tremendous improvement in power. Both his divine power and divine body had gone through a huge transformation. But on unique skill, there wasn't much difference. The strongest unique skill that he created was only Test Wrecker, which was only a beginner rank 2 unique skill. Then, the unique skill performed by the Master of Golden Sun Sect, its power was a peak rank 2 unique skill. Their difference in unique skill was too vast. I can't win against him with a unique skill. I have to rely on other measures to compensate for the difference. Jian Wushuang's glare turned cold. He flipped his hand, and a golden calabash appeared in it. Swoosh! An enormous amount of blaze quicksand flowed out and formed a boundless desert that covered the entire battlefield. The Master of Golden Sun Sect, including the emperor-like handprint that he created, was covered by the quicksand. The terrifying realm pressure spread across directly. What? The Master of Golden Sun sect was angry. How is this possible? How can my power be suppressed by 50%? 50%? Yes, the Master of Golden Sun sect's power was actually suppressed by 50%. The power of the humongous handprint that he had pulled was suddenly weakened by 50%. Most of the people watching the battle noticed. The Blaze Quicksand realm was triggered by divine power. The stronger the divine power, naturally the more ridiculous the power that was triggered. Although Jin Wushuang was just a universe god in the first heaven, his diving power was not any weaker compared to a peak universe god in the second heaven. To trigger realm with such divine power, even I, a universe god in the third heaven, might be affected slightly too. Hence, for a peak universe god in the second heaven to be suppressed within the Blaze Quicksand realm, and to have his power suppressed by 50% is actually quite normal. The Master of Dayu Palace smiled faintly. The Blaze Quicksand realm was already very impressive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed it from Jin Wushuang previously. Then, Jin Wushuang became universe god and his divine power increased tremendously. When he triggered the realm again, the power was naturally far stronger than before. On the battlefield, after the formation of Blaze Quicksand realm posed great oppression to the Master of Golden Sun sect, there was an enormous amount of red flame that soared up from Jin Wushuang's body. The red flame suddenly formed a sea fire around while Jin Wushuang was the emperor among the sea fire. Scarlet Kingdom was performed straight away. The Blaze Quicksand realm was used to oppress the opponent while Scarlet Kingdom was used to increase his power significantly. Jin Wushuang merged the two techniques together perfectly. Then, Jin Wushuang drew his sword. Buzz! A cold, sharp noise broke out across the sky. There was a sudden eye-catching sword light that caught everyone's attention. Jin Wushuang played the strongest stroke that he had created, Test Wrecker. With the aid of Scarlet Kingdom, the sword gave out an earth-shattering power. The very next moment, it collided with the huge handprint face-to-face. Rumble. A vigorous rumble, and the universe shook. After the loud noise, Jin Wushuang, who was among the sea fire, suddenly stumbled and took a few steps back, but he steadied himself soon enough. So strong. There was a tinge of terror in Jin Wushuang's eyes. I am much stronger than him in strength. Plus, I've used both Blaze Quicksand Gourd and Scarlet Kingdom's realm and even performed my strongest sword principle. But I am still at an absolute disadvantage. Although Jin Wushuang was shocked, he understood the situation. They were two vastly different and unique skill after all. Jin Wushuang, you merely created a beginner rank 2 unique skill. You are still slightly behind if you want to be evenly matched with the Master of Golden Sun sect. Wait till you create an advanced rank 2 unique skill, then you should be able to fight face-to-face with him and not fall behind. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jin Wushuang's mind. Advanced rank 2 unique skill? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. A beginner rank 2 unique skill had been created. Hence, an advanced rank 2 unique skill naturally shouldn't be too far away for him. In the void before Jin Wushuang, the Master of Golden Sun sect stood there while his face grew grave. Although my full blow shook him off, he wasn't injured at all. There wasn't even any weakening of his aura. The Master of Golden Sun sect looked glum. A simple exchange of blows, and he understood that he can't possibly kill Jin Wushuang. Even if he could defeat Jin Wushuang, he wouldn't be able to kill him. That's it. Suddenly, there was a voice. Swoosh, swoosh. There were 2 figures that appeared right in the middle of the battlefield and stood in between Jin Wushuang and the Master of Golden Sun sect. Looking at the Master of Dayu Palace and Wu Tsang getting involved, Jin Wushuang and the Master of Golden Sun sect naturally ceased. The Master of Golden Sun sect, Universe God Johai, I know that you bear deep-seated hatred towards Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang gave both of you a chance, and you didn't seize the opportunity. From today onwards, the 2 of you, including the forces under your control, should not find trouble with him. Otherwise, without him taking action, I will not be polite to any of you. The Master of Dayu Palace spoke coldly. Yes. The Master of Golden Sun sect and Universe God Johai nodded. The two of them didn't show any unwillingness. On the contrary, they held great gratitude towards the master of Dayu Palace. Because the master of Dayu Palace got involved with resolving the matter, it helped them too. With Jian Wushuang's talent, if he were to hold a grudge against them, things definitely wouldn't end well. As for the resentment between them and Jian Wushuang, in this world, the strong will forever be the master. Jian Wushuang gave them a chance to take revenge, but they couldn't kill Jian Wushuang. So, who can they blame? All right, this has ended. Dismissed. The master of Dayu Palace waved his hand. The surrounding universe gods heard. Then they bowed before the master of Dayu Palace and left one after another. Of course, even after they left, whatever they saw that day would definitely be their topic of conversation for quite some time. They believed that it would also stir a commotion in the entire Dayu world because of what happened. After all, Jian Wushuang just underwent a god's test that everyone found unbelievable. Chapter 1327. Refused. Chapter 1327. Refused. In a lofty building of the Dayu Palace. Take a seat. Master of the Dayu Palace said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sat down without any hesitation. Although there was still a large gap between himself and the master of the Dayu Palace and Lord Wucang, the two gods treated him in a very respectful way. Jian Wushuang, I told you that I would give you a recommendation token to the Snow Dojo if you pass the god test. Now I have decided to take you there myself. Lord Wucang said. Snow Dojo? Before the inverse cultivation test, Jian Wushuang was eager to go there. But now, it is unnecessary for you to go there, Jian Wushuang. King of Venomous Worms told him. Although numerous geniuses gather in the Snow Dojo, the place is actually nothing compared to the eternal chaotic world and lineage of star that you belong to. I recommended you to go there for a period of cultivation before the god test, because at that time you were not powerful enough to go to the lineage of star. But now, honestly speaking, if you spend some time cultivating your unique skills, your power can be equal to a peak universe god in the second heaven. Even when you meet with a universe god in the third heaven, you can survive with your power as well as all the tools you have. Therefore, going to the Snow Dojo is a waste of time for you. You can directly head for the lineage of star. Jian Wushuang was surprised by what King of Venomous Worms said. But he also knew that what the Snow Dojo could bring him was limited. And he made a decision. Lord Wucang, Jian Wushuang said, thank you for your goodwill, but I will not go to the Snow Dojo. Aha! Lord Wucang frowned. And Master of the Dayu Palace was also surprised. They never expected that Jian Wushuang would turn down their invitation. After all, the Snow Dojo was the dream of many geniuses, including Qingyang Universe God, who failed because Lord Wucang didn't think he was qualified for the opportunities. Think twice, please. Lord Wucang said, though you are talented, you need a good environment, the guidance of other talents, and plenty of resources to help you in the inverse cultivation. Master of the Dayu Palace added, Jian Wushuang. Lord Wucang seldom provides such a good opportunities to others. And you can also unleash your potential in the Snow Dojo. Don't be too confident about your power. They were both trying to persuade Jian Wushuang. In their opinion, the Snow Dojo was the best choice of Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang told them smilingly, actually, I am leaving the Dayu universe for the 10 cultivation sanctuaries that I am really long for. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries? Master of the Dayu Palace felt surprised at first, but soon understood. No wonder you are not going to the Snow Dojo. Lord Wucang smiled. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries are the core of the eternal chaotic world that all cultivators are dreaming of. They are absolutely better than the Snow Dojo. You have great talents and rich potential, even better than many geniuses in the Snow Dojo. So indeed, you'd better go to your dream place. Master of the Dayu Palace said, but not everyone can get there. For example, do you know the route to get there? Jian Wushuang had no idea. After all, it hadn't been long since he left his hometown, the Green Fire World. Even King of Venomous Worms, who was well informed, had no idea. Jian Wushuang asked Master of the Daiyu Palace and Lord Wucang. But they laughed. Although we are privileged in the Snow Kingdom as universe gods in the third heaven, even we've never been to, or plan to go to, the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, which are only a distant legend to us. Okay, Jian Wushuang frowned. How could he go there without know the route? At that time Lord Wucang said, but I know a guy who has been to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, and he is in the Snow Dojo. Jian Wushuang was interested. Could you just wait for me for around 10 years, and then go with me to the Snow Dojo? I can ask that guy for the route. You don't have to join the Snow Dojo. It's all up to you. Lord Wucang proposed. After hesitation for a while, Jian Wushuang agreed. Okay, after 10 years, when I and Master of the Daiyu Palace have finished our current tasks, I will go to your place. Jian Wushuang nodded. You can stay here in these 10 years, and I can lend you the Little Scattered Stars game for you to study. Thank you very much. Chapter 1328, Depart to Snow Dojo. Chapter 1328, Depart to Snow Dojo. The incident of Jian Wushuang passing through the God's test stirred a commotion up within Daiyu world. All the experts from various forces were surprised. But the hubbub merely lasted for a short period of time until it settled down. For the rest of the time, Jian Wushuang continued to stay in Daiyu Palace and resolve the Little Scattered Stars game. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat before the Little Scattered Stars game whilst the 50-second black chess piece slowly dispersed from the chess set. As expected, after becoming Universe God, the speed of me resolving the Little Scattered Stars game is much faster than before. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He was in seclusion for less than 7 days, but he resolved the 50-second move of the Little Scattered Stars game very quickly. One must remember that he spent a few years' time to resolve the 51st step when he was a universe master. Don't think about how fast you can resolve the move. Take your time and accumulate slowly, according to the method I taught you. Then, you will gain huge rewards, King of Venomous Worms said. Of course, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then, he continued to resolve the 53rd move. The time flew past. Another 60 years passed. Done. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and had a smile plastered on his face. On the Little Scattered Stars game before him, the last black chess piece dispersed. There was nothing left on the huge chess set. 60 years from the 51st move, you resolved the 100 moves Little Scattered Stars game. If the Master of Daiyu Palace and Wucang were to find out, they might be embarrassed. King of Venomous Worms' voice was heard. Huh. Jian Wushuang laughed. After becoming a universe god, it became easier to resolve the Little Scattered Stars game, and his speed was naturally faster. On top of that, he followed King of Venomous Worms' instruction to accumulate slowly. Hence, there was almost no bottleneck situation later in the game. That's why he could resolve the Little Scattered Stars game entirely in such a short period of time. I originally thought that the Little Scattered Stars game wouldn't be much use after I became a universe god. However, from the way it seems, not only was it useful for me, it's very useful for me. Now that I have resolved the entire game, I have reaped a bumper harvest, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. In the 60 years, his understanding towards the nature of swordsmanship increased tremendously. Then, if he was given time, he could definitely create an even stronger unique skill. Don't panic. Follow Lord Wucang to Snow Dojo first. On the way, I can slowly digest the accumulated sword principle and then create a unique skill, Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Wucang and the Master of the Daiyu were done 3 years ago, and they sent a message to Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang was in the last stage of resolving the Little Scattered Stars game then. Hence, he made Wucang waited for him. When Jian Wushuang left the secret room, he immediately planned to leave with Wucang. In Daiyu world, at the border of the floating land, there was a boundless dark void before them. Wucang waved. Swoosh! A huge green spaceship appeared from nowhere. Jian Wushuang, let's go. Wucang appeared first on the green spaceship. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate. leaping onto the Wu Tsang spaceship. The green spaceship immediately set off at a terrifying speed and moved towards Snow Dojo. In the dark void, it was total darkness. There was almost no light at all. A green spaceship swept past in the dark void. The speed was far beyond a universe god's ability. In a cabin of the green spaceship, Wu Tsang sat calmly while he sipped on his wine. He stole glances at Jian Wushuang next to him occasionally. Jian Wushuang is making a painstaking effort for cultivation. From Daiyu World to Snow Dojo, based on the speed my spaceship is traveling, we will arrive in 10 years' time. In such a short period of time, he didn't give up cultivation. He's really, Wu Tsang shook his head. However, what Wu Tsang didn't know was that while 10 years was a short time to himself, Jian Wushuang could improve his power significantly in 10 years. Especially considering the fact that he had just completely resolved the Little Scattered Stars game, meaning that there were many accumulated sword principles waiting to be digested. A green spaceship was moving very quickly, but suddenly, a conscience abruptly swept over it. Wu Tsang's facial expression changed and he bellowed directly, "Whoever you are, move out of my way." His bellow spread through the cabin and echoed in the surrounding void. Many figures were floating hundreds of thousand miles away from the green spaceship. The moment they heard Wu Tsang bellow, the figures were shocked. "It's a universe god in the third heaven. Hurry up and leave." Without hesitation, the figures immediately ran away. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang was awakened by Wu Tsang's bellow too. He couldn't help but look over. "Lord Wu Tsang, what's going on?" "Nothing, only some narrow-minded thieves." Wu Tsang smiled in disdain. "Thieves? Bandits?" Jian Wushuang looked shocked. He also knew that there were some bandits wandering in the dark void. Those bandits specialized in killing experts that passed by and carried out a deal that couldn't be exposed. As the dark void was really too huge, Snow Kingdom couldn't do anything about the bandits either. Those experts from the world were mostly very careful. In a normal situation, no one dared to wander around the dark void recklessly if they didn't possess a level of power. Of course, as a universe god in the third heaven who was considered the top expert even in Snow Kingdom, he could totally run freely in the dark void. Almost no bandits dared to provoke him. "Jian Wushuang, the bandits you ran into in Snow Kingdom were just child's play. The scariest place with real bandits is the boundless void near the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. That is the place with the most reckless bandits, with the craziest massacres and countless experts' nightmare. Many experts from various kingdoms and worlds died in the boundless void on their way to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. You are going to Lineage of Star, and you will definitely pass by the boundless void. To you, it would also be a challenge. It is also because the boundless void is very dangerous. That's why I wanted you to become stronger before going there," King of Venomous Worms said. "The boundless void?" Jian Wushuang memorized the name. He turned around and looked at Wu Tsang. "Lord Wu Tsang, if you come across bandits again, don't chase them away in a hurry. Let them be my lab rats." "Lab rats?" Wu Tsang looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. "Previously, when I resolved the Little Scattered Stars game, I came to a realization about sword principles. I have been figuring out ways to create stronger sword principles. Actually, I am really in need of someone to train with me." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Oh, I see," Wu Tsang smiled. "If so, all right. However, try not to delay too much." "Don't worry, I won't take long," Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 1329, Master of Silence Gloriette in the Snow Dojo. Chapter 1329, Master of Silence Gloriette in the Snow Dojo. On the way to the Snow Dojo, Jian Wushuang tried to understand more about the essence of swordsmanship in order to develop more powerful unique skills. When he occasionally met some bandits, he would fight with them to practice his swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang never missed any opportunity for him to cultivate. And 10 years passed quickly. "In front of us is the Snow Sacred Land. Let's go there." Lord Wu Tsang pointed to a vast floating land. The Snow Sacred Land was the capital of the Snow Kingdom, in which the royal family of the Snow Kingdom, powerful groups, and several large military forces gathered. Jin Wushuang followed Lord Wu Song to the Snow Sacred Land and took a wormhole to the Snow Dojo. The headquarters of the Snow Dojo was a vast, floating building complex with numerous palaces and attics. Thanks to Lord Wu Song, Jin Wushuang entered into the headquarters of the Snow Dojo. They went into a gorgeous palace. Since you aren't a member of the Snow Dojo, it is better for you to stay here and I will take a chance to ask the route of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries for you. Lord Wu Song said. Opportunities? Was it so difficult to ask for a route? Maybe Lord Wu Song was going to ask for someone with a higher status. Lord Wu Song explained, yes, the person was Master of Silence Gloriette, one of the 3 masters in the Snow Dojo. Master of Silence Gloriette? He has supreme power and unimaginable talents in the Snow Dojo. He can determine my life and death. Although I am a golden deacon in the Snow Dojo, I don't have many opportunities to see him. Lord Wu Song appeared a little bit embarrassed. Jin Wushuang knew why Lord Wu Song was behaving so cautiously. After all, Master of Silence Gloriette was so powerful that he could determine the life and death of Lord Wu Song. Wait here for around half a month until the Master of Silence Gloriette holds a meeting with the Golden Deacons. I will ask him at that time. Jin Wushuang expressed his appreciation. He knew how difficult it was to ask the Master of Silence Gloriette for something. So Lord Wu Song wouldn't help him if he didn't think highly of Jin Wushuang's potential or hope that Jin Wushuang could join the Snow Dojo. The half a month passed quickly. Jin Wushuang stayed at the palace according to Lord Wu Song's word. Lord Wu Song must have met Master of Silence Gloriette since many Golden Deacons attended the meeting. Jin Wushuang was curious about how things were going. And Lord Wu Song didn't come back until the night. But he looked worried when coming back. How is it going? Jin Wushuang asked Lord Wu Song. Lord Wu Song sighed without answering him immediately. Is Master of Silence Gloriette annoyed by my request? No, I didn't even ask. Lord Wu Song felt sorry. Why? Actually, I planned to ask him today in the meeting. But he was angry today in the meeting and he scolded us, even beating 2 Golden Deacons. How did I dare to ask him right then? Lord Wu Song explained. Jin Wushuang understood now. No one dared to ask anything when Master of Silence Gloriette was angry. But why was he so angry? Jin Wushuang asked. It's all about the ranked battle. Lord Wu Song signed. The ranked battle? Jin Wushuang had never heard about that. Lord Wu Song started to explain. It's the ranked battle with Universe God Palace. You may have only heard about the Snow Dojo when you were in the Dayu universe. But the Snow Dojo is one of the 2 genius concentration camps in the Snow Kingdom. And the other one is the Universe God Palace. The Snow Dojo and the Universe God Palace were both founded by the royal family of the Snow Kingdom. They were divided and always competing with each other. Every ranked battle is held between the Snow Dojo and the Universe God Palace. The ranked battle is seemingly aimed to facilitate communication among all the talents, but it is in fact a battle to determine the winner. Jin Wushuang nodded. It's understandable that fierce competition rose between 2 genius concentration camps. So Master of Silence Gloriette got angry for losing the battle? Jin Wushuang asked. No. The battle will be held in 3 months, but we know the possibility to win is low when comparing their strengths. What is the probability of victory? Less than 3/10. Lord Wu Song answered. The fact is that the Snow Dojo has been defeated 5 times consecutively. Another defeat will be a stigma for us. No wonder Master of Silence Gloriette is so angry. Every leader would get anxious when his team could barely win after failing in the battle for 5 times. At that moment, the worried Lord Wu Song came up with an idea and he looked at Jin Wushuang. I know how to ask him. Chapter 1330, Snow Tower. Chapter 1330, Snow Tower. Which way? Jin Wushuang looked over. Very simple. I'll let you join the ranking battle as a Snow Dojo disciple, Wu Song replied. I'll join the battle? Jin Wushuang was surprised. This is the best way, Wu Song said. The ranking battle between Snow Dojo and the Universe God Palace is divided into 3 fights. One between the Universe Gods in the 3rd heaven, one between the Universe Gods in the 2nd heaven, and one between the Universe Gods in the 1st heaven. The party who wins 2 fights out of the 3 will be the final winner. Then, we will be able to compete with the comprehensive level of disciples from Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace. Among the 3 ranking fights in this session, Snow Dojo only has a higher winning chance in the fight between the Universe Gods in the 3rd heaven. The other 2 fights have a lower chance of winning. But if you were to join the fight between Universe Gods in the 1st heaven as Snow Dojo's disciple, you'd definitely win. Then, Snow Dojo would be able to win 2 fights and be the victor of the ranking battle. The Master of Silence Gloriette would definitely be thrilled. At that point, I'll ask him on your behalf regarding the route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. It'll be much easier. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows when he heard Wu Tsang's suggestion. He thought Wu Tsang's idea was great, but as a prerequisite, he still had to join Snow Dojo. Although he was confident with himself, it wasn't necessary that he would win if he joined the ranking battle. Jin Wushuang, you don't have to worry so much. The experts in Snow Dojo are free and not restrained much. Even if you join Snow Dojo, it's your own decision as to whether you want to stay or leave. No one will force you into anything. Once you complete the ranking battle and obtain your travel route, you can leave straight away. No one will comment much. Plus, if you were to win a victory for Snow Dojo in the ranking battle, you would get an opportunity to go to Tianyuan Mystery Land, Wu Tsang added. Tianyuan Mystery Land? Jin Wushuang stunned. It's one of the sites of opportunity in Snow Kingdom. In the past, only experts from Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace were qualified to enter. Plus, the ranking battle only takes place every 10,000 years because Mysterious Tianyuan only opens once every 10,000 years. Every time it opens, it is limited to a quota of 30 people. The quota will be based on the winning and losing of ranking battles. If Snow Dojo were to win the ranking battle, the 30 quotas would be Snow Dojo's. On the contrary, if Universe God Palace won, the 30 quotas would be theirs. In the past, whenever Snow Dojo won the battle, the 30 quotas would be passed to 30 experts that participated in the ranking battle. By then, of course, you would be one of them, Wu Tsang explained. Is that so? Jin Wushuang sighed. Jin Wushuang, this is the best method. You will help Snow Dojo to win the ranking battle, and Snow Dojo will provide you with the travel route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. On top of that, you will be rewarded with a chance to enter Tianyuan Mystery Land. This is something that satisfies both parties, Wu Tsang said. Jin Wushuang was left speechless. He then nodded faintly. All right, I'll take it. That's great. Wu Tsang was beaming with joy. He was very clear about Jin Wushuang's power. As Jin Wushuang agreed to participate in the fight between Universe Gods in the 1st heaven, that particular fight would have a 99% winning rate. Jin Wushuang, follow me. Then, Wu Tsang led Jin Wushuang out from the hall. Snow Dojo was an expert concentration camp in Snow Kingdom. Whoever could enter Snow Dojo were all experts. No one would be just ordinary. For instance, Universe God Qingyang, who died at Jin Wushuang's hand. When he was in Dayu World, he was once known as the top expert in Dayu World. But in Snow Dojo, he was at the bottom. Or maybe he didn't even qualify to be at the bottom. Plus, to join Snow Dojo, one naturally had to undergo a filtering process. Jin Wushuang had the recommendation of Wu Tsang, who was a golden-dressed deacon. Hence, he could skip the process of filtration. However, he would still be required to go through the last procedure. Wu Tsang brought Jin Wushuang to a black tall tower. In front of the black tall tower, there was a drunk elderly with messy hair. Old Lu, Wu Tsang bowed politely at the drunk elderly. The drunk elderly lifted his eyes and looked at Wu Tsang and Jin Wushuang. He then said slowly, "It's you, Wu Tsang. Who is this next to you?" "This is someone I got to know earlier. I saw that he was quite talented, so I brought him to Snow Dojo for him to try Snow Tower," Wu Tsang said humbly. "Is he?" The drunk elderly nodded and waved. "There's no one in Snow Tower. Just go ahead." "Thank you," Wu Tsang replied and turned to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, go ahead. There are 10 levels in total. The moment you pass is through the 7th level, you're considered to have passed. Then, you can join Snow Dojo. The 7th? Jin Wushuang nodded. Then, he walked towards Snow Tower. Jin Wushuang entered Snow Tower while Wu Tsang waited patiently outside. 10 floors in Snow Tower. I think Jin Wushuang could go all the way to the 10th floor with his power. Wu Tsang smiled faintly. Just then, swoosh, swoosh. There were 2 figures that descended before Snow Tower one after another. Wu Tsang looked over. His pupils contracted when he saw someone visiting. Wu Tsang, what are you doing here? A fairly unfriendly voice was heard. The one who spoke was a purple-haired elderly who was walking at the front. I'm waiting for someone. Wu Tsang looked cold. Who are you waiting for? The purple-haired elderly stopped before Wu Tsang. I got to know someone when I was wandering outside. He's not in Snow Tower, Wu Tsang answered. Oh, such a coincidence. I happen to know an expert on my way to a mission too. I brought him back to challenge Snow Tower too, the purple-haired elderly said. Wu Chao, what do you mean? Wu Tsang's face grew grave. Nothing. Why are you so angry? We are both golden dress deacons. You can bring someone over, but I can't? The purple-haired elderly snorted. I have no time to deal with your nonsense. Wu Tsang turned around and didn't bother looking at the purple-haired elderly anymore. The purple-haired elderly pouted, but kept quiet. Soon, Jin Wushuang came out from Snow Tower. The moment he exited Snow Tower, the drunkard at the entrance passed Jin Wushuang a token. Jin Wushuang took over the token and walked towards Wu Tsang. Jin Wushuang, is everything okay? Wu Tsang quickly asked. Yeah, Jin Wushuang nodded. How many levels did you pass? Wu Tsang asked curiously. Chapter 1331. The Last Permission for the Battle. Chapter 1331. The Last Permission for the Battle. Wu Chao also looked at Jin Wushuang, waiting for the answer. He was also interested in the man recommended by Jin Wushuang. The 7th level, Jin Wushuang answered. 7th? Lord Wu Tsang was surprised. He had expected Jin Wushuang to pass all the 10 levels based on his power. But soon he realized that Jin Wushuang didn't make full efforts. Jin Wushuang just intended to pass the test. Wu Chao sneered. 7th? Only the minimum standard for joining the Snow Dojo. It seems that the talent you recommend just has a mediocre performance. What about the talent you bring here? Lord Wu Tsang asked indifferently. Wu Chao looked at the silent man standing behind him. Show your capability, Dong Ao. Yes, master. The man nodded and went to the Snow Tower, without a glance at Jin Wushuang. I don't want to waste my time here. Let's go, Jin Wushuang. Lord Wu Tsang then left with Jin Wushuang. Wu Chao sneered and let them go. Who is that man? It seems that you don't like him. Jin Wushuang asked Lord Wu Tsang. He is Wu Chao, another golden deacon. We have been competing with each other for the past few years. What Jin Wushuang had guessed was confirmed. Let's go and meet the chief deacon. Lord Wu Tsang led Jin Wushuang to an attic and came to a lady in green. Though the lady looked tender, Jin Wushuang could feel with his soul power that she was actually more powerful than Lord Wu Tsang. Obviously, she was the chief deacon of the Snow Dojo. Deacon Green, this is Jin Wushuang who passed the test of the Snow Tower. I bring him here to apply for permission for him to join the ranked battle of universe gods in the first heaven. Lord Wu Tsang said directly his intention. You also want permission? Deacon Green frowned. Is there anyone else who also wants permission? Lord Wu Tsang was surprised. Wu Chao has sent messages to me to apply for the permission, Deacon Green said. Why does he want that? Lord Wu Tsang was angry. Now, I will call him to come here to discuss, Deacon Green said. After a while, Wu Chao came with the talent Dong Ao. Wu Chao and Dong Ao were still indifferent when he met Lord Wu Tsang and Jin Wushuang. Okay, let's talk and decide who can get permission. Deacon Green analyzed. There will be 3 ranked battles after 3 months. 10 universe gods in each heaven will go to the battles. As for universe gods from the first heaven, 9 of them have been decided, and there is only one left. Who can get permission? Of course Jian Wushuang, Lord Wutsong said. Only he can absolutely win in the battle. Don't be so arrogant. How many levels has Jian Wushuang passed in the Snow Tower? Wu Chao asked. The 7th. Wu Chao sneered. How could he have the privilege to join the battle when he has only passed 7 levels? Guess how many levels Dong Ao passed? 8. And he nearly passed the 9th. So it's obvious that Dong Ao is more suitable. Even Deacon Green was surprised that Dong Ao almost passed 9 levels. After all, it was more difficult in higher levels. Less than 5 universe gods could pass the 9th level, and they would join in the battles. Just testing in the Snow Tower couldn't prove anything. Okay, shut up, Deacon Green said, to stop them from quarreling. Do you know how important the ranked battle is? The reputation of Snow Dojo would be ruined if we lose again. Deacon Green said emotionally. Her voice was resounding around the palace. And Lord Wutsong and Wu Chao fell silent. Okay, so let the 2 talents battle to decide who permission belongs to. It's a simple method. Do you agree? Both Lord Wutsong and Wu Chao nodded. Jian Wushuang didn't show disapproval. And Dong Ao still glanced at Jian Wushuang indifferently. He thought only a universe god passing 7 levels was worth no attention of his. There was a boundless square in the Snow Dojo, and talents used to gather there to battle. Jian Wushuang and Doing Ao came to the center of the square. Other talents also came here to watch him battle. Among them there was a slender and handsome man named Long Hao. Long Hao, you are the leader of the universe gods of the first heaven. Watch their battle and decide which one is more suitable to join your team in the battle. Yes, Deacon. Long Hao nodded. Chapter 1332, Jian Wushuang vs. Dong Ao. Chapter 1332, Jian Wushuang vs. Dong Ao. The 2 of you can start now, Master Qing instructed. Jian Wushuang and Dong Ao walked towards the middle of the drill ground. Jian Wushuang, Wu Tsong spoke. When you go into Snow Tower, you are only required to reach the 7th floor and you don't need to worry about it. But now, you have to take this seriously. Don't worry, I know, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang and Dong Ao stood in the middle of the drill ground and faced each other in a short distance. Dong Ao had a frosty look, and he gazed at Jian Wushuang. He lowered his voice and said, You go ahead first. Give me your all. Otherwise, you might not stand a chance. You're pretty confident, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. I'd like to see where your confidence derives from. Jian Wushuang took action straight away. A flowing light suddenly flashed. Then, Jian Wushuang stood before Dong Ao and stroked with Blood Mountain sword. Although the stroke looked like it was performed casually, it felt like it could actually tear the world. The divine power that Jian Wushuang let out was merely the level of a peak universe god in the first heaven. However, through Blood Mountain sword, it was a notch stronger than an ordinary peak universe god in the first heaven. Looking at the attack of the sword light, Dong Ao's gaze turned cold and he took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, the saber that he was carrying behind his back was suddenly withdrawn simultaneously. Clink-clang. The saber light was like a wave lapping at Jian Wushuang. There was a cloud of gray mist that soared up from Dong Ao. His image suddenly became very blurry. Dang, dang, dang. The continuous metal clashing noise was heard and Jian Wushuang's figure was forced to move 3 steps back. This strength, you're not weak, huh? Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. It's a secret skill. The gray mist that covered his body strengthened the explosion of his divine power. Buzz. A fierce blade suddenly raised and Dong Ao's gaze turned cold. The gray mist on his body suddenly increased and his divine body increased in size too. He looked as though he had turned into a brown bear, and there was a terrifying hostility. Wow! Dong Ao slashed his saber down. A shadow that covered half the sky appeared from nowhere. The shadow contained an imposing power, and the disciples from Snow Dojo were surprised. A rank 2 unique skill? Although it's only a beginner rank 2, it's not too shabby. Some disciples were discussing among themselves. For a peak universe god in the first heaven to create a rank 2 unique skill, it would definitely stir a commotion elsewhere in other worlds. However, in Snow Dojo where experts gathered, for a universe god in the first heaven to create a rank 2 unique skill was nothing. There were at least a dozen universe gods in the first heaven in the Snow Dojo who had created rank 2 unique skill after all. At the same time as Dong Ao wielded his saber and put his rank 2 unique skill to play, Jin Wushuang swung his sword and performed a rank 2 unique skill 2, Test Wrecker. Bang! There was a loud thud and the ground suddenly cracked and shattered. Jin Wushuang was pushed back by the impact once again. He wasn't just forced backwards, but actually flew off. Only after a while he regained stability. As expected, you who merely reached the 7th floor of Snow Tower are only at this level of power. Dong Ao stood there with his saber as he spoke in a disdainful manner. By the side, Wu Chao saw and he couldn't help but look at Wu Tsong in disdain and smiled coldly. Wu Tsong, this is the genius who you were talking about earlier? The one who can win victory for Snow Dojo in the ranking battle? Stop joking. The battle has yet to end. Why are you in a hurry? Wu Tsong snorted, but he wasn't panicking at all. On the battlefield, Jin Wushuang heard Dong Ao's disdain and taunting words. His pupils contracted as he said, "At first, I wanted to experiment with a few new unique skills on you. But as you said that, let's end the battle straight away." Jin Wushuang didn't plan to continue fooling around with Dong Ao, but took action directly. Swoosh! It was the same situation. A flowing light plundered and appeared before Dong Ao. Then, he wielded his sword. That stroke was a simple lift to the air, a simple and casual stroke. Funny, Dong Ao didn't bother with Jin Wushuang. When he saw Jin Wushuang charging towards him, he wanted to raise his saber again. Buzz! The sword light appeared with a faint whistle of the sword. Dong Ao shook and he stunned on the spot. Pissed! An arm and a fiery redness flew out. Jin Wushuang stopped behind Dong Ao, and he slowly tucked Blood Mountain sword into its scabbard. Dong Ao finally came back to reality, and he suddenly glared. His eyes were filled with terror and rage. He realized that his right arm was chopped off. It was because Jin Wushuang showed mercy. Otherwise, that stroke could totally chop off his head. Impossible. I refuse to accept the result. It is merely because I'm careless and I didn't defend you. Hence, your surprise attack succeeded. Dong Ao bellowed, Jin Wushuang, let's do this again. Again? Jin Wushuang turned around and looked at Dong Ao. In his eyes, there was a flash of disdain. By the side, Wu Tsong chuckled sneeringly. Wu Chao, this is the genius that you brought? This kind of quality? He lost. If Jin Wushuang didn't show mercy, he would be dead by now. And he's shameless enough to ask Jin Wushuang for a rematch? Ha ha. Wu Chao's face grew grave. Especially when he heard Dong Ao throwing a tantrum, he felt even more embarrassed. Idiot, get down! Wu Chao shouted. I refuse. Dong Ao stared at Jin Wushuang. He was really unwilling to accept the outcome. He thought Jin Wushuang had merely defeated him by a surprise attack because he was not paying attention. However, no matter how unhappy he was with the result, he had lost. No one pitied him. Jin Wushuang wouldn't do a rematch with him. He had no choice but to leave. Long Hao, you watched the two battles. Do you have a decision? Master Qing looked at Long Hao. Yes. Long Hao nodded and smiled. The battle earlier, Jin Wushuang was originally at disadvantage. However, he could defeat Dong Ao directly in the end because he performed a consciousness attack. It was a very fierce consciousness attack. Even Dong Ao, who was a peak universe god in the first heaven, couldn't resist. Such an impressive consciousness attack is rare to come by. Long Hao was telling the truth. A consciousness attack wasn't something rated. Most cultivators could perform the trick, but to be able to perform didn't mean one was an expert at it. In the eternal chaotic world, Only very few people specialized in consciousness attacks or other similar magic tricks. Only those who were experts in it could perform such fierce consciousness attacks, and Jian Wushuang was obviously one of them. Chapter 1333. The Ranked Battle Began. Chapter 1333. The Ranked Battle Began. None of the 9 universe gods in the first heaven, including me, is good at conscious attacks, and Jian Wushuang, whether powerful or not, can help us a lot. Longhao said. Then, Jian Wushuang, you should make a full preparation in the next 3 months and join in the ranked battle with Longhao. Don't lose the battle. Deacon Green said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang, we can communicate frequently together to enhance mutual understanding so that you can cooperate well in the battle. Longhao said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also nodded. Other talents went back when they knew who the last permission for the battle belonged to. And Wu Chao left with Dong Ao disappointedly. Jian Wushuang and Lord Wu Tsong also went back. Jian Wushuang, you always keep a low profile about your power. Lord Wu Tsong said. I won't stay in the Snow Dojo for too long, and I just have to get what I want. It is unnecessary for me to display what I really have. Jian Wushuang shook his head. That's good, but please make full efforts in the battle. After all, Universe Gods in the Snow Dojo still lag behind those in the Universe God Palace. If you don't give a hand, we will definitely lose, Lord Wu Tsong said embarrassedly. Yes, I know how to manage it. Good. And Lord Wu Tsong didn't continue. In the next 3 months, Jian Wushuang attended the training with other battle participants and exchanged ideas with them. When someone invited him to battle together, he seldom refused, but he never showed his true power. He had always kept a low profile in the Snow Dojo. One of the reasons was that he didn't want leaders in the Snow Dojo to know his power and keep him in the dojo. 3 months soon passed, and the ranked battle began. The battle between the Snow Dojo and the Universe God Palace, the 2 well-known genius concentration camps, was certainly attractive. The boundless battlefield was crowded with numerous talents. Many privileged and powerful families and tribes had all come here to watch the battle. There were 2 thrones at the grandstand of the battlefield, on which 2 gods sat. One of them was an elderly god with a red robe and red hair. He was calm but awesome, as if he could burn everything in the heaven. The other one was with short black hair and a cool face, with eyes gleaming with black light. Whoever sat beside him felt as if he was also in the middle of a black hole. So horrible. So awesome they are. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked by their presence. Their aura is much stronger than the universe gods. So I guess they have already surpassed the level of universe gods. Jian Wushuang said quietly. Exactly, King of Venomous Worms in Jian Wushuang's body said. They have already surpassed the level of universe gods and reached a brand new level, which belongs to the eternal chaotic world. They are the real experts in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, though they are still not the top ones and far less powerful than King Luozhen and the creator of the lineage of Star. But they are still powerful enough to kill me easily, Jian Wushuang said with self-mockery. Jian Wushuang. Lord Wu Tsong pointed at the elderly man with the strong aura like black holes and said, he is master of Silence Gloriette, and only he knows the route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang nodded. On the grandstand, Master of Silence Gloriette was chatting with the red-haired elderly. I think it is no longer necessary to hold the ranked battle if you guys lose again this time. We have won 5 times consecutively, and you guys are too weak to be opponents, the red-haired elderly said indifferently. Master of Silence Gloriette snorted, Nonsense. We will be the winners this time. You seem confident, the red-haired elderly smiled. Of course. But you were also confident last time, but your Snow Dojo won nothing in the last 3 rounds. The taunt from the red-haired elderly was obvious. Master of Silence Gloriette got angry. If we don't win this time, I will kill all the golden deacons. And he glanced at Deacon Green on his side. Go and bring all the golden deacons here. Yes, my majesty. Deacon Green followed his order. Jian Wushuang, Master of Silence Gloriette, asks us to go there. So just follow along how and make a good preparation. Lord Wu Tsang said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The highly anticipated ranked battle was around the corner. The first round of the battle was between the most powerful talents, universe gods of the third heaven. 10 participants from each team all went to the center of the battlefield. There was a huge wormhole in the center. Begin. As Master of Silence Gloriette announced the battle starting, the universe gods of the third heaven from both the Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace all went into the wormhole. Chapter 1334, 1 win and 1 defeat. Chapter 1334, 1 win and 1 defeat. When those universe god in the third heaven entered the wormhole, Virum, in the void in the middle of the training field, there was a huge mirror image that appeared in the air. The mirror image contained countless frames that showed every corner of the Mountain Rock world where the ranking battle would take place. No matter where the battle was going to take place in Mountain Rock world, they would be able to watch clearly through the mirror image. It's starting. Many experts in the training field were getting excited. Jian Wushuang, too, lifted his head to watch the mirror image. He noticed that after the universe gods in the third heaven from both parties entered the wormhole, they were scattered in various corners in Mountain Rock world. The rule of the ranking battle was simple, which was for the two parties to fight against each other in Mountain Rock world. Because the Mountain Rock world itself was a Gnosis treasure, even if one were to be killed within Mountain Rock world, he wouldn't be dead but only be sent out from Mountain Rock world. Hence, the geniuses from both parties could fight without inhibition. They could fight until all the geniuses from the opposite party were eliminated. Besides, Mountain Rock world was a spacious world. With only 20 geniuses fighting in it, it would require a few days' time to determine the victory and defeat. However, the geniuses from both parties would choose a meeting place ahead of time so that they could gather all scattered geniuses together and kill the geniuses from the other party who was alone. In turn, they would gain an advantageous position. In the image, Jian Wushuang saw the geniuses in the third heaven from both parties were taking action. Listen up. When the third ranking battle begins after we enter Mountain Rock world, no matter where you are, you must rush to the Bloodfire Pinnacle straight away with the fastest speed. Understand? Long Hao pointed at a lofty pinnacle in the image and exhorted. Understood. The surrounding universe gods in the first heaven nodded simultaneously. Bloodfire Pinnacle? Jian Wushuang memorized it. At the beginning, the geniuses were scattered further away in Mountain Rock world and it was rather calm. However, the tranquility was only sustained for a while until the fight began. The geniuses from both parties started fighting without hesitation the moment they met. Look, it's Senior Qinfeng. He killed an enemy all by himself. The one he killed from Universe God Palace is quite famous, but he couldn't even run away from Senior Qinfeng. He lives up to his reputation as the strongest among universe gods in the third heaven in Snow Dojo. He is really impressive. Jian Wushuang stayed among the geniuses from Snow Dojo as he listened to the discussion and exclamation of the surrounding geniuses. Qinfeng? Jian Wushuang looked at another image. In the image, Qinfeng killed and eliminated a universe god in the third heaven from Universe God Palace. It was the first time Jian Wushuang saw universe gods in the third heaven fight, and they were all real geniuses. Hence, he was all excited too. Lord Wu Tsang said that Snow Dojo has a high chance of winning in the ranking battle amongst universe gods in the third heaven. The reason it was highly likely was because of Qinfeng. He seemed to be the top person amongst the universe gods in the third heaven in Snow Dojo, Jian Wushuang complimented. Then, the fight between the two parties became even more ferocious. Jian Wushuang paid full attention as he watched. The time flew past. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The ranking battle was finally over. Won. We won. Haha, 3 ranking battles and we, Snow Dojo took first. The disciples from Snow Dojo were extremely happy. The final winner for the first ranking battle was Snow Dojo. Although it was rather complicated and tough, Snow Dojo won in the end. Of course, Jian Wushuang could tell that they won the ranking battle most likely because of Qinfeng. He was too powerful. In the final battle, he held back two major universe gods in the third heaven from Universe God Palace. The Master of Silence Gloriette revealed a hearty smile on the stand. Luckily, there wasn't any incidents in the first ranking battle. Chen Feng from your Snow Dojo is really powerful. No one from my Universe God Palace could be evenly matched with him. It's well within expectation that you would win this battle. The red-haired elderly smiled faintly. He looked like he was unconcerned. Before the ranking battle started, both Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace gathered news silently. Hence, both parties were well informed. Universe God Palace knew long ago that they didn't have a high chance of winning for the first ranking battle. Hence, the red-haired elderly naturally didn't care. However, your Snow Dojo could only do well in the first ranking battle. For the following second and third ranking battle, I reckon you wouldn't stand a chance. The red-haired elderly smiled as he added. Is that so? We shall see, the Master of Silence Gloriette snorted. Soon after the first ranking battle ended, the second ranking battle started. The second ranking battle was among the universe gods in the second heaven. Similar to the first battle, 10 universe gods in the second heaven from both parties entered into Mountain Rock World directly and started fighting against each other. Just as the red-haired elderly had predicted, because of Chen Feng's existence in the first ranking battle, the geniuses from Universe God Palace lost in the end even though they were indomitable. However, in the second ranking battle, none of the 10 representatives from Snow Dojo was an expert like Chen Feng. On the contrary, there were 3 among the representatives from Universe God Palace who possessed the power of a universe god in the third heaven. Their overall power was far stronger than Snow Dojo. Hence, for that round of ranking battle, from the beginning till the end, the situation was one-sided. It only took 2 days for the battle to end, and there was no space for struggle either. When the ranking battle ended, Universe God Palace had 8 universe gods left standing. Only 2 were eliminated. Rubbish. A bunch of rubbish. On the stand, there was rage burning in the Master of Silence Gloriette's eyes. His rage spilled over to a group of golden-dressed deacons behind him. The golden-dressed deacons, including Wu Tsong, were all trembling in fear. They knew that they lost the second ranking battle and both parties were tied. So, they definitely couldn't lose the third ranking battle. The Master of Silence Gloriette would definitely be in a violent rage if they were to lose. By then, all of them would be suffering. Luckily, in the final battle, there's Jian Wushuang. We shouldn't lose, Wu Tsong mumbled to comfort himself. He had seen Jian Wushuang's power with his own eyes. Hence, he was naturally confident in Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1335. The Poor Confused Guy. Chapter 1335. The Poor Confused Guy. The last round of the battle, also the most important one, was the battle between the universe gods and the first heaven. All eyes were on the participants from both teams. Among them there was Jian Wushuang, who deliberately controlled his aura to avoid attention. Only Lord Wu Tsong and Dong Ao were looking at him. Dong Ao stared at Jian Wushuang angrily, tightly holding his hands. He could accept the fact that he was defeated by Jian Wushuang. He still believed that he was defeated because of his carelessness over Jian Wushuang's conscious attack. I am now watching how you will be defeated in the battle, Dong Ao murmured with hatred brewing in his mind. At the center of the battlefield, 20 talents from the 2 teams stood side by side. See you again, Long Hao. The voice came from the young man in the black robe. He was the genius in Universe God Palace. Lu Qing. Long Hao was surprised. Are you going to invite the insult this time? The young man in black said to Long Hao. Since last ranked battle, Long Hao was defeated. That was the story 10,000 years ago. This time, I will win. Long Hao said. Okay, I will wait and see, Lu Qing snorted. Round 3 starts. The red-haired elderly announced. Go. Talents from the 2 team went through the wormhole and entered into the Mountain Rock World without any hesitation. The third round had now started. Bang! Jian Wushuang went into a forest. The forest was luxuriant and vibrant. As he came here, Jian Wushuang started to look around. Long Hao told me to go to the Blood-Fire Pinnacle immediately after arriving at the Mountain Rock World. But where is the Blood-Fire Pinnacle? Jian Wushuang frowned, and he realized he could only remember fragmented parts in the Mountain Rock World when he watched the Precious 2 rounds. But he couldn't connect them together, and he now had no idea of routes in this Mountain Rock World. He didn't even know his own location. But I feel that the Blood-Fire Pinnacle is in this direction. And Jian Wushuang followed his intuition. In the battlefield, everyone was watching the third round. A participant had already met his opponent and started to fight. And soon a result was concluded. One talent from the Snow Dojo was already out. Well, unfortunately, he met Lu Qing and didn't even have a chance to escape. In terms of overall strength, participants from the Snow Dojo were weaker than those from the Universe God Palace. And now with one out, the Snow Dojo was in a harder situation. Talents signed for the unfortunate Snow Dojo. Master of Silence Gloriette seemed worried. After a day, the Snow Dojo almost lost its member, but at the crucial moment Long Hao came here to kill 2 rivals from the Universe God Palace. Or 4 talents from the Snow Dojo would die. But 2 participants from the Snow Dojo were severely injured, though they didn't die. Spectators were holding a heated discussion of the battle. Until now, 2 talents from each team were out, and 2 from the Snow Dojo were severely injured. The Snow Dojo lagged behind. Snow Dojo must come up with a solution, or it will be doomed to fail. But they cooperate well with each other. All talents from the Snow Dojo are now coming toward the Blood-Fire Pinnacle so that they can fight together against their opponents who were alone. There is still hope. Ha ha ha, look here. Who is that guy carrying a sword? Is he from the Snow Dojo? What is he doing? Someone found Jian Wushuang and laughed. And others all started to pay attention to him. It looked funny. Why does he go to the Dark Sea when others were fighting fiercely? The Dark Sea is the margin of the Mountain Rock World. Is he hiding there? Ha ha, poor guy. He looks confused. Everyone was laughing. Talents from the Universe God Palace laughed recklessly. But those from the Universe God Palace looked worried and ashamed. Why did Jian Wushuang go to the Dark Sea when others were fighting fiercely? What is happening? Master of Silence Gloriette tightly clenched his hands and looked horribly angry. All Golden Deacon behind him were also surprised. Especially Lord Wutsong. The poor confused guy was exactly like Jian Wushuang. What the hell is he doing? Lord Wutsong got angry. But after a while, he analyzed that maybe Jian Wushuang had lost his way and didn't know the direction of the Blood-Fire Pinnacle. Suddenly, something occurred to Lord Wutsong. Oh my God! He just entered into the Snow Dojo and was unfamiliar with Mountain Rock World. And I forgot to give him a map. At this moment, Master of Silence Gloriette stared at Lord Wutsong angrily. I hear that it's you that recommend the guy in the Dark Sea into the Snow Dojo, right? Master of Silence Gloriette asked. If we lose this time, I will kill you. Master of Silence Gloriette told Lord Wutsong. Chapter 1336, Finally Made It. Chapter 1336, Finally Made It. Humph, you'd better be praying that we, Snow Dojo, will win this ranking battle. Otherwise, I will tear off your skin. Wutsong heard the Master of Silence Gloriette's raging voice, and he trembled. He wore an anguished look as he thought, Jian Wushuang, you are getting me into trouble. Next to Wutsong was Wu Chao, who was always competing with him. He laughed mischievously. Humph, didn't you want Jian Wushuang to join the battle back then? Now, I shall see how you take care of this. Among the people in the training field, Dong Ao looked extremely sullen and said, Jian Wushuang, if you were to continue to lose, I shall see how you are going to die when the ranking battle ends. Jian Wushuang had already arrived at the Dark Sea, and he noticed that something wasn't right. This sea seems to be the border of Mountain Rock World? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Although he wasn't familiar with Mountain Rock World, when he was watching the 2 ranking battles earlier, he saw the sea from the images. The geniuses from both parties never came here in every battle. I think I took the wrong way. Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue, and turned around to walk back. I hope I can reach it in time. Jian Wushuang felt helpless too. In Mountain Rock World, both parties were having a ferocious fight. However, the winning balance was tipping over Universe God Palace all the time. Sigh, Snow Dojo is going to lose. Even Long Hao is injured. He is quite badly injured, and it'll be difficult for him to recover. There seems to be no struggle point for Snow Dojo. Look, Universe God Palace is approaching. The final battle is going to begin. Before everyone's gaze, in one of the images, there were 7 representatives from Universe God Palace who were alive. They were meeting up with Snow Dojo's representatives. There were only 5 representatives from Snow Dojo who had gathered there. The other 4 were eliminated, while Jian Wushuang had yet to reach there. Among the 5 representatives, 3 were severely injured. That included Long Hao, who was the strongest of all. On the other hand, Universe God Palace maintained their team pretty well. There were still 7 of them left. Their power was too vastly different. Don't give up. We can hold them back by using a strong formation until Long Hao recovers completely. We still have a chance. The few geniuses from Snow Dojo kept pressing even though they were at such a disadvantage. They didn't intend to give up. Among the 5 geniuses, there was one who was an expert in formation. He immediately set up a formation, and they continued to fight against the representative from Universe God Palace with the aid of power derived from the formation. But the sight looked just like they were fighting desperately like a cornered wild beast. Haha, Long Hao, you still don't want to give up at such state? A burst of taunting laughter was heard from outside the formation. The one who spoke was Lu Qin from Universe God Palace. From the previous ranking battle, you were defeated by me. This time, you will be heavily defeated. You don't stand a chance. The few geniuses from Universe God Palace were beaming with joy. Under Lu Qing's lead, they suppressed the formation and it was going to be routed soon. Once the formation was routed, the remaining geniuses would fight face to face. Then, Snow Dojo would definitely be trounced. Just then, there was a figure that appeared in the sky. Oh, the lost guy is finally on the battlefield. Haha, he's finally here. But, he's too late. The die is cast. Snow Dojo doesn't stand a chance. Even if the little guy came here in time, it wouldn't be much help to Snow Dojo. Including this session of ranking battle that Universe God Palace won, we are in a winning streak of 6 battles. TSK, TSK. Everyone on the training field complimented. Jian Wushuang, who appeared at the border of the battlefield in the image, saw the situation of the battlefield. Luckily, although I'm a little late, I got here in time. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and Blood Mountain Sword immediately appeared in his hand. He was clear with the situation of the battlefield before his eyes. He knew that the geniuses from Snow Dojo couldn't hold on any longer. At such a crucial moment, he had to take action. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang moved towards the battlefield before him like a flowing light. The geniuses from both parties noticed his arrival that instant as well. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him. He only came to meet us now? The few geniuses from Snow Dojo was burning with rage. They didn't see Jian Wushuang during the meeting at Bloodfire Pinnacle earlier, and they thought Jian Wushuang was killed and eliminated by the people from Universe God Palace on his way there. But then they realized that Jian Wushuang was still surviving in Mountain Rock World. If he wasn't eliminated, why didn't he meet us earlier? Forget it. Better late than never. Long Hao sighed and shouted, Quick, Jian Wushuang, come into the formation. Work together to resist Universe God Palace's attack. Wait till I recover to my peak. We still stand a chance. Jian Wushuang, hurry up. The other geniuses from Snow Dojo shouted too. When Jian Wushuang heard Long Hao shouting, his pupils contracted and he quickly thought. The very next moment, he didn't reply to Long Hao and the rest, nor did he enter the formation. He wielded the Blood Mountain Sword and charged towards the 7 geniuses from Universe God Palace. That sight astonished Long Hao and the rest. On the training field outside Mountain Rock World, everyone saw Jian Wushuang's movement, and they were all shocked. Then, it was followed by a roar of laughter. This boy is really silly, huh? According to the situation now, If he were to enter the formation to resist the attack together, as Long Hao said, they might really stand a chance. Who knew that the guy would charge towards the geniuses from Universe God Palace alone? He was already lost before, to the point where he got to the Dark Sea. Now that he finally made it in time to the final battle, he looks even more lost. Many spectators were entertained with Jian Wushuang's movement. On the stand, the Master of Silence Gloriette's face grew grave. An unusually terrifying aura was spiraling around him, and he was still holding it back before it exploded entirely. The other experts from Snow Dojo looked extremely embarrassed too. On the battlefield in Mountain Rock World, those geniuses from Universe God Palace saw Jian Wushuang charge towards them alone. The 7 geniuses found it strange too. Who knew there would be a fish out of the net? Who the hell is this? Why haven't I seen him before? Who cares? If he has a death wish, grant it to him. Kill him. The 7 geniuses from Universe God Palace locked into their target, Jian Wushuang. Just as they prepared to take action, Jian Wushuang, who came before them, suddenly wielded his sword. Chapter 1337. Jian Wushuang's divine power exploded. Chapter 1337. Jian Wushuang's divine power exploded. Bang! With a flash of light, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was like a brisk autumn wind flying across the heavens, without any trail. The 7 rivals who had been ready to kill Jian Wushuang were all shocked by his swordsmanship. As the autumn wind dissipated, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared behind the 7 talents from the Universe God Palace. His Blood Mountain sword was still roaring. The advanced rank 2 unique skill, the Autumn Wind Swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang acquired this swordsmanship on his way to the Snow Dojo. It was similar to the chant of disturbance that he had created, but was actually faster and more powerful. Furthermore, the Autumn Wind Swordsmanship could be used to attack a group of rivals. Boom, 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 boom. There were 6 cracking sounds. Those cracking sounds suggested the split of token. 6 of the 7 talents felt shocked when they felt the split of their tokens, soon after which they were forced out of the Mountain Rock world. 6 geniuses were out of the game. Still one? Jian Wushuang turned around and saw who was still there. It's a consciousness attack. How powerful it is. Lu Qing, who was the only one left, felt nervous and sweaty, and licked his lips. He was attacked by Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack, but fortunately he defended himself at the crucial moment. And the talents, including Long Hao at the other side of the battlefield, were shocked. Jian Wushuang had defeated 6 rivals with only 1 swordsmanship. You are resilient enough to survive under my attack? Jian Wushuang smiled to Lu Qing. Who are you? Lu Qing stared at Jian Wushuang. I know all the powerful talents in the Snow Dojo, but I have never known someone with such a powerful consciousness attack. I joined the Snow Dojo just recently. Certainly you don't know me. Jian Wushuang laughed. You quit by yourself, or did you let me force you out? Nonsense. Don't imagine you can defeat me. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and clung to his axe, thinking that he could defeat Jian Wushuang as long as he was prepared. He rushed to Jian Wushuang like a furious giant monster. In response, Jian Wushuang also strode. As he strode, Jian Wushuang wielded his sword, and his divine power exploded. Lu Qing wielded his axe and exercised his most powerful unique skills against Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. A big collision. Boom! Lu Qing felt his body was shaking, and he was shocked. As he realized what had happened, his token split, and he was forced out. Again, Jian Wushuang just used a simple attack. He didn't even have to use the soul attack. After defeating Lu Qing, Jian Wushuang took back his sword and went along Hao. Long Hao and his teammates were shocked. Jian Wushuang smiled. We have won, right? They won. The Snow Dojo won. According to the rules of the ranked battle, one party lost the game when all participants were forced out of the game. So the Universe God Palace lost the battle. Spectators outside the Mountain Rock world were also speechless. They were stunned by Jian Wushuang. All eyes were on the hero carrying a long sword, the one they had called the poor, confused guy. They had laughed at Jian Wushuang when he went to a group of rivals alone, but now they had no reason to laugh at him. Jian Wushuang defeated 6 talents with only one sword, and with another, he defeated Lu Qing, the most excellent candidate among the universe gods in the first heaven from the universe god palace. How powerful Jian Wushuang was. Excellent. Hero. Good job. It was Master of Silence Gloriette who cheered happily. Master of Silence Gloriette stood up cheerfully. But the red fire elderly beside him was totally the opposite. We lose. It was unexpected for him. He had predicted that the Universe God Palace could absolutely win this time, including the 3rd round of the battle. But they had lost. It is because of him. The red fire elderly looked at Jian Wushuang. Who is that young talent? Why didn't we ever hear about him before? The red fire elderly congratulated Master of Silence Gloriette. Finally you win. Master of Silence Gloriette looked complacent. I told you that we would win. Come on. Red fire elderly said. You won because you enrolled an excellent member, a true genius. Without him, you had no chance to win. I guess he stayed in the Snow Dojo for less than 1 year. The Universe God Palace collected information on the Snow Dojo once a year. So the red fire elderly guessed Jian Wushuang was the new member. Haha, you were right. He joined our dojo 3 months ago. Master of Silence Gloriette answered. Chapter 1338, Triumph in Ranking Battle. Chapter 1338, Triumph in Ranking Battle. Less than 3 months? No wonder. The red-haired elderly suddenly understood and sighed. A genius like that is hard to come by. It's a pity that Snow Dojo got their hands on him first. The Master of Silence Gloriette, your Snow Dojo is lucky this time. For the next ranking battle, you won't be so lucky. The red-haired elderly said. Then his figure suddenly dissolved into thin air. Humph, with such a genius, it'd still be Snow Dojo who wins the next ranking battle, the Master of Silence Gloriette replied. After the red-haired elderly left, the Master of Silence Gloriette looked at those golden-dressed deacons. Wu Tsang, you're a man of vision. Thank you, Master. Wu Tsang showed a smile, and he felt relief. The Master of Silence Gloriette said that he would tear his skin off earlier. Luckily, Jian Wushuang managed to reach them in time and pulled off impressive tricks. His one lift helped Snow Dojo to win the victory for the ranking battle. Oh yeah, what's the man's name? How did you come across him? The Master of Silence Gloriette asked casually. He looked like he was in a good mood. His name is Jian Wushuang. I met him when I wandered in the outside world. He is definitely the strongest genius I have ever seen, Wu Tsang replied. Of course, Jian Wushuang intentionally reminded Wu Tsang, so he didn't reveal to the Master of Silence Gloriette that Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. A universe god in the first heaven who has such impressive consciousness, attack skill, and such terrifying divine power. He is really out of the ordinary, the Master of Silence Gloriette nodded as he complimented. Previously, when Jian Wushuang took action in Mountain Rock World, no one else had seen it clearer than him. Such a genius. If we Snow Dojo nurture him properly, his achievement definitely wouldn't be any weaker than Chen Feng. Maybe even stronger, the Master of Silence Gloriette smiled. Master, Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid he didn't intend to stay in Snow Dojo, Wu Tsang said. Oh, why? The Master of Silence Gloriette creased his eyebrows and asked. Wu Tsang didn't hide anything, briefly telling the Master of Silence Gloriette the ins and outs of the story. Is that so? Jian Wushuang wanted to get the travel route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries for me, and that's why he won the ranking battle for me? The Master of Silence Gloriette nodded. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries. I once stayed for a while in one of the sanctuaries. It is a place that people yearned for. Jian Wushuang has such talent. It is very normal that he wants to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. It's such a pity. The Master of Silence Gloriette sighed in disappointment. For a genius like Jian Wushuang, he, of course, wanted for Jian Wushuang to stay in Snow Dojo if possible. However, Wu Tsang said that he already invited him once and advised him. However, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind. Master, Wu Chao among the golden-dressed deacons stood up and said, if Jian Wushuang only won a ranking battle for Snow Dojo, and he is going to leave right after that, there's no need for us to give him the quota to enter Tianyuan Mystery Land. We could totally give it to the other geniuses in Snow Dojo. Wu Tsang's face suddenly grew grave. The main goal of Jian Wushuang was of course for the travel route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, Tianyuan Mystery Land was a great chance too. Hence, it'd be great if he could obtain that chance. Then, Wu Chao wanted to pass the quota that originally belonged to Jian Wushuang to other people. The quota to enter Tianyuan Mystery Land should still be for him. The Master of Silence Gloriette replied, he won the ranking battle on behalf of Snow Dojo. Supposedly, he should get some benefit. It's only a quota for Tianyuan Mystery Land. We at Snow Dojo are not that stingy. As the Master of Silence Gloriette had ordered it, Wu Chao naturally didn't dare to go against him. Qing, you take care of the rest of the matter, the Master of Silence Gloriette instructed. Certainly, the first deacon, Master Qing, nodded. I shall return first. Wu Tsang, bring that man to see me later. Then, the Master of Silence Gloriette vanished into thin air on the stand. The ranking battle had ended. The experts on the training field slowly dispersed as the result was out. The people in Mountain Rock World came out from the middle of the training field as well. Many geniuses from Universe God Palace gathered, and they looked embarrassed. Their gazes were fixed on a figure on the opposite side. Jian Wushuang. It's him. He defeated all 7 of our geniuses at once. Even Lu Qing couldn't resist his stroke. Jian Wushuang. I wonder where he popped out from. The geniuses from Universe God Palace discussed among themselves. Before the ranking battle begun, they would pay closer attention to geniuses from their opponent. For instance, their top representative, Long Hao, was someone they focused on. However, Jian Wushuang. He joined Snow Dojo for about 3 months' time, and he was extremely low profile during those 3 months. No one knew his true power in Snow Dojo, so Universe God Palace naturally wouldn't know either. They never expected that the scariest genius in Snow Dojo wasn't Long Hao but this person named Jian Wushuang. He's too strong. Lu Qing stood there and watched Jian Wushuang too. He was upset. He remembered clearly how Jian Wushuang killed him with one stroke in Mountain Rock World. He thought Jian Wushuang was only good with consciousness attacks, but he never expected his divine power explosion would be that terrifying too. He wasn't defeated unjustly. Their difference was too vast. As for the geniuses from Snow Dojo, they looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. They clearly knew that they would have lost the ranking battle if it wasn't because of Jian Wushuang. Dong Ao was among the crowd too. But then Dong Ao was well-behaved, and he even didn't have the courage to look at Jian Wushuang's eyes. Previously, he thought Jian Wushuang defeated him by a fluke. However, after the ranking battle, he finally understood. He didn't win by a fluke. Jian Wushuang was much stronger than him. Jian Wushuang obviously didn't put in any effort during the fight 3 months ago. Swoosh! A figure appeared next to Jian Wushuang. It was Wu Tsang. Jian Wushuang. I talked to the Master of Silence Gloriette. The Master of Silence Gloriette wants me to bring you to see him, Wu Tsang said. Oh! Jian Wushuang was delighted. He didn't bother with the people around him, but left with Wu Tsang to see the Master of Silence Gloriette. In Snow Dojo, there was a palace that was entirely black. All the decorations and embellishments in the palace were black too. Wu Tsang and Jian Wushuang walked into the black palace. Master, I brought Jian Wushuang, Wu Tsang said politely. You may go now, the Master of Silence Gloriette, who was seated on the throne in the palace, waved. Wu Tsang left immediately. In the Black Palace, there were only Jian Wushuang and the Master of Silence Gloriette left. Jian Wushuang, greet the Master of Silence Gloriette. Jian Wushuang bowed politely in response. Chapter 1339, Tian Yuan Mystery Land. Chapter 1339, Tian Yuan Mystery Land. Jin Wushuang, Master of Silence Gloriette, said, I have heard from Lord Wu Tsang about your plan to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. I have the map, but you had better not to go there. Why? Jin Wushuang raised his head to look at Master of Silence Gloriette. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries are extremely far from the Snow Kingdom, through a route of which is full of obstacles and danger. It is difficult to handle even for a universe god in the third heaven. I nearly died on the way to one of the sanctuaries, Master of Silence Gloriette added. Jin Wushuang frowned. Even Master of Silence Gloriette, who was much more powerful than him, had almost died on the way to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jin Wushuang, the eternal chaotic world is full of danger. Even King Luozhin and the creators of the lineage of Star could meet a deadly situation. But it doesn't mean that you should step back. King of Venomous Worms said, You are right. Jin Wushuang smiled. I recommend that you delay your plan and cultivate in my snow dojo for tens of thousands of years. It won't be too late for you to go there when you become a universe god of the third heaven. Master of Silence Gloriette smiled. Jin Wushuang said, Thank you for your kindness. I know how dangerous the journey will be, but I am quite determined to go there. Master of Silence Gloriette thought for a while and said, If you stay here, I could ask Master Luo, who is very good at swordsmanship, to teach you how to improve your swordsmanship. Jin Wushuang paused for a while. He was surprised that Master of Silence Gloriette was trying whatever he could to convince Jin Wushuang to stay in the Snow Dojo. But in fact, the reason why I want to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries is that I am going to meet my master there and learn from him. Jin Wushuang said. Master of Silence Gloriette finally gave up his efforts to persuade Jin Wushuang, Okay, since you already have a master, it is better for you to leave here and go there. He took out a token, saying, Here is the map to one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. I only have one. King of Venomous Worms said to Jin Wushuang, The 10 cultivation sanctuaries are close to each other. If you can find one, it is easy to find the rest of them. Thank you. Jin Wushuang was very happy. After Jin Wushuang left the palace, he took out the token immediately and started to read. My guess is confirmed. The Snow Kingdom was just a tiny place located at the margin of the eternal chaotic world. So many gods, including me, didn't know of the Snow Kingdom. King of Venomous Worms said, Jin Wushuang, Master of Silence Gloriette, is right. Going to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries is really a daunting task. King of Venomous Worms added, Why do you say so? Jin Wushuang asked. As we have already known the location of the Snow Kingdom, we now don't have to follow Master of Silence Gloriette's advice about the route. I will spend some time figuring out a solution and tell you after you come back from the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. Jin Wushuang nodded. He came back to his room and started to cultivate as usual. 10 days passed. 30 talents, including Tian Yuan Mystery Land, had gathered to go to the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. They followed Deacon Green, the chief deacon, to the entrance of the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. After a moment, the gate of the Tian Yuan Mystery Land opened. Jin Wushuang entered into the land and saw a vast white space. All the corners of the space were full of white smog, and he felt an invisible power coming to him. The power is, Jin Wushuang tried to figure out what it was. Do you also feel the power? Long Hao asked Jin Wushuang. 10 days ago, Jin Wushuang reversed the situation of the game and helped the Snow Dojo win the ranked battle. The rest of the 29 members all showed their respect to Jin Wushuang. They were very grateful to him. Without Jin Wushuang, they would have had no chance at all to come to the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. Long Hao also respected him a lot. Yes, it is a consciousness attack. Jin Wushuang answered Long Hao. Yes. You are the best at consciousness attacks amongst us, so you must know more about the power. Long Hao said, Consciousness is fundamental to us, no less important than our lives. If our rivals from the Universe God Palace had a stronger consciousness, they wouldn't be defeated in a short time. He added, And Tianyuan Mystery Land is a good place for us to cultivate consciousness. Cultivate consciousness? Jin Wushuang was interested. Long Hao continued, there has always been a powerful natural force in consciousness attacks. The deeper one is in the land, the stronger the attack is. We are now just at the margin of the Tianyuan Mystery Land, and the power is relatively weak. But if we go deeper or go to the second level, the consciousness attack's power will soar. Chapter 1340, Cultivation Under Assault of Consciousness. Chapter 1340, Cultivation Under Assault of Consciousness. The assault of consciousness in Tianyuan Mystery Land is divided into 4 levels according to their intensity. Any ordinary universe god in the first heaven could easily block the first level of assault of consciousness. As for the second level of the assault of consciousness, it would require the consciousness strength of a universe god in the second heaven to be able to resist. The one corresponding to the third level would be the universe god in the third heaven. As for the fourth level is rather obtuse. We Snow Dojo has many geniuses that visit Tianyuan Mystery Land. Many of them are impressive universe gods in the third heaven. However, those who pass through the fourth level under the assault of consciousness are extremely rare. Besides the intensity of the assault of consciousness on the fourth level, there are other opportunities. For instance, 10,000 years ago, there was a universe god in the third heaven from Snow Dojo who obtained an impressive secret skill from the fourth level. Of course, the fourth level is too far for us, universe gods in the first heaven. All we can do now is train our consciousness to the first level, or the second level at the most. Jin Wushuang, your assault of consciousness is so fierce, maybe you could try to reach the very end of the second level, Long Hao said. Jin Wushuang understood the Tianyuan Mystery Land to a certain extent after hearing what Long Hao said. It turned out that it was a mystery land to train and improve one's strength of consciousness. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. Jin Wushuang, it isn't easy to enhance your strength of consciousness, and places to enhance your strength of consciousness is hard to come by too. Although your consciousness has already transformed into soul power, you could also improve it with the assault of consciousness in Tianyuan Mystery Land. It is a rare opportunity that you shouldn't miss. King of Venomous Worm's voice sounded in his head. I, of course, won't miss out on such an opportunity, Jin Wushuang replied. Jin Wushuang, we can only stay in Tianyuan Mystery Land for 10 years. Tianyuan Mystery Land will close 10 years later, and we will have to leave too. So, make the best use of the time and hurry up, Long Hao reminded. Jin Wushuang nodded. He didn't hesitate and immediately moved forward. The other experts who entered Tianyuan Mystery Land moved forward too. Whoever wanted to train one's consciousness via assault of consciousness must allow the assault of consciousness to push his endurance limit. Then, they were only at the border of the first level and the assault of consciousness was fairly weak. Hence, there was naturally no one who wanted to cultivate there. Jin Wushuang continued to move forward. He could feel that the assault of consciousness was growing stronger throughout the journey, but he wasn't bothered. Soon, he reached the end of the first level. Until then, he hadn't felt restricted at all. However, the few universe gods in the first heaven obviously felt the strain, although they persisted. The geniuses from Snow Dojo's consciousness were naturally stronger than the others of the same level. Almost everyone passed through the first level. But when they reached the second level, the assault of consciousness went up to the level of a universe god in the second heaven. Among the 10 universe gods in the first heaven, only Jin Wushuang, Long Hao and one other person managed to pull through. The remaining 7 of them stopped one after another. The assault of consciousness had obviously reached the limit of what they could endure. After a while, Long Hao and the other universe gods stopped in the middle region of the second level, while Jin Wushuang continued to move forward without hesitation. He walked directly to the end of the second level. Then, he still didn't look like he was going to stop but entered the third level directly. When he arrived the third level, the assault of consciousness had arrived at the level of universe god in the third heaven. However, Jin Wushuang looked normal, and he didn't seem to be straining at all. Although the assault of consciousness on the third level was fierce, it still couldn't affect me. Jian Wushuang found it strange, and he asked in silence, "King of venomous worms, do you know my strength of consciousness is currently at which level?" Strength of consciousness. King of venomous worms smiled faintly and replied, "You have always been training your consciousness and soul power with the method your master has taught you. Plus, you've been through so much, and also when you underwent the inverse cultivation test, the training of your mind test pushed your consciousness much higher compared to the others who shared the same rank. If you are talking about the strength of consciousness alone, you should currently be at the peak of Universe God in the second heaven, or even Universe God in the third heaven. However, because your consciousness transformed into soul power long ago, soul power is an extremely high-end power. Hence, even though you are slightly weaker in strength, an ordinary assault of consciousness wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Now, you are already entering the third level in Tianyuan Mystery Land, but you still aren't affected much. I reckon you'd only feel strained when you reach the middle of third level. As for your limit, it should be at the end of the third level. Jian Wushuang heard that and nodded. Sure enough, when he reached the mid-region of the third level, the assault of consciousness caused a faint tingle in his head and he felt a little strained. Then, Jian Wushuang didn't opt to stop but continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived at the end of the third level and finally stopped. The others who had also walked till the end of the third level were the 9 universe gods in the third heaven from Snow Dojo. There was a total of 10 universe gods in the third heaven from Snow Dojo that had entered Tianyuan Mystery Land. However, among the 10 of them, the eye-catching Qin Feng had already leaped into the fourth level. That very moment, the 9 universe gods in the third heaven noticed Jian Wushuang's arrival, and they found it unbelievable. Are you kidding me? A universe god in the first heaven walked all the way to the end of the third level, drawing with us? During the ranking battle earlier, I could tell that Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack was extremely strong. Hence, his strength of consciousness shouldn't be much weaker. However, I never expected his strength of consciousness to be compared favorably with us, peak universe gods in the third heaven. Universe gods in the first heaven, who possesses such strength of consciousness. How is that possible? The 9 universe gods in the third heaven exchanged glances in surprise, and they were left speechless. However, Jian Wushuang was unconcerned. When he reached the end of the third level, he sat down. Then, he started cultivating Universal Tao Scripture under the pressure of the consciousness attack. Universal Tao Scripture was a method to improve soul power. When one's soul power was at its limit, cultivating Scripture was definitely the best shortcut to improving soul power. It's a rare opportunity. I only have 10 years' time, and I can't miss a single second. Jian Wushuang held his fists tight, but he was calm. He was fully immersed into the cultivation of Universal Tao Scripture. As for those universe gods in the third heaven who were next to him, they already recovered from the surprise and had concentrated on their own training too. Chapter 1341. A Woman in a Robe. Chapter 1341. A Woman in a Robe. The time just flew by. 9 years passed, and there was just 1 year left. Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes after cultivating in the third layer for 9 years. After cultivating the Universal Tao Scripture for 9 years under the pressure of the consciousness attack, I have doubled my soul power. Jian Wushuang was excited. Now your soul power and also your consciousness strength has reached the level of a universe god in the third heaven. King of venomous worms said to Jian Wushuang. Tianyuan Mystery Land is indeed a good place to cultivate. No wonder everyone from the Snow Dojo was eager to come here. Jian Wushuang thought, there is 1 year left. Maybe I can go to the fourth layer. The fourth layer, the most powerful and wonderful layer in the Tianyuan Mystery Land. Jian Wushuang was interested in what the fourth layer was about. He stood up and moved slowly to the fourth layer. As he stood up, the other 9 universe gods in the third heaven were surprised by him. What does he want to do? They soon figured out the intention of Jian Wushuang. This guy wants to go the fourth layer. Few universe gods in the third heaven could go there except Qin Feng. Jian Wushuang, only a universe god in the first heaven, dared to go there? They couldn't believe that. But they saw Jian Wushuang walk determinedly to the juncture between the third layer and the fourth layer, which was only a thin barrier. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and entered into the fourth layer. At that moment, Jian Wushuang felt a much stronger consciousness attack soar. Boom! Jian Wushuang felt a roar inside his head which nearly drove him crazy, and his eyes turned blood red. He bit his lips and resisted the astonishing consciousness attack. Finally, he crossed through the barrier. He crossed through the barrier? He managed to do so? Unbelievable. The other 9 universe gods in the third heaven were astonished. Though they were universe gods in the third heaven and elites in the snow dojo, they could only stay in the third layer. But Jian Wushuang, a universe god in the first heaven, got to the fourth one. They felt ashamed. The fourth layer of the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. Though Jian Wushuang successfully crossed the barrier, he couldn't move on anymore. His face turned red. Under the effect of the consciousness attack, he felt the soul fire in his body was all burning, nearly exploding. Just hold on, Jian Wushuang. You are almost there. King of Venomous Worms told Jian Wushuang at this crucial moment. Jian Wushuang also encouraged himself, I have resist the mind test. Only a consciousness attack is nothing to me. Under the unimaginable consciousness attack, Jian Wushuang improved his soul power slowly. As he gradually improved, he felt the stress was released a little bit, and he was now kept stable. Finally, I resisted the most difficult part. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Keep cultivating here, Jian Wushuang, and you could gain more benefits, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Though he felt tired, he struggled to sit down and cultivate universal Tao scripture. At the center of the Tian Yuan Mystery Land, there was a mountain made of white crystals, which looked mysterious and valuable. Inside the mountain, a huge palace was located. There was a lady in a robe inside the palace, keeping still for millions of years. But at this moment, she opened her eyes and sent out a flash of purple light. The light crossed through the mountain and the boundless heaven, helping the lady to see Jian Wushuang trillion miles away. And the lady felt alarmed when she saw Jian Wushuang. Amongst the 30 talents entering into the Tian Yuan Mystery Land, only Chen Feng entered into the fourth layer and walked for a long distance. His consciousness was much stronger than Jian Wushuang, who had just reached the margin of the fourth layer. But Chen Feng didn't draw the attention of the lady in a robe. Only Jian Wushuang woke the lady and made her alarmed. The soul power? The lady in a robe said. The lady's words would have surprised Jian Wushuang and King of Venomous Worms if they had heard them. After all, soul power was the supreme power of Jian Wushuang in the inverse cultivation. For many years, others often mistook the soul attack for the consciousness attack. Even Master of Silence Gloriette didn't know the truth. But now, the lady with a robe felt Jian Wushuang's soul power without even seeing him exercising the soul attack. Only a universe god of the first heaven can ignite the soul fire. It is inverse cultivation. I could feel from his breath that he belongs to the lineage of ancient gods and is very prestigious. A descendant of the lineage of ancient gods who has passed through the first inverse cultivation is now in my land. Interesting. The lady knew immediately who Jian Wushuang was and started to ponder. Chapter 1342, Secret Skill of Tian Yuan. Chapter 1342, Secret Skill of Tian Yuan. The Ancient God Clan. I bear the Ancient God Clan's fellowship. Now that that young man has come to my mystery land, let me make good affinity with him. Achi. Swoosh. A purple-haired lady appeared next to her. In the mystery land right now, there's a universe god in the first heaven who is at the fourth level. When he's preparing to leave, pass this to him. The woman in the Taoist robe took an item out. Yes, the purple-haired lady took over and vanished into thin air. The woman in the Taoist robe closed her eyes and the cave became quiet again. On the fourth level of Tian Yuan Mystery Land, Jian Wushuang had been cultivating. With the aid of the assault of consciousness, his soul power had improved tremendously. The 10-year time limit was ending soon. Jian Wushuang could feel the surrounding sky and land, rejecting him faintly. Have to leave soon, Jian Wushuang said regrettably, feeling a little disappointed. The assault of consciousness in Tianyuan Mysteryland was extremely useful for his training. In 10 years, his soul power improved tremendously. If he were to continue to stay, he would definitely improve even more greatly. It's a pity that he could only stay in Tianyuan Mysteryland for 10 years. The moment time was up, he had to leave. Just when Jian Wushuang had stood up and was preparing to leave, swoosh, a green flowing light suddenly spurted before him. Jian Wushuang was stunned and extended his hand instinctually. He grabbed the green, flowing light straight away. This is? Jian Wushuang spread his hand and looked at the green crystal in his hand. A green crystal with a green tinge. It looked rather unusual. This is the Paradise Stone that the experts or ancestors of Eternal Chaotic World used for recording secret skills and important information. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard. Paradise Stone? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Jian Wushuang, use your soul power to examine the internals of this Paradise Stone, King of Venomous Worms instructed. Jian Wushuang nodded and covered the Paradise Stone with his soul power. Suddenly, there was a tremendous momentum of information that surged out. The secret skill of Tianyuan. This is it. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The secret skill of Soul Attack. King of Venomous Worms let out an exclamation. In the Paradise Stone, there was a secret skill, and it was the extremely rare secret skill of Soul Attack. Soul power is extremely high-end on its own, while the secret skill of Soul Attack is, just like the universal Tao scripture that your master gave you, rare. You're that lucky that you got the secret skill of Soul Attack? King of Venomous Worms exclaimed. No, maybe it's not luck. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said solemnly, although I possess soul power, I could only integrate my soul power into sword principle for an attack. Although it would be considered as a soul attack too, it wouldn't allow me to give full play to my soul power entirely. I really am lacking of the real secret skill of soul attack. I happen to be lacking it, and I got it? And I got it when I am about to leave Tianyuan Mysteryland? How could it be such a coincidence? Jian Wushuang, you mean? King of Venomous Worms lowered his voice as he thought of the possibility too. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but lifted his head. He looked afar at the vast expanse of whiteness before him, into the depth of Tianyuan Mysteryland. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and said, although I do not know your name, Jian Wushuang, will owe you a debt of gratitude for your kindness. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Then, Jian Wushuang stood there for a while before he left. In the cave dwelling in the depths of Tianyuan Mysteryland, the woman in the Taoist robe opened her eyes again. Definitely repay me in the future? This young man is quite interesting. The woman in Taoist robe shook her head and became turned quiet again. Soon enough, the 30 geniuses in Tianyuan Mysteryland were all sent out. In the 10 years' duration, the geniuses were more or less rewarded. While Jian Wushuang was obviously the one with the biggest reward. Not only did he increase his soul power tremendously with the aid of the assault of consciousness, he even obtained the secret skill of soul attack in the end. The secret skill of soul attack in particular was extremely hard to come by. The secret skill of Tianyuan. After getting out from Tianyuan Mysteryland, Jian Wushuang couldn't wait but started to study the secret skill. The method of using soul power is very unique. This is the secret skill of soul attack? Jian Wushuang praised. Jian Wushuang, back when I was wandering around Eternal Chaotic World with King Luozhan, I've seen countless experts. I've also seen some people who pulled the secret skill of soul attack. But from what I see, this secret skill of Tianyuan would be an extremely strong secret skill of soul attack. King of Venomous Worms said, such an impressive secret skill of soul attack wouldn't be easy to perform. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. The secret skill of Tianyuan had 4 levels of attack in total. Even at the very first level, inextinguishable light required an enormous amount of soul power to be pulled off. Jian Wushuang just ignited his soul power not long ago, and it had yet to take shape as a real soul power. Hence, his soul power wasn't as immense. According to the standard of my current soul power, I could barely pull off inextinguishable light. I reckon I would only be able to do it once and my soul power would be exhausted, Jian Wushuang sighed. Of course, although it was difficult to perform, its power was definitely ferocious. Jian Wushuang, after 10 years of training in Tianyuan Mystery Land, the strength of your soul has improved tremendously. It could be compared favorably to a universe god in the third heaven. Even if you do not perform the secret skill of Tianyuan, I reckon there wouldn't be many universe gods in the second heaven who could resist your soul attack performed via sword principle. With this point alone, you are already at the peak of universe god in the second heaven. If you could perform the first level of the secret skill of Tianyuan, inextinguishable light, even if you could only do it once, the soul attack is enough to threaten a universe god in the third heaven. If I'm not mistaken, with this technique alone, it's even possible to kill a universe god in the third heaven straightway. King of Venomous Worms said. To kill a universe god in the third heaven? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Universe god in the third heaven is so easily killed? Although Jian Wushuang replied so, he was extremely delighted. He knew that he had himself another trump card, which was the secret skill of Tianyuan. Jian Wushuang, with your current power, although it is still risky to travel to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries alone, it is still equally possible for you to reach there alive. You can depart now, King of Venomous Worms said. If so, let me bid farewell with Lord Wutsong and I shall make a move. Jian Wushuang smiled. He immediately sent a message to inform Lord Wutsong. Wutsong knew long ago that Jian Wushuang wanted to leave, so he wasn't surprised. Soon, Jian Wushuang left Snow Dojo, left Snow Kingdom, and departed towards the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Chapter 1343, The Ancient Star Sea. Chapter 1343, The Ancient Star Sea. Jian Wushuang's spaceship was flying fast in the dark heaven. I have revised the route to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. You can have a look. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang started to read the route. 2 routes? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, one is going through the ancient Star Sea, and the other is bypassing it. King of Venomous Worms explained. What are the differences? A lot. The ancient Star Sea is a dangerous place in the eternal chaotic world. Though it is nothing for those almighty, it poses a big risk to universe gods. King of Venomous Worms explained. In the ancient Star Sea, there are not only natural crises, but also many exotic beasts that are hostile to human cultivators. They may hurt you. Therefore, the first choice is full of risks of death, but it's also time efficient. It will take less than 2,000 years to get there. And the second choice is safer, but it takes more time. How much time does the second option take? Jian Wushuang asked. It's hard to predict. Maybe 30,000 years. King of Venomous Worms answered. 30,000 years? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. As he was unwilling to waste 30,000 years on the journey, he chose to go through the ancient Star Sea. I guessed you would choose the first one. I was right. King of Venomous Worms smiled. So, before getting to the ancient Star Sea, you should try your best to improve your skills and power. The stronger you are, the more possibility you will have of surviving. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded, and he soon started to cultivate. He had just left the snow sacred land with his spaceship, and it would take at least 100 years for him to arrive at the margin of the ancient Star Sea. It was long enough for him. I have just created the advanced rank 2 unique skill. With the accumulation of swordsmanship, I could definitely create more powerful unique skills. Jian Wushuang was confident. I will spend these 100 years on improving my unique skills. Jian Wushuang was quite determined. The journey in the dark heaven was boring, through which Jian Wushuang used all his time to cultivate. And the 110 years passed soon. Jian Wushuang, you are now close to the ancient Star Sea. Don't get to the sea alone, or you will die. King of Venomous Worms said, go to the land 6 first. So Jian Wushuang followed the suggestion of King of Venomous Worms and drove his spaceship to a floating Land 6. The Land 6 was small. It was not a universe, but a station for human cultivators. Jian Wushuang now stood on the Land 6. Many geniuses from different universes or kingdoms came to the Land 6. They were all mighty talents. And Jian Wushuang, as a universe god, seemed trivial. Are they all coming for the ancient star sea? Jian Wushuang murmured. Of course. Some talents go there to cultivate. Some go through the sea as a time-efficient way to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. King of Venomous Worms said. They often team up to get through the ancient star sea, which increases the possibility of success. Team up? Jian Wushuang was interested. There are many teams of cultivators who are going to the ancient star sea. You can choose one and go to the sea with other universe gods. I think many teams would welcome you since you are a peak universe god in the first heaven. King of Venomous Worms suggested to Jian Wushuang. Okay, I will have a try. Jian Wushuang started to find teams to get through the ancient star sea. Soon he received an invitation and joined a large team with around 100 cultivators. The cultivators in the team were at least universe gods in the first heaven. 3 days later, at the margin of the heaven, a huge, ancient spaceship was ready to depart. Be prepared, guys. We are departing in an hour. The person who was talking was an elderly god with a green robe. His breath was full of power. Apparently, he was a universe god in the third heaven. Jian Wushuang was one member of the team. He knew that the elderly god was named Yushan and that he was the leader of the team. The team was made up of 140 cultivators. Among them, there were 3 universe gods in the third heaven, 20 in the second heaven, and the rest were all in the first heaven. 1 hour passed. The ancient spaceship departed in the direction of the ancient star sea. Jian Wushuang sat at the deck of the spaceship, ignoring other talents nearby, some of whom were chatting and some were cultivating. Huh. Jian Wushuang raised his head and found a boy. The boy was around 12 years old. He was staring curiously at a bald man in front of him. Chapter 1344, Duan Lingfeng. Chapter 1344, Duan Lingfeng. On the bald man's face, there was a strange pattern while the youth was obviously staring at that pattern. The bald man who was cultivating seemed to notice the youth, and he opened his eyes to glare at the youth with his cold stare. The rage in his eyes terrified the youth as the youth moved backwards. Then, there was a lady in red who walked forward and embraced the youth as she apologized. I'm sorry. My brother didn't intend to disturb your cultivation. Universe Master? The bald man stole a glance at the lady in red, and there was a stroke of coldness on his face. Who brought the 2 universe masters on board? Doesn't he know how dangerous the ancient star sea is? How could he bring 2 universe masters to drag us down? The bald man was very loud and everyone on the deck stared. When they saw the lady in red and the strong, honest youth, their facial expressions changed. They could tell that the lady in red was merely a universe master, while the strong honey youth was just an 11-year-old kid who had only just started cultivation. There was not much power, to begin with. They were going to go through the ancient star sea, which would be very dangerous. Hence, the threshold to join the troop was to be a universe god in the first heaven. But the lady in red and the youth were obviously just universe masters. How could they join the troop? Who brought them up? Hurry up. Otherwise, I shall kick them off the ship directly. The bald man bellowed, and his voice traveled across the spaceship. Just then, the cabin's door suddenly opened, and there was a figure that moved out slowly. It was a young man in a white robe who was carrying a saber. He had long brown hair, sleepy eyes, slender body, and a cold manner. He looked dignified and dauntless. The young man in white robe walked before the bald man and looked down in his eyes. I brought the 2 of them up. Do you have an opinion? The young man in the white robe looked calm, but with every word he uttered, his aura grew stronger. When he finished his sentence, his aura was at a terrifying level which suppressed the bald man. The bald man's face was distorted. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Brother Duan. The lady in red pulled the young man in white robe's sleeve, and his aura slowed down slightly. Humph! The young man in white robe humped. Then, he looked at the lady in red and the youth, and said, "Let's go into the cabin." The lady in red nodded, and then they returned into the cabin with the youth. On the deck, a discussion was stirred. The one earlier is one of the universe god in the third heaven in our troop, right? The lady called him Brother Duan, means that his surname is Duan. I wonder what his name is. Just now, that person, I know him. He's called Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng? Everyone immediately looked over. The universe god who spat the name Duan Lingfeng slowly started with his story. Mr. Duan Lingfeng is a universe god in the third heaven, but he just underwent his god's test in the third heaven not long ago. I heard that the movement was not small when he underwent his god's test. There were even experts who saw him undergo his god's test with their own eyes and said that the god's test that he went through was a mind test. Mind test? Everyone was astonished. Even Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard the word mind test. In the eternal chaotic world, not everyone was qualified to undergo the scariest mind test among the three kinds of God's test. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Duan Lingfeng passed through a mind test. His power definitely would be extremely strong. Unfortunately, he just passed the test not long ago. His divine power has just started to transform to be like a universe god in the third heaven. Hence, I'm afraid he isn't that strong yet either, the universe god continued. Is that so? That's such a pity. Everyone continued to chat for a while until the deck finally quieted down again. When Jian Wushuang heard the people discuss him around him, he remembered the name Duan Lingfeng. The spaceship was moving in ancient star sea at a speed that wasn't too fast nor too slow. 3 years flew past. In the 3 years, Jian Wushuang's troop was rather calm. There wasn't any danger, but merely 2 interruptions by some exotic beasts. On the deck. Wow! 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 There were swift and fierce sword lights. Very soon, the training ended. Brother Wushuang, what do you think about my swordsmanship? In 3 years' time, the strong, honest youth had grown up quite a bit, and he was smiling right before Jian Wushuang. Not too shabby. If your foundation of swordsmanship were to be improved, that'd be great. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. In the 3 years, he had got along with the rest of the troop quite well, especially the youth before him, Luo Hai. At the beginning, Luo Hai was practicing swordsmanship alone on the deck, while Jian Wushuang watched by the side. But when Luo Hai finished practicing, he commented casually. Luo Hai was extremely delighted with his advice. Ever since, Luo Hai had always looked to him for pointers. Luo Hai, your brother Duan is a universe god in the third heaven. You have been by his side all the time. Why didn't you practice with a saber, only a sword? Jian Wushuang asked. Ever since I was born, my sister and I are always with Brother Duan. But Brother Duan never taught me how to use a saber, and I don't like sabers. I prefer swords. I must become a swordsman that travel the universe in the future, just like my father, Luo Hai said. Oh, your father uses swords too? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows as he smiled. Just then, shriek. There was a sharp shrill. On the spaceship, those who were originally chatting casually or cultivating were suddenly shaken. Their gazes were cast to the source of the shrill. They saw a sea of purple torrents surging towards the spaceship at an unusually swift speed. There were sharp shrills among the purple surging torrent. That is, it's a purple martin. So many purple martins. Quick, turn the direction of the spaceship. Raging voices were heard across the spaceship. Purple martins were one of the scariest pack exotic beasts in ancient Star Sea. Purple martins had always been hostile to human cultivators. They killed each and every human cultivator without mercy every time they saw one. Then, there was a pack of purple martins before them. No way, it's too late. The one who controlled the spaceship was the leader of the troop. The elderly man in a green robe, his face grew grave. He wanted to change the direction of the spaceship as fast as possible, but he still couldn't change it in time. Chapter 1345. A fierce battle full with swords and blood. Chapter 1345. A fierce battle full with swords and blood. Booming. The purple flood immediately submerged the spaceship, making resounding noises. Numerous purple martins were hitting the barrier of the spaceship. The barrier almost was shaking and almost crashed. Damn it! Yushan shouted. All the universe gods of the second heaven should take actions to find the leader of those purple martins and kill it. Then he rushed out of the barrier. Many universe gods of the second heaven didn't hesitate and followed him immediately. Luoyu, Luohai, go into the cabin. After telling them to hide from danger, Duan Lingfeng got into the battle. Luoyu and Luohai entered into the cabin for shelter. Bang! A fierce battle began out of the spaceship. 3 universe gods in the third heaven and almost 20 universe gods in the second heaven fought together, violently against the purple martins. The heavens roared. But soon, bang! Flashes of purple light burst out, breaking the 3 heads of the universe gods in the third heaven apart. What? Damn it! And those fighters soon found 5 much larger purple martins rising from the purple flood. Those purple martins each had 3 golden lines on their backs. 5 3-lined purple martins? Yushan was shocked. The more powerful the purple martins were, the more lines they had on their backs. 1-lined purple martins were as powerful as universe gods in the first heaven. 2-lined purple martins were as powerful as universe gods in the second heaven. 3-lined purple martins were as powerful as universe gods in the third heaven. 5 3-lined purple martins were able to contain 5 universe gods in the third heaven. Apart from that, there were 10 2-lined purple martins and numerous 3-lined purple martins. Boom! Those purple martins popped up. 20 universe gods were far less powerful than much a powerful group of purple martins. After just a moment, the barrier of the spaceship crashed. And all universe gods in the first heaven were confronted with the rising threat. Watch out! Come on! In the sounds of screaming and shouting, all universe gods in the first heaven, including Jian Wushuang, carried their weapons and started to fight against the purple martins. Jian Wushuang, with his eyes full of anger, beat a purple martin with his blood mountain sword. The purple martin had intended to kill Jian Wushuang, but as Jian Wushuang waved his sword toward it, it soon lost consciousness. It was torn apart. But Jian Wushuang didn't stop. He waved his sword toward other purple martins. Another 2 purple martins died. Jian Wushuang killed 3 purple martins altogether. But it didn't have much of an effect on the large group of purple martins. At this time, bang! A roar came from the spaceship cabin. Almost 10 purple martins rushed toward it. Other universe gods didn't pay much attention to it. But Duan Lingfeng felt alarmed. Oh no! His face distorted, and he rushed to the cabin like crazy, but he couldn't arrive in time. He saw that Luoyu and Luohai were scared. As many as 10 purple martins rushed to Luoyu and Luohai. No universe gods could help them. At this moment, Jian Wushuang waved his sword to the spaceship, swiftly like autumn wind and leaving no trace. Fizz, 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 fizz. All purple martins around Luoyu and Luohai stopped rushing and fell down. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang flew to Luohai and Luoyu. Brother Wushuang! Luohai got excited when he saw Jian Wushuang. Stay with me, don't move around, okay? Jian Wushuang told them. They nodded vehemently. Duan Lingfeng rushed to the spaceship and finally felt relieved after he saw Luoyu and Luohai were safe. Then he turned around and looked at 5 large 3-lined purple martins. He felt furious. Luoyu and Luohai almost died because of these monsters. Duan Lingfeng clenched his hands and felt a strong desire to kill those 3-lined purple martins. Go to hell. A flash of blood-red light burst out from Duan Lingfeng. His figure appeared in front of a 3-lined purple martin. Then he waved his sword. Bang! A blood-red sword light flashed. Silently, and suddenly, the boundless battlefield went silent, without any sound. Is that it? Yushan and other universe gods turned around and looked at Duan Lingfeng. What? Jin Wushuang was also attracted to the sword light. That sword light turned everything into silence. Yushan and other universe gods' jaws dropped. Jin Wushuang was also shocked. Everything in the heavens came to a standstill. Swoosh! The blood-red light stabbed into the three-lined purple marten. The three-lined purple marten, which was as powerful as universe gods in the third heaven, could hardly resist and died under the attack of Duan Lingfeng. And Duan Lingfeng strode forward to the second three-lined purple marten. Bang! Another flash of blood-red sword light appeared. And it was still silent. Swoosh! 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 Just like this, once Duan Lingfeng strode and waved his sword, he could kill a three-lined purple marten. Soon he had killed all the three-lined purple martens. 5 waves of his sword, 5 three-lined purple martens killed. All the human cultivators couldn't believe that. Those 2-lined purple martens and 3-lined purple martens roared crazily. They felt scared that their 5 leaders were all killed. They disappeared immediately from the huge purple flood. Chapter 1346, The Real Genius. Chapter 1346, The Real Genius. The purple martens fled and the crisis was over. On the spaceship, everyone was still in a shock and had yet to come back to reality. They were all astonished by Duan Lingfeng's 5 incredible strokes. The 5 strokes were too terrifying. Jin Wushuang, you have come across a real genius, King of Venomous Worms said in Jin Wushuang's head. A real genius? Duan Lingfeng? Jin Wushuang stunned. It's him, King of Venomous Worms sounded rather serious. If I didn't sense it wrongly, Dean Lingfeng should be quite badly injured. To be more accurate, he was poisoned, and that caused him to be unable to give full play to his power. Otherwise, he could have killed the 5 3-marked purple martens long ago. Badly injured? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was badly injured, power severely hindered, but he still could kill 5 3-marked purple marten in an instant? Don't find it strange. Duan Lingfeng is really impressive. If he wasn't badly injured, if he didn't just pass through God's test and his divine power wasn't just starting to transform, forget about the 5 3-marked purple marten. Even in the entire eternal chaotic world, he could definitely be unrivaled among the countless peak universe gods in the third heaven. He has such ability, King of Venomous Worms said. In the eternal chaotic world, among countless peak universe god in the third heaven, he could be unrivaled? Jin Wushuang was astonished. He is a real genius. Even in the vast expanse of the eternal chaotic world, he's the top super genius. He is totally different from those geniuses you met in Snow Dojo, Snow Kingdom. Those geniuses would only be qualified to carry his shoes for him, King of Venomous Worms said. Of course, although Duan Lingfeng is the real genius, you're not that much weaker than him. Jin Wushuang heard that, and there was a surge of emotions. King of Venomous Worms was experienced and knowledgeable. For him to give such high compliments Duan Lingfeng must be really impressive. Before everyone's shocked gaze, Duan Lingfeng retrieved his saber and came to the spaceship. He came before Luo Yu and Luo Hai. Yu Hai, are you okay? Duan Lingfeng asked. We're okay. Luo Yu shook her head. It's Brother Wushuang that saved us, Luo Hai immediately added. Duan Lingfeng looked at Jin Wushuang. Thank you, Duan Lingfeng expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. What's more, if it wasn't for you killing the 5 3-marked purple martens, I'm afraid no one in our troop could have escaped. It should be us who thank you, Jin Wushuang smiled. Duan Lingfeng nodded faintly, but didn't say anything else. The universe gods on the spaceship finally came back to reality and slowly recovered. Their troop lost quite a few universe gods in the fight earlier, and there were many that were injured. Besides, the surrounding setup on the spaceship was broken. Yushan had to repair it. When the recovery work was almost done, the spaceship continued its journey. In the corner of the spaceship, Jin Wushuang lay alone. Swoosh! A wine pot was thrown directly at Jian Wushuang, and he caught it with ease. "Let's have a drink together." Duan Lingfeng took a seat. He had a wine pot in his hand too. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows, but he didn't refuse. "Luckily you saved you and high in time today. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to see Brother Luo Yin," Duan Lingfeng said coldly. "Brother Luo Yin?" Jian Wushuang was confused. "Brother Luo Yin is their father. He's my best friend," Duan Lingfeng said. "Not long ago when I was undergoing my god's test in the third heaven, my enemy suddenly came to look for me. Brother Luo Yin fought alone against 3 universe god in the third heaven, fully aware that he wasn't their match, in order to stop them from bothering me. In the end, I passed my god's test, but Brother Luo Yin died in my enemy's hand. It can be said that I owe Brother Luo Yin my life." Jian Wushuang heard and secretly admired Brother Luo Yin in the story. He knew that he wasn't the enemy's match, but in order to not let them bother his best friend's god test, he blocked the 3 universe gods in the third heaven forcefully until he sacrificed himself. The friendship ran really deep. "Before Brother Luo Yin died, he told me to send you and Hai back to his hometown, Imperial World. I must send them back to his hometown regardless of my life. But now," Duan Lingfeng shook his head as he blamed himself. "If it wasn't because of Jian Wushuang, Luo Yu and Luo Hai might really be dead. If I'm not mistaken, you should be quite heavily injured, huh?" Jian Wushuang asked. "You can tell?" Duan Lingfeng looked surprised. "You must be quite badly injured, and it is affecting your fighting power. Otherwise, you could have killed the few 3-marked purple martens right at the beginning," Jian Wushuang said. "True," Duan Lingfeng nodded. "I am poisoned by my enemy, and I can't use too much of my power. I killed the few 3-marked purple martens at the risk of poison spreading to my heart." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang was shocked and said, "What kind of poison is that? I might have a way to cure it for you." Speaking of antidotes, Jian Wushuang was an expert on them. "It's okay," Duan Lingfeng shook his head. "I have kept the poison under control. Give me some time. In less than 100 years, I will be able to clear the poison." "If so, why didn't you clear the poison first before you come to Ancient Star Sea?" Jian Wushuang was confused. Ancient Star Sea, just how dangerous was it? He had yet to recover to his peak, and he had brought 2 universe masters to Ancient Star Sea. "Isn't this too risky?" "I have no choice because my enemy is coming after me. I have to leave immediately," Duan Lingfeng said. "Oh, I see," Jian Wushuang understood. Jian Wushuang. Duan Lingfeng suddenly looked over, as he also knew Jian Wushuang's name. "I saw you killing 10 over purple martens with one stroke. You are quite strong," Duan Lingfeng said. "I'm not up to your par," Jian Wushuang smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason why you want to go through the Ancient Star Sea is to head to the legendary 10 cultivation sanctuaries, right?" Duan Lingfeng asked. "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded. "The 10 cultivation sanctuaries." There was a spark that appeared in Duan Lingfeng's eyes. "The legend says that there are countless geniuses and experts. It's a pity that I still have tasks on hand. Otherwise, I'd go there too. I'd like to see what sort of monsters there are in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries." Chapter 1347. A Formidable Enemy. Chapter 1347. A Formidable Enemy. Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang talked for a long time in the spaceship. Jian Wushuang felt happy to be exchanging ideas with Duan Lingfeng, a real genius. And it was also a pleasure for Duan Lingfeng to make friends with Jian Wushuang. The spaceship kept traveling through the Ancient Star Sea. The Ancient Star Sea was full of dangers, in which there were beasts much more scary and violent than the purple martens Jian Wushuang's team had met. But the team was powerful enough, especially with the top talent, Duan Lingfeng, to tackle any problems or dangers. The 40 years passed quickly. Jian Wushuang's team finally arrived at the verge of the Ancient Star Sea. "We are already at the verge of the Ancient Star Sea. I guess we can leave here within 1 month. Finally, I have been feeling nervous along the way." "We are all terrified." We couldn't survive without Duan Lingfeng being here. Everyone was talking happily. After all, they thought they could got free of the anxiety and fear that they had been feeling all day and all night in the past 40 years. However, they didn't realize that at the peak of the mountain that they were heading for, a black-robed man felt them coming and opened his eyes. The black-robed man said, "I feel a calling, a very strong calling. Who is giving me that calling?" The black-robed man stood up and looked around. He looked in the direction from which the spaceship came and went into ecstasy. "It's my prey, a very delicious prey for which I have a crazily strong desire. I could have a feast today." Then the black-robed man transformed into a spirit and flew toward the spaceship. "Come on, my prey. I am coming." And passengers in the spaceship had no idea of what was happening. Jian Wushuang was sitting on the deck of the spaceship with a flagon beside him, watching a young talent practicing swordsmanship. The young talent was Luo Hai, who had grown up. Within 40 years, the gifted Luo Hai had improved his swordsmanship a lot by studying in the ancient Star Sea and also with the help of elixirs given to him by Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Shoo! Luo Hai waved his sword, producing a dazzling light. Soon Luo Hai stopped his exercises and the light disappeared. "Brother Wushuang, what do you think of the swordsmanship I have created?" Luo Hai asked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said, "Not bad. As you have already created your own sword principle, you can develop your swordsmanship based on it so that you can unleash the potential power of your sword principle." "Thank you, Brother Wushuang. Can I follow you as your disciple? I have really improved a lot with your help." "My disciple?" Luo Yu and Duan Lingfeng also looked at them. Jian Wushuang shook his head, smiling. "I am not qualified, actually." Luo Hai was a little disappointed, but he didn't continue the conversation. Bang! Suddenly, a very strong consciousness attack hit everyone in the spaceship. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng frowned. Other universe gods also felt alarmed and looked in the direction of the attack. Shoo! A black-robed man appeared at the front of the deck and intercepted the spaceship. Everyone in the crowd was now looking at the man through the barrier. "Only a man? He comes here alone intending to intercept us? He seems to be powerful." Everyone in the crowd was discussing it. The team leader in the spaceship, Yushan, asked politely, "Is there anything that we could help you with?" Yushan felt that the man was at least at the level of universe gods in the third heaven. Haha. The black-robed man didn't pay much attention to Yushan but stared at only one man on the spaceship while wearing a cunning and vicious smile. He was looking at Jian Wushuang. "You are my prey now," the black-robed man murmured, licking his lips. He was extremely excited. His face turned red and his eyes were full of craziness. "What wonderful prey you are. That blood of his smells so good." The black-robed man's voice was heard by members on the spaceship. They frowned, feeling the coming danger. Jian Wushuang was also alarmed. He had already felt the craziness in the man's eyes. Obviously, the black-robed man was coming for him. King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang, "You are in danger now. I think that man is from the Sky-Devouring clan." Sky-Devouring clan? Jian Wushuang was reminded immediately of two Sky-Devouring clan descendants he met in his hometown of the Green Fire World. The patriarch of Empyrean glory and his son Emperor Yin. He had heard from King of Venomous Worms about the Sky-Devouring clan. Chapter 1348, Duan Lingfeng's Choice. Chapter 1348, Duan Lingfeng's Choice. Sky-Devouring clan. It's one of the top clans in Eternal Chaotic World. They feed on exotic beasts' blood. They are overbearing with almost no natural enemy. Plus, a pure Sky-Devouring clan is born with natural senses towards certain blood lineages. I reckon the Sky Devourer before you could sense your ancient god blood flowing in you. That's why he rushed over. The royal ancient god blood is extremely attractive for the Sky-Devouring clan. Hence, he wants to kill you now and consume your ancient god blood. King of Venomous Worms said in a serious voice. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and he saw madness and greed in the eyes of the man in black robe. On the spaceship, Yushan saw that the man in the black robe didn't respond for so long. He bellowed, "Mister, if you do not move aside, please do not blame me for not being polite." Impolite? I'd like to see how impolite you can be. The man in the black robe laughed maliciously. At the same time, there was a terrifying power erupting from his body. The strong aura exceeded the scope of an ordinary universe god in the third heaven. It was almost at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven. Peak universe god in the third heaven? Every cultivator on the spaceship gasped simultaneously. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. In the ranking of universe gods, every level makes a huge difference. An ordinary universe god in the third heaven and a peak universe god in the third heaven was two entirely different concepts. Plus, the man in the black robe before him was a member of the Sky-Devouring clan. With the power of his blood lineage, he was definitely a scary one among peak universe god in the third heaven. Jian Wushuang reckoned that the man in black robe was much scarier compared to the universe god in the third heaven from Snow Dojo, Qinfeng. Although there was some difference, it wouldn't be too far off. Such an expert, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be able to deal with in his current state. Even though they were in this troop, even though there was an expert like Duan Lingfeng, they might not be able to win against an expert at such level. Human cultivator. The man in the black robe smiled maliciously and his voice spread. I am only interested in one of you. Hand over that person to me, and the rest of you can leave. He only wants one person. He's not interested in us. Would one of us be his enemy? He chased us all the way here. It stirred a commotion on the spaceship. Yushan took a deep breath and asked, I wonder who you're looking for. It's him. The man in black robe pointed from afar. Everyone looked at the direction the man in black robe was pointing at and saw Jian Wushuang. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him? The universe god in the third heaven came for him. The universe gods looked at Jian Wushuang under a different light. Brother Wushuang, Luo Hai and Luo Yu looked worried. As the leader of the troop, Yushan looked at Jian Wushuang for a very long time until he said in a cold voice, Jian Wushuang, I'm sorry, please leave the spaceship. Everyone's gaze turned cold. At such a crucial moment, everyone seemed to have made a decision. Give him Jian Wushuang. Fickleness of human nature. Jian Wushuang saw and laughed at himself, but wasn't surprised. In the eternal chaotic world, it was extremely cruel and cold. Previously, when Jian Wushuang revealed his decent fighting power, the troop of universe gods accepted him delightedly. However, when a strong enemy came and made clear that he wanted Jian Wushuang, the universe gods gave him up without hesitation in order to protect themselves. After all, they didn't build any relationship with Jian Wushuang. They were merely a troop that was temporarily formed in order to pass through ancient Star Sea. It was only normal that the universe gods wasn't willing to risk their lives to save Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to blame them. Then, Jian Wushuang slowly walked towards the exit of the spaceship. Just as he walked, he quickly communicated with the King of Venomous Worms. King of Venomous Worms, you told me previously that there were many kinds in Sky-Devouring clan. Patriarch of Empyrean Glory who I met back then was a Sky-Devourer bat. Chapter 1147, Going All Out. Chapter 1147, Going All Out. Let's go all out, Tianhuan King and Golden Rock King said while nodding solemnly. I'll go first, and you two will make sneak attacks against him once you get a chance. With these words, Tianying King rushed rapidly forward like a fleeting phantom. As he moved forward, he somehow split into 10 Tianying Kings. Jian Wushuang immediately opened his scarlet eye and used his strength of soul to detect these 10 Tianying Kings. The next moment, his countenance became grim, as he exclaimed in his heart, What? They're real bodies instead of illusionary ones? His scarlet eye secret skill enabled him to tell illusionary things from real ones, but he failed to find any defect in the 10 Tianying Kings. That meant all of them were the universe master's real bodies. Each of the 10 Tianying kings held a long black whip in hand, which looked like a big python. They surrounded Jian Wushuang and then attacked him simultaneously. Swoosh! 10 black long whips were flung toward him at the same time. They looked like 10 big flying pythons, rushing toward him and planning to wrap themselves around him. Soon enough, they besieged Jian Wushuang. He saw them blot out the sky and cover up the earth in an instant, leaving no gap for him to escape. What an amazing technique! Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart. Tianying King might not be able to compete with Golden Rock King in terms of battle strength, but he was clearly much faster and nimbler than the latter. He was particularly adept at trapping his opponent. Even a universe master could hardly escape from his grasp. However, the fact that a universe master was unable to get rid of those whips did not necessarily mean that Jian Wushuang could not do that. Go, Blaze Quicksand! Jian Wushuang growled and released his Blaze Quicksand. In a split second, a violent storm of sand and green flames arose and expanded, tearing the black, big pythons into pieces. After smashing the big pythons to pieces, the Blaze Quicksand rushed toward the 10 Tianying kings. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. The next moment, one of the 10 Tianying kings gave a grunt and ran toward Golden Rock King and Tianhuan King in panic, as the other 9 kings suddenly dispersed. Fuck, what treasure does he have? Tianying King blurted out while keeping a straight face and staring at the Blaze Quicksand around Jian Wushuang. It must be a treasure which can summon some kind of realm, Golden Rock King said with a frown. Tianhuan King, I'll use my blood-deadly longbow to distract him, and you can use your killing move to finish him off once you get a chance. Got it, Tianhuan King nodded solemnly and said. Golden Rock King snorted with contempt and then summoned a fierce-looking red longbow. It stood as tall as an adult and looked very aggressive. What's that? Jian Wushuang's face slightly changed, as the red longbow's aura seemed quite dangerous. Jian Wushuang, I think that longbow is a blood-deadly longbow. It's a chaos magic treasure, and its fame has spread far and wide in the eternal chaotic world. The most powerful people in that world, who recruited experts for their armies, would only equip their most elite soldiers with such longbows. It's a powerful weapon. Be careful, said Gu King. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang stepped up his vigilance, his pupils constricted. In the meantime, Golden Rock King put one foot back on the void and then shifted his weight to this back leg. He channeled nearly all his powers into his arms, but was only able to slightly pull back the string of the bow. What? Gu King could not help scoffing at the Universe Master, while thinking, is that all he can do? He only managed to slightly draw the string back. It seems that his powers aren't enough to fully activate this blood-deadly longbow. The next moment, Golden Rock King released the string. Shoo! A flowing red light instantly pierced through the void and flew toward Jian Wushuang. Even though Golden Rock King was unable to bring the longbow's powers into full play, the flowing red light it shot out still looked extremely aggressive and ferocious. More importantly, it was amazingly fast. It seemed to have approached Jian Wushuang in a split second. Chapter 1349, Amazing Duanling Feng. Chapter 1349, Amazing Duanling Feng. The vicious man in a black robe had obviously underestimated how powerful Duan Lingfeng was. Shoo! Duan Lingfeng waved his sword, cutting half of the palm of the black-robed man. Then Duan Lingfeng continued his attack, intending to cut the man's head. Damn it! The black-robed man quickly jumped away and avoided another attack after his palm was cut. He looked at his wounded palm and frowned. And Duan Lingfeng held his sword and stood in the heavens. Idiot! Duan Lingfeng, you would die now if I recovered my full strength. The black-robed man felt nervous when hearing those words. Jian Wushuang was also shocked by Duan Lingfeng's power. Jian Wushuang had heard about Duan Lingfeng's incomparable power. If Duan Lingfeng could recover his full strength and totally unleash his soul power, he would be invincible among the universe gods in the third heaven. Now he had just 60% of his power. But despite that, Duan Ling cut half of a palm of one man from Sky-devouring clan. The black-robed man said, "So, before I eat Jin Wushuang, I had better clear all of the obstacles in the way." He smirked and immediately recovered his palm, leaving no scars at all. Then, after a second of simmering, his power skyrocketed and his figure enlarged and covered Duan Lingfeng. But Duan Lingfeng was indifferent. He strode forward. The seventh skill. Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again. The sword attack was still done briefly and silently. Bang! But Duan Lingfeng was hit by the black-robed man's power, and he had to jump backwards. The black-robed man laughed. "Your skills are just mediocre. Nothing to me." After being attacked, the robed man kept focus and exercised his real power. His 100% power. But Duan Lingfeng was still calm. His eyes sent out an appalling light. "Come on," Duan Lingfeng shouted. The eighth skill. Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again. Another blood sword light. The heavens darkened. Two opponents rushed toward each other. Bang! The heavens blared again. Their figures collided violently with each other, and they both jumped backward. Duan Lingfeng now felt a strong sense of excitement. A feeling of aggressiveness rose within his body. "Not bad," the black-robed man said. "You are better than other universe gods in the third heaven that I have met. So, take my next attack." The ninth skill. Duan Lingfeng shouted resoundingly. Then, within a second, Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again and accumulated an unimaginable power. Another one? The black-robed man was shocked, and he didn't underestimate Duan Lingfeng anymore. He felt that although Duan Lingfeng's breath hadn't recovered, he still had incomparable power. And the last two attacks were more powerful than the previous ones. Shoo! Another bloodlight. The whole heaven was silent. A dead silence. The black-robed man experienced a rising force within his body. His power and figure exploded, and he turned back into his original shape. His original shape looked like a giant gorilla, scary and savage. After turning into his frightful original shape, he rushed to Duan Lingfeng with all of his power. Bang! However, the black-robed man was hit back by the collision with Duan Lingfeng. Now the black-robed man was at a disadvantageous position. But Duan Lingfeng was still standing stably in his original place. Wow! Looking at Duan Lingfeng, Jin Wushuang was impressed and even shocked. King of Venomous Worms said to Jin Wushuang, "I have told you that Duan Lingfeng's power is at a further level than you might imagine." What level? Jin Wushuang didn't understand. But he knew that he himself was still far from that level. Bang! The black-robed man got furious and impatient. His original shape continued to grow, while his power and breath kept rising. He generated an appalling evil spirit, creating an evil storm in the heavens. Jin Wushuang felt more pressure from the black-robed man. The black-robed man is by no means an ordinary sky-devouring clan descendant. His secret skills are also powerful. King of Venomous Worms said, "Although Duan Lingfeng was powerful, he hasn't recovered to his full strength, and the black-robed man now has an edge over him in terms of soul power. Duan Lingfeng is also enduring the poison in his body. Jin Wushuang, you should give him a hand, or he may be defeated." After hearing that, Jin Wushuang asked King of Venomous Worms, "The sky-devouring clan descendants aren't good at consciousness attacks, right?" "Yes. They accumulated power by eating exotic beasts instead of cultivating. As such, they are not so good at consciousness attacks. However, the black-robed man is a peak universe god of the third heaven. Ordinary consciousness attacks are nothing to him. Jin Wushuang, though your soul power is more powerful than your peers at the same level, I don't think it's realistic for you to attack the black-robed man with a soul attack." Chapter 1350. Exterminate. Chapter 1350. Exterminate. Unrealistic? Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. "I never expected to kill him with my soul attack. I only wanted to catch him by surprise in order to create an opportunity for Duan Lingfeng. This is unrealistic? Create an opportunity? King of Venomous King was shocked. If it was merely to create an opportunity, it might work. If so, I shall give it a try. I happen to have yet to put the secret skill of Tian Yuan to play. Today, let's try the power of the secret skill on this Sky Devourer. However, with my current soul power, I can only pull off the secret skill of Tian Yuan once. If I were to create an opportunity for Duan Lingfeng with the secret skill, I could only run for my life after he was killed or severely injured. In other words, I only have one chance. Jian Wushuang held his fists tight as his gaze grew solemn. Then Jian Wushuang sent a message to Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng, I will create an opportunity for you. It will be rather short, and it will pass almost instantly. You must grab this opportunity. Jian Wushuang sent a short message. Duan Lingfeng received the message as he was fighting against the man in the black robe. He looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang was just a universe god in the first heaven after all. He was able to create an opportunity for him. Jian Wushuang didn't explain further, but started taking various measures. Vroom. A terrifying crimson flame erupted from Jian Wushuang. The crimson flame formed a huge fire sea and filled the entire universe. Jian Wushuang was right at the core of the fire sea, as though he was the king in the fire sea. The secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom was performed straight away. At the same time, the power of stars within his body was triggered entirely. If Scarlet Kingdom could merely increase the speed of Jian Wushuang's attack, then the secret skill of Star, as the scariest and the most fundamental secret skill for Lineage of Star, not only can the secret skill of Stars increase Jian Wushuang's power by tenfold in a short period of time, it could even enhance his soul attack by tenfold. Vroom vroom vroom. Jian Wushuang's soul power was burning insanely with an enormous amount of soul power surging. His eyes turned cold as he stared at the two of them who were fighting before him. The very next moment, his body suddenly charged forward. The man in the black robe revealed his terrifying fighting power, and he was fighting against Duan Lingfeng face-to-face ferociously. During the fight, the man in the black robe had been keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang at the same time. After all, his target, his prey was Jian Wushuang. He naturally couldn't let Jian Wushuang run away. When Jian Wushuang charged forward, the man in the black robe noticed at the very moment. Asking for it, the man in the black robe immediately turned and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked cold, but there was an absolute calmness in his faint gold eyes. Blood Mountain sword was in his hand when the man in the black robe turned to charge at him. Jian Wushuang wielded the sword subconsciously. He looked like he wielded the sword, and he really did swing out sword light. But in actual fact, it was just a cover-up to mislead his opponent. The true move lay in the soul power that Jian Wushuang transferred, with which he performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan. The first level of secret skill of Tian Yuan, inextinguishable light. Swoosh! A bunch of light that was transformed solely by soul power and was sent out in silence. Under the cover of the sword light, no one noticed. Everyone on the scene, regardless if it was the man in the black robe, Duan Lingfeng, or even the universe gods on the spaceship afar, no one noticed the existence of the light bunch. The light bunch was hidden among the sword light and charged towards the body of the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe glared at Jian Wushuang with madness. When he saw the sword light that Jian Wushuang sent out, he looked at it in disdain. It is futile. Along with the loud thud and soaring fierceness, the man in the black robe laughed maliciously. He held his fist and smashed it over ferociously. Hong! The sword light that Jian Wushuang swung out shattered while part of the impact of the terrifying power from the punch landed on Jian Wushuang's body. Poof! Jian Wushuang immediately spat a mouthful of blood. His face grew pale in that instant. However, it was merely part of the power. So, it was sufficient to kill him. Luckily, I am only affected by parts of the power. If I were to take a punch directly, even though my divine body was strong, I wouldn't be able to take it. I would definitely die. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he glared at the man in black robe. If I am severely injured, don't you think you'll be okay? Jian Wushuang saw the inextinguishable light immersing in the man in the black robe's body under the concealment of his sword light. The man in black robe didn't notice the soul attack previously. When the inextinguishable light entered his body, he finally reacted. The man in black robe contracted his pupils. After the light bunch entered his body, it suddenly formed a huge soul thorn and attacked his consciousness. Although he was a peak universe god in third heaven, the strength of consciousness was merely at the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Plus, he wasn't under any prevention. The soul attack with the secret skill of stars and Tian Yuan that Jian Wushuang performed gave him a direct hit. Suddenly, the man in the black robe groaned in pain, and he sounded hysterical. His eyes were bloodshot red as he hugged his head and shook insanely. Looking at the sight, Jian Wushuang quickly shouted, "Duan Lingfeng, right now. Do it now." Behind the man in the black robe, Duan Lingfeng acted swiftly when he noticed the transformation. He seized the opportunity and took action. The 10th. Another crimson blade light descended. In the dark universe, there was only the crimson blade light that lit up the world. Everyone was uncontrollably attracted to the crimson blade light. The 10th. When Duan Lingfeng was fighting with the man in the black robe earlier, he had only played till the 9th. Then, the 10th was Duan Lingfeng's real strongest stroke. That stroke shocked Jian Wushuang entirely. The blade light appeared behind the man in the black robe like lightning. The man in the black robe noticed the light, and he forcefully resisted the pain his consciousness was feeling and wanted to block the attack. However, under the sharp pain in his consciousness, it was extremely tough for him to manipulate his divine power. He could barely lift his head, but in the end, the blade light swept past his palm brutally and over his neck. His head flew off just like that. Chapter 1351. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng left. Chapter 1351. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng left. His head was cut off by Jian Wushuang. The black-robed man stopped breathing. He died with his eyes still wide open and a shocked look. When he died, he was still in shock from the fact that he was killed by a universe god in the first heaven, and one who he would have been his prey. But now the black-robed man was dead. Boom! He fell downward. Finally, Jian Wushuang was relieved. Now I don't have to escape anymore, Jian Wushuang thought, thanks to the secret skill of Tian Yuan I got from the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. This secret skill is much more powerful than I had imagined. Jian Wushuang was excited after practicing the secret skill for the first time. But King of Venomous Worms said, "The deeper cause is that the man from the Sky-Devouring clan has a consciousness at the same level as a universe god in the third heaven. You already have the same soul power as a universe god in the third heaven. So combing the secret skill of Tian Yuan and the secret skills of Star Palace, you can pose a threat to a high-level universe god in the third heaven." Also, he was not very well prepared. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang had wrist injuries and exercised the secret skill of Tian Yuan, and he had succeeded. Jian Wushuang. Duan Lingfeng came to him and said, "Are you okay?" "Fine." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Thank you for your help just now." He was grateful. Duan Lingfeng had indeed played an important role in the battle with the black-robed man. Without Duan Lingfeng distracting the black-robed man, Jian Wushuang could exercise any skill to kill him. "Did you use a consciousness attack just now?" Duan Lingfeng asked Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "You killed a universe god in the third heaven with only the consciousness attack?" "No, I combined other skills. And by the way, the black-robed man didn't have a strong consciousness." Jian Wushuang answered. Duan Lingfeng felt that Jian Wushuang was avoiding telling the whole truth. He looked at him but didn't mention anything else. At that time, the spaceship was moving toward Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. "Master Duan and Brother Jian." Yushan smiled to them. Yushan witnessed the whole battle. He knew how powerful Duan Lingfeng was. So he had to show his respect by calling Duan Lingfeng master. Jin Wushuang didn't show his full power, but he cooperated well with Duan Lingfeng and created good opportunities for killing the black-robed man. Humph! Duan Ling showed his hatred towards those who chose to hide in the spaceship. Yushan and other universe gods in the spaceship felt embarrassed. Jin Wushuang said, "Forgive them. They have no choice as they are not powerful enough." Yushan said, "Yes, master. No one could contain that black-robed man except you. So we had to." Jin Wushuang interrupted him at that moment and spoke to Duan Lingfeng. "I also have a spaceship not far from here. How about leaving the team and going together with me?" "Okay." Duan Lingfeng didn't hesitate, and he asked Luo Yu and Luo Hai to come with him. Luo Yu and Luo Hai followed Duan Lingfeng with hesitation. Other universe gods in the spaceship were surprised, but they didn't stop Jin Wushuang. If they had been at the center of the ancient Star Sea, they would beg Duan Lingfeng to stay because they needed his help to fight against danger. But now, they didn't have to do so as they would leave the ancient Star Sea within 1 month. Jin Wushuang waved his hands and summoned his spaceship. He got on board the spaceship with Duan Lingfeng, Luo Yu, and Luo Hai. Then, they left. "Humph, can't we survive without them?" Someone from Yushan's team said. "How arrogant they are. They believe that we would beg? Ridiculous." The universe gods had a heated discussion after Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng left. They didn't worry about their safety without them. "Let's go by ourselves," Yushan said, leading the team to depart again. But at that moment, boom! With a resounding noise, a herd of exotic beasts flooded onto Yushan's spaceship. They were giant, colorful bats with sharp claws. They flew very fast, soon surrounding the whole spaceship. Damn it! Everyone was scared. And in an instant, the barrier of the spaceship was broken. A ferocious slaughter began. "Oh no! Oh my God! Damn it!" The universe gods screamed, asking Duan Lingfeng to give them a hand. However, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had already gone far away. Chapter 1352, Arrival. Chapter 1352, Arrival. 1 month later. Finally, on the spaceship, Jin Wushuang was rather delighted. In the ancient Star Sea, there was danger everywhere. Even if it was just him in the ancient Star Sea, he would be on high alert at all times. Now that the spaceship had left the ancient Star Sea region entirely, Jin Wushuang was finally relaxed. "Jin Wushuang, you want to head to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, and I have to send you and Hai to their hometown. We shall part ways in the world before us," Duan Lingfeng said. "All right," Jin Wushuang nodded. After the journey in ancient Star Sea, especially when they joined forces to kill the expert from Sky Devour clan, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng built a relationship. Jina Wushuang was more than happy to make friends with a real expert like Duan Lingfeng who valued friendship. However, they each had their own agenda. Hence, they naturally had to part ways. Soon, the spaceship arrived in the world. "Duan Lingfeng, I hope we cross path again in the future." Jin Wushuang bid farewell to the other three. "Wait, till I send you and Hai back to their hometown. I will wander around the 10 cultivation sanctuaries too. By then, we might meet again." Duan Lingfeng said, "I'd like it if when I see you, you're already a universe god in the 3rd heaven." "Haha, I will try," Jin Wushuang laughed. "Brother Wushuang, goodbye." Luo Yu and Luo Hai bid farewell to Jin Wushuang and left. In the boundless darkness of the void, a spaceship slowly traveled. "Jin Wushuang, as you pass through ancient Star Sea, the following route is comparatively safe. However, the journey is long." King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard. "Your current location to the nearest sanctuaries would require 1,000 years under the condition that there is no interruption. Besides, during the last part of the route, there is the boundless void that I was telling you about. The boundless void is where massacres happen widely. Many experts and geniuses who want to head to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries lost their lives when they were passing through the boundless void. Hence, you have to be extremely careful when you're there. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Let's go. Jian Wushuang continued his journey. In the following time, Jian Wushuang passed as he hurried through his journey and cultivated. During the process, luckily King of Venomous Worms always took the form of a human and kept Jian Wushuang company. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't find it too boring. On the way, he didn't come across too much of an incident. In the journey of his passing by all the kingdoms and worlds, it was rather smooth until he reached the boundless void. The boundless void was right next to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Due to its geological location, the massacre was insane and the robbery was even more rampant. Jian Wushuang knew about how dangerous the boundless void was. Hence, when he entered the range of boundless void, he had been rather careful. Even so, when he passed through the boundless void, he came across two huge dangers, and both threatened his life. During the first time, he happened to run into a final battle between two gangs of robbers. One party was defeated while the other winning party started a massacre. All cultivators in the region were affected, and the same went for Jian Wushuang. He was surrounded by over 100 universe gods. He could only pull the secret skill of dragon blood and made a narrow escape. As for the second time, he ran into a madman who was cultivating in the boundless void. The madman was a universe god in the third heaven. Not only was he strong, but he also loved killing. He wandered around the boundless void and killed whatever cultivator that he met, regardless if the person offended him or not. Jian Wushuang met the madman, and the madman took action immediately. Jian Wushuang couldn't resist at all, and it was even difficult for him to run away. In the end, Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan under duress. It led to severe injuries of the madman by catching him by surprise. It also shocked the madman. The madman was worried that Jian Wushuang could still perform another similar consciousness attack. Hence, he didn't continue to pester Jian Wushuang. That's why Jian Wushuang got his life back. Besides those two times, the other encounters were well within Jian Wushuang's means. Just when Jian Wushuang passed through the boundless void, it was already 1,100 years later. 1,100 years was nothing to a universe god. However, it was actually lengthy for Jian Wushuang. It was the first time he had hurried a journey for such a long time. In the dark void, Jian Wushuang, it's one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, East Royal Sanctuary, King of Venomous Worms said. We're finally here? Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy, and he looked at a huge land at the end of his sight. It was also a huge land floating in the dark void. But as one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the East Royal Sanctuary was bigger than the ordinary world by a few folds, let alone the experts on the land. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries were the experts' paradise. Very soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in the East Royal Sanctuary. The moment Jian Wushuang laid his feet on the East Royal Sanctuary, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with the soul power of the universe. As it was a cultivation sanctuary, it naturally possessed cultivation conditions to which no other places could compare. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, regardless of if it was for cultivation or comprehension, the speed would definitely be a few times faster. No wonder so many geniuses and experts would take the risk to come to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. No other places could compare favorably with the cultivation conditions here, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, don't be too happy just yet. You're at the East Royal Sanctuary, which is one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, but not Purple Moon sanctuaries where the lineage of Star is at, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. During the lengthy period of time where he was rushing his journey, he heard from King of Venomous Worms about the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. He also knew that the lineage of Star was within the Purple Moon Sanctuary. It's the overlord in power in Purple Moon Sanctuary. And the East Royal Sanctuary was quite far from the Purple Moon Sanctuary. To go to the Purple Moon Sanctuary from the East Royal Sanctuary, there are two ways. One is to take a wormhole that connects the two sanctuaries. However, that level of wormhole costs a huge price even to take just one ride. It isn't something you can afford. As for another way, it'd really need you to rush the journey on your own. Forget about the even longer journey from Snow Dojo to the East Royal Sanctuary. The danger during this journey is even bigger. King of Venomous Worms said. Chapter 1353, Sending a Message. Chapter 1353, Sending a Message. It takes longer and brings more risks? Jian Wushuang frowned. It seems like it will be impossible for me to go to the Purple Moon Sanctuary. King of Venomous Worms smiled. Don't be upset. You are unable to go alone there, but you could turn to talents from the lineage of Star for help and ask them to take you there. Ask them for help? Exactly. Don't forget that you are not only a disciple of the lineage of Star, but also enjoy a high status as you belong to Star Palace. Send them a message and they will take you there. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Now that we are in the East Royal Sanctuary, it will be much easier for us to go to the Purple Moon Sanctuary. As far as I know, there is a famous community called Vientiane Tower. King of Venomous Worms said. He continued, any resources are available in the Vientiane Tower, and its power stretches to any corner of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. There are all kinds of businesses in the tower, intelligence vendors, traders of treasures, and even killers for hire. As long as you pay, you can do anything there. So it's easy for you to ask about sending a message. Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, do they dare to kill talents? Of course, talents there fear nothing. Once someone paid a high price for the service of killing a top genius from one of the top 3 tribes in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, which was even more powerful than the lineage of Star. So talents from Vientiane Tower accepted the request and killed that top genius. The tribe leader was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Jian Wushuang felt amazed by the power of the Vientiane Tower. The Vientiane Tower was far above the standard fare. So, let's go to the Vientiane Tower. He entered a nearby town. There was a Vientiane Tower there. Is that the Vientiane Tower? In front of Jian Wushuang was a towering purple castle decorated with a pattern of a large, exotic beast, with its mouth wide open, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the heavens. Jian Wushuang entered into the Vientiane Tower. There were many cultivators there, each of whom was followed by a waiter in a black robe. What a place full of talents! Jian Wushuang was excited. Those talents, as well as their waiters, were all universe gods. Even the waiters are universe gods. Universe gods are really ordinary. Jian Wushuang murmured. After all, the 10 cultivation sanctuaries is the center of the eternal chaotic world and the heaven of countless cultivators. A super powerful universe god in an ordinary universe is just another nobody here. After pausing for a while, King of Venomous Worms continued, many talents are far more powerful than you and they are able to kill you easily. Don't bring trouble to yourself here. Jian Wushuang nodded. At that moment, a deacon in a black robe came to Jian Wushuang. She was a beautiful lady who said smilingly, how can I help you? I want to send a message. To whom? The lady asked. Purple Moon Sanctuary of the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang said. Aha, cross sanctuaries? Okay, follow me. The lady took Jian Wushuang into a secret room. Sir, please write the message into the token and we will send it out. 2 million chaotic crystals. So expensive, Jian Wushuang thought. In the eternal chaotic world, an ordinary universe god in the first heaven was around 50,000 chaotic crystals. The price of a message almost equaled that of a peak universe god in the second heaven. But Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate to pay. He had accumulated many chaotic crystals along the way in the past 1,000 years. But after he paid for the message, he now had only a few left. Within 3 days, we will inform you of the response from the other side. The lady said. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said before going to wait patiently in the secret room. The Vientiane Tower was indeed efficient. 1 day later, the message was sent to a top talent from the lineage of Star. Now in the Purple Moon Sanctuary, at the center of a star river, which was long and wide, full of stars, was located the lineage of Star. An elderly in a white robe entered into a huge palace made of special crystals. "Master," the elderly bowed to a man in a crystal bed. "What's the matter?" the man asked, sitting still. The elderly said, "There is a message from the Vientiane Tower." In the message, a universe god said he belonged to the Star Palace of the lineage of Star, and now he is in the East Royal Sanctuary. He asked us to bring him here. Chapter 1354, Fairies Meeting. Chapter 1354, Fairies Meeting. Disciple from Star Palace. The long-haired, middle-aged man who was like a statue finally opened his eyes. There was a flash of purple light in his eyes, just like a purple gemstone. "There are only a few disciples from Star Palace in the lineage of Star. Since when do we have another one?" The long-haired, middle-aged man spoke with a low voice. He said that he passed through the test passed down from Star Foggy in his hometown. He has yet to become the disciple of Star Palace, the elderly in white robe said. "Star Foggy?" The long-haired, middle-aged man creased his eyebrows. "Would that be the one that the palace master left behind?" Then, the long-haired, middle-aged man replied to his message and asked. Soon, there was an outcome. "I asked the palace master. He did leave it in Star Foggy, and he felt it was not long ago that there was someone who passed the test. It should be this universe god." "Oh yeah. What's the young man's name? Which level is he in?" the long-haired, middle-aged man asked. "His name is Jian Wushuang. He is a universe god in the first heaven now, and the message he sent showed that he was on the other side of ancient Star Sea. He came from a place called Snow Kingdom. He just arrived at the East Royal Sanctuary," the elderly in white robe replied. "The other side of ancient Star Sea? That would require him to pass through two dangerous places, ancient Star Sea and the boundless void. He, who is just a universe god in the first heaven, could pass through them. Not bad. He lives up to his reputation as a genius who passed through the test that the palace master set up." The long-haired, middle-aged man smiled faintly and immediately gave a command. "Tell Vientiane Tower to send him a reply that we of the lineage of Star are going to send an expert to receive and lead him immediately. We should arrive within 10 years' time and tell him to wait right there." "Yes," the elderly in the white robe responded. He then turned around and left. The long-haired, middle-aged man muttered to himself, "The elderlies in the lineage of Star have work on hand. Who should I send to bring the young man over?" "Oh yeah," the long-haired, middle-aged man exclaimed and sent a message out. Soon enough, a handsome man in a loose black robe appeared in the cave dwelling. "Yuan, are you looking for me?" The handsome man looked calm. Even though the long-haired, middle-aged man was a highly positioned person in Lineage of Star, second to the founder of Lineage of Star, which was the palace master, the handsome man could call him by his name directly. The long-haired, middle-aged man smiled and said, "I have something for you to handle." "What is it?" The handsome man looked rather cold. "Head over to East Royal Sanctuary. There's young man from Lineage of Star. He is also a disciple from Star Palace. He just got there from his hometown after going through some difficulties. He just sent a message to request us to send an expert to bring him." The long-haired, middle-aged man said. "That's simple." The handsome man creased his eyebrows. "For such a simple task, you could have sent any deacon elderly to get it done." "Although that's true, our deacon elderly have tasks on hand and they couldn't free themselves from them. On top of that, the young man passed through the test that Palace Master set up, then became a disciple from Star Palace. He was not ordinary. I want you to see him and instantly determine his power. Besides, most importantly," the middle-aged man paused and looked at the handsome man. "All these years, you have been wandering at that place, and you finally came back. You should be relaxing. Don't stress yourself out." "Fine, I'll go." The handsome man didn't say much, but left right after he agreed. The middle-aged man noticed and let out a sigh. East Royal Sanctuary, in Vientiane Tower. Jian Wushuang had been waiting for 2 days, and the Vientiane Tower's attendant, The beautiful lady came in. Mister, the message that you sent earlier, there's a reply. The beautiful lady smiled. What did they say? Jian Wushuang asked. The lineage of Star replied that they already sent an expert over. He should be here within 10 years. They told you to wait here for the time being. The beautiful lady smiled and said, That's great. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. As your matter has been taken care of, go ahead and do as you please, the beautiful lady said and left. Jian Wushuang left the Vientiane Tower soon and found a place to stay temporarily. Jian Wushuang, in another 10 years, you will enter Lineage of Star officially. When you arrive at Lineage of Star, your talent could be put to full play, King of Venomous Worms said. 10 years. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together, and he was looking forward. 8 years passed by very quickly. But in the 9th year, have you heard? The fairies' meeting that happens once every 10,000 years in this Blood Jade land just started. I heard about it long ago. It's one of the highest standard meeting of Blood Jade land. I heard that many top geniuses participate. For instance, universe gods who are famous from Purple Heart Mansion are all taking part in it. TSK. The fairies' meeting is a great opportunity to rise to the top. It's a pity that I'm too weak. Otherwise, I'd like to give it a try too. In the hotel, many cultivators were gathered there, but they were all talking about the fairies' meeting. In one of the corners in the hotel, Jian Wushuang was drinking quietly while he listened to their discussion. Fairies' meeting? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The fairies' meeting should be something similar to the Firmament Territory feast that he came across when he stepped foot in Green Fire World. It was something for all parties to select geniuses. To those geniuses, it was really a place for newcomers to come to prominence. It was a great opportunity to rise to the top. However, the fairies' meeting was obviously much grander in scale. Jian Wushuang found out from King of Venomous Worms that the entire East Royal Sanctuary was extremely huge, bigger than any kingdom. East Royal Sanctuary was segregated into 9 pieces of land. In every land, there was the existence of various mansions. It was a structure on the surface, but there were various powers between every mansion, which was fairly complicated. For instance, he was currently in Purple Heart Mansion on the Blood Jade Land in East Royal Sanctuary. In the Blood Jade Land, besides Purple Heart Mansion, there were 187 other mansions. Every mansion had countless cultivators, which meant that naturally, there would be countless geniuses. Jian Wushuang, the fairies' meeting sounds great. Do you want to give it a try? King of Venomous Worms casually said. I am already a disciple under Lineage of Star. It's not necessary, Jian Wushuang smiled. If he didn't become a disciple under Lineage of Star, it would really be a good choice to join the fairies' meeting for him to come to prominence after he arrived at East Royal Sanctuary. However, just then it was really unnecessary. Regardless, head over and take a look. You just got to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. You should see more of the geniuses here. It'd be beneficial for you too, King of Venomous Worms said. Chapter 1355, 2 Wushuangs. Chapter 1355, 2 Wushuangs. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and followed King of Venomous Worms' advice. After all, it was good to learn more. Then he set out to the selection contest of the fairies' meeting. The preliminary selection contest was held in each town of the Blood Jade Land. Universe gods or above could attend, but only those who passed the preliminary selection contest could enter into the final contest of the fairies' meeting. When Jian Wushuang arrived, he was shocked. The boundless battlefield was full of tens of thousands of people. However, only 1% of them, or 100,000 of them, had come here for the selection contest. They were universe gods from 3 different heavens. Jian Wushuang soon understood how the selection contest worked. 2 parts. Exploring the 9 Boundaries Tower and the Inadvertent Dreamland. The former one was a test of skills, while the latter was of consciousness. Anyone who passed these 2 tests had access to the fairies' meeting. The 9 Boundaries Tower is quite famous in the East Royal Sanctuary. It is a good opportunity to know how much you have improved your swordsmanship. You could have a try. King of Venomous Worms said. But I don't intend to attend the contest, Jian Wushuang said. But you can still go to the preliminary test without attending the fairies' meeting, King of Venomous Worms said. Can I? Of course. So Jian Wushuang signed up for the preliminary test. He waited with the others on the battlefield. As he waited, half of a month passed. How low the efficiency is, Jian Wushuang complained. It is because more than 100,000 universe gods are attending the selection, which is also why the selection contest is held 10 years ahead of the fairies contest, King of Venomous Worms explained. Don't worry. The one who will take you to the lineage of Star hasn't come. You can wait patiently. So Jian Wushuang continued waiting. Almost one day passed. Next, Cheng Wushuang. The announcement of the host sparked a heated discussion in the battlefield. Cheng Wushuang, the top genius of the Lionheart town. He is also joining the preliminary selection contest, but I have heard that he is already the disciple of a tribe. Passing the selection contest is a piece of cake to him. The discussion continued. All eyes were on one person. He wore a white robe and held a folding fan. He looked refined, with a charming smile. He was the well-known top genius in the Lionheart town. Cheng Wushuang walked to the Nine Boundaries Tower slowly. Jian Wushuang was also watching. His name is quite similar to yours, huh? King of Venomous Worms said amusedly. But Jian Wushuang didn't care. After all, it was common for people to share the same name as others in the vast eternal chaotic world. How many levels could he achieve? Jian Wushuang wondered. After a while, the result was announced. Cheng Wushuang, the 11th level of the Nine Boundaries Tower, the 4th levels of the Inadvertent Dreamland. The spectators were excited. He passed. The criteria is 11th level of the Nine Boundaries Tower and the 4th levels of the Inadvertent Dreamland, and he passed more than that. He is the first one in the Lionheart town to pass the preliminary contest. Everyone showed their admiration. From the past month, he was the first one to have passed the contest. With all eyes on him, the refined Cheng Wushuang walked down from the tower. Next, Jian Wushuang. After the announcement, the battlefield turned silent. Even Cheng Wushuang paused mid-step. Jian Wushuang. Cheng Wushuang was interested. Another discussion was sparked. Interesting. Jian Wushuang after Cheng Wushuang. 2 Wushuangs in the Lionheart town? And they go the contest one after the other? What a coincidence. Everyone was interested. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate to move forward. All were looking at him. As Jian Wushuang was entering into the Lionheart town, Cheng Wushuang asked him indifferently, "You are Jian Wushuang?" Jian Wushuang paused, looked at Cheng Wushuang, and nodded. "You'd better change your name. Not everyone deserves this unique name." Jian Wushuang sneered, "My name was given to me by my parents and I cannot change it. By the way, how would you know whether or not I deserve it?" Then, Jian Wushuang continued to move forward and went into the Nine Boundaries Tower. Cheng Wushuang didn't leave. He waited on the battlefield. Chapter 1356, Challenge. Chapter 1356, Challenge. Nine Boundaries Tower, first floor. Jian Wushuang looked at his opponent, a war puppet that was holding a saber. At the same time, Jian Wushuang could feel his divine power being restrained. In the Nine Boundaries Tower, he could only rely on the unique skill that he created and a killing technique to win victory. He couldn't take any other measure. To wander the dark void for 1,100 years. I have been studying my sword principle during those times. Now, I can finally test and see how much have I improved. Let's get started. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy, and he suddenly charged forward. The war puppet before him took a huge stride forward too. It wielded its saber and let out a comparable divine power to Jian Wushuang's. Advanced rank 1 unique skill? Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows, then he swung his sword and collapsed the war puppet with one stroke. Then, Jian Wushuang appeared on the second level. Nine Boundaries Tower had a total of 17 floors. As long as he passed through the first 10 floors, it was considered a pass. 9 Boundaries Tower changes according to the level of the cultivator. Jin Wushuang was just a universe god in the first heaven. That's why the war puppet from the first floor only performed an advanced rank 1 unique skill. However, when he arrived on the second floor, the war puppet used a peak rank 1 unique skill. But it didn't affect Jin Wushuang at all. Jin Wushuang passed through floor by floor rather easily. Soon, Jin Wushuang passed through the 10th floor, which meant he had passed through the preliminary stage. On the 11th floor, it was still the same war puppet, but its sword technique had leveled up to be an advanced rank 2 unique skill. The Wushuang earlier passed through the 11th floor. He is also a universe god in the first heaven. In other words, he at least created an advanced rank 2 unique skill. Not too shabby, Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. Among universe god in the first heaven from Snow Kingdom, those who had created an advanced rank 2 unique skill were only Long Hao from Snow Dojo and Lu Qing from Universe God Palace. The two of them were the top geniuses acknowledged in Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace. In East Royal Sanctuary, the top genius in an ordinary town was not weaker than Long Hao nor Lu Qing. He might even be stronger. Wow! A cold sword shadow swept past but didn't leave any traces behind in the void. Jin Wushuang broke down the war puppet on the 11th floor directly. On the 12th floor, the war puppet still carried out an advanced rank 2 unique skill, but it was considered the stronger kind. When one reaches the 12th floor, he has to create a peak rank 2 unique skill. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly, and there was another flash of sword light. The brutal sword light was unbelievably fast. It hit the war puppet directly. He passed through the 12th floor. On the 13th floor, the war puppet was already performing a peak rank 2 unique skill. However, Jin Wushuang only fought against it for a short while before he felled it again. On the 14th floor. Wow! 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 The billowing saber light continuously slashed towards Jin Wushuang, and he felt a tremendous increase of pressure. The 14th floor is the real barrier to testify to my improvement within the last 1,000 years. Jin Wushuang held his fists as murderous intention filled his eyes. The very next moment, Jin Wushuang erupted his swordsmanship. Dragon roar. Roar. A terrifying, low bellow swept out along with the soaring sword intention. Jin Wushuang put his sword principles that he created all these years to play entirely. The fight was rather ferocious. After a fierce battle, the war puppet on the 14th floor was defeated by Jin Wushuang. Phew! Jin Wushuang let out a breath of relief and came to the 5th floor of the 9 Boundaries Tower. I already gave my all to go through the 14th floor. I performed 3 peak rank 2 unique skills that I created. The 15th floor was stronger than the 14th floor. If I want to pass through it, I have to at least create a rank 2 strongest unique skill. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. Rank 2 strongest unique skill. As it was a strongest unique skill, it would be very difficult to create. Back then, Jin Wushuang created a rank 1 strongest unique skill, Eternal Light. It was created via an enormous amount of accumulation plus a bit of luck. As he wandered for the past 1,000 years, his swordsmanship did improve greatly. He even created 3 different peak rank 2 unique skills. However, he had yet to create a rank 2 strongest unique skill. He didn't pass through the 15th floor in the end. After going through 9 Boundaries Tower, Jin Wushuang immediately entered Inadvertent Dreamland. Inadvertent Dreamland focused on testing one's consciousness. There was a total of 7 floors. He only had to pass through 3 floors to pass the preliminary stage. Stepping foot in the 1st floor of Inadvertent Dreamland, Jin Wushuang wasn't affected at all. It was followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Jin Wushuang passed through the 4 floors of Dreamland rather leisurely. He didn't feel pressured at all. My consciousness strength has reached the level of a universe god in the 3rd heaven. I'm definitely considered a monster among universe gods in the 1st heaven, and my consciousness has already transformed into a soul power that has become more firm and tenacious. The test of Inadvertent Dreamland would barely cause any harm to me. Jin Wushuang shook his head in silence. After going through the first 4 levels, he wasn't affected at all. Even the following 5th floor, 6th floor, and even 7th floor wouldn't have too huge of an effect. However, even though he was confident to pass through the 7th floor, Jin Wushuang gave up the following tests after he passed through the 5th floor easily. After all, his target was originally just 9 boundaries tower. It was unnecessary to put up too impressive of a show. The reason why he passed through the 5th floor was that he thought Cheng Wushuang was an eyesore, so he intentionally passed an extra floor than him. Otherwise, according to Jin Wushuang's character, he would only pass through the 3rd floor, which was sufficient to pass the preliminary threshold. After going through 9 boundaries tower and inadvertent dreamland, Jin Wushuang returned to the training field. The people under the training field looked at him subconsciously, and Cheng Wushuang squinted his eyes as he watched him. On the top of the training field, the universe god in the 3rd heaven, who was the host of the preliminary stage, received the outcome of Jin Wushuang going through 9 boundaries tower and inadvertent dreamland revealed a shocking expression. The universe god in the 3rd heaven then announced the result. Jin Wushuang passed through 14 floors in 9 boundaries tower and 5 floors in inadvertent dreamland. He passed the preliminary stage. When the universe god in the 3rd heaven announced the result, his voice became rather heated. After the result was announced, the entire training field was in silence. There was shock in everyone's eyes. How is this possible? The scholarly bearing youth, Cheng Wushuang, looked at Jin Wushuang in awe. There was a surge of emotions in him. He only passed through the 11th floor in 9 boundaries tower, and he was considered amazing. However, the other Wushuang went all the way to the 14th floor. It was another 3 floors more than he did. What's going on? Chapter 1357. Every sect was excited about Jin Wushuang. Chapter 1357. Every sect was excited about Jin Wushuang. An unusual talent. Jin Wushuang is an unusual talent in the Purple Heart Mansion. In the Blood Jade Land, and even in the whole East Royal Sanctuary. Cheng Wushuang exclaimed. And I said he didn't deserve his name? Cheng Wushuang felt regretful and terrified. He knew that talents like Jin Wushuang were qualified enough to join a powerful tribe or sect and be a core figure, and could even win the fairies contest. He feared that Jin Wushuang was angry with him and would bring him trouble. Is he angry? Maybe I could apologize by changing my name. Cheng Wushuang thought. But actually, Jin Wushuang didn't pay any attention to him. After he passed the preliminary contest, he left. But everyone got excited and admired him a lot. Go. Tell our leader that there is a real top genius in the Lionheart town. He reached the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower, which has only 17 levels. As far as we know, only 2 talents have reached the 14th level, and Jin Wushuang is the 3rd one. Tell our sect members to come and invite Jin Wushuang to join us, or he will join other sections. Intelligence talents from different groups shared information with each other about Jin Wushuang. After only half of a day, many talents from different sects came to Lionheart Town to see Jin Wushuang. But Jin Wushuang now stayed alone in the yard that he lived in. Jin Wushuang was unsatisfied with his performance. Instead, he knew that he was now meeting with a bottleneck of his swordsmanship, and until a new opportunity, he couldn't improve. He wanted to make a breakthrough. But it was now extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. As he was upset, a figure appeared at the top of Jin Wushuang's yard. A breath disseminated around with a power appalling to any universe gods. What is that? Jin Wushuang felt the power and raised his head. He was surprised when he saw a black figure rising in the heaven. He felt that the one in front of him was a peak talent that transcended universe gods, and was at the same level as Master of Silence Gloriette from the Snow Dojo. Jin Wushuang had heard about that level of power. It's a real god. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists excitedly. The real god was at a level beyond universe gods. Real gods, though not as powerful as an almighty, were definitely experts in the eternal chaotic world. Real gods were definitely the privileged and respectable ones in any god kingdom or any sect in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. And now, Jin Wushuang was meeting a real god. Are you Jian Wushuang? This black-robed elderly smiled kindly to Jian Wushuang. Yes. And may I ask your name? Jian Wushuang asked. He had thought the elderly was from the lineage of Star, but he quickly disregarded the possibility. Because he had the identity token for disciples of the Star Palace, he would feel a signal if this real god was from the lineage of Star. But Jian Wushuang didn't feel the signal. I am Wu Chun from Tianluo Star Palace. The black-robed elderly introduced himself. Tianluo Star Palace? Jian Wushuang had never heard of it. Wu Chun knew Jian Wushuang was puzzled, and he said, to be honest, I come to invite you to join our Tianluo Star Palace. I know that you have reached the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower. If you join us, our sect will definitely provide you with the best training. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew now that Wu Chun came here to invite him. Tianluo Star Palace is known to be the top sect in the Purple Heart Mansion. With our abundant resources, you could unleash your potential there. Wu Chun said. Jian Wushuang hesitated. Before he replied, another talent came, saying with hostility, Wu Chun, do you feel ashamed when you are lying? The newcomer was a lady in a purple robe. She also had breath as powerful as Wu Chun, also a real god. Another one? Jian Wushuang felt embarrassed. He just intended to test his swordsmanship, and he wanted to keep a low profile without showing his full strength. He didn't expect there to still be talents coming for him. Kong Jing. Wu Chun looked worried. Kong Jing said indifferently, you may lie to him, but you cannot cheat me. Is Tianluo Star Palace ranked first? What about Holy Church of Golden Wing? When she turned to Jian Wushuang, Kong Jing's tone softened. I am Kong Jing from the Holy Church of Golden Wing. If you join us, I will arrange a top real god for you, with the best swordsmanship. Kong Jing smiled to Jian Wushuang. But neither Kong Jing nor Wu Chun, or Jian Wushuang knew that not far away, there was another talent who was looking at them. This disciple of the lineage of Star is quite popular. Chapter 1358, Lei Chao. Chapter 1358, Lei Chao. Holy Church of Golden Wing? Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 real gods before him. Regardless of whether it's Tianluo Star Palace or Holy Church of Golden Wing, I have never heard of either. I reckon they are some powerful forces in East Royal Sanctuary. It's nice that they have a few real gods to personally attend their forces. In East Royal Sanctuary, there are countless forces of that size. How could it be compared favorably with the lineage of Star? Jian Wushuang, you don't have to bother with them, King of Venomous Worms said. I know, Jian Wushuang simply replied. However, he actually didn't dare to ignore the 2 real gods. My friend, Wu Chun spoke. I know that with your talent you could totally showcase yourself in the fairies' meeting, and some bigger forces might take a liking to you. However, don't forget that although the bigger forces have more resources, they have more outstanding disciples under them too. After segregation, the resources that you obtain might, in turn, be lesser. However, it's different in Tianluo Star Palace. For a talent like you, you would definitely be nurtured and raised with the utmost care in Tianluo Star Palace. We at the Holy Church of Golden Wing would do the same, the purple dress lady, Kong Jing added too. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He replied, I'm sorry. I appreciate your kind offers, but, to be frank, I didn't intend to join the fairies' meeting. In other words, I naturally didn't intend to join any other forces or sections. The reason why I joined the preliminary was merely because I wanted to test my sword's principle via the 9 Boundaries Tower. You didn't intend to join any forces or sects? Wu Chun and Kong Jing both creased their eyebrows. That's right, Jian Wushuang nodded. To be honest, I have already had a master since long ago. Is that so? Wu Chun and Kong Jing exchanged a glance. They both felt disappointed. A genius who had passed through 9 Boundaries Tower till the 14th floor like Jian Wushuang was definitely someone that both sects would love to have. Hence, at the moment, the 2 of them had received such news, they rushed over personally. However, they never expect that Jian Wushuang was a master long ago. As he had a master, he naturally couldn't join other sections. Just then, swoosh, a figure appeared out of nowhere above the courtyard. Jin Wushuang, Wu Chun, Kong Jing looked towards the visitor. It was a handsome man in a loose, long robe. The handsome man looked cold as he stood there without giving out much aura. However, his star-like eyes glanced at Wu Chun and Kong Jing. With just that one glance, the two real gods, Wu Chun and Kong Jing, both revealed a face of terror. Their faces grew pale all of a sudden. "I am Lei Chao." The handsome man spoke in a cold but soft voice. However, it caused a loud echo in Wu Chun and Kong Jing's head. Lei Chao? Real god Lei Chao from Lineage of Star? The expert on the real god list. Wu Chun and Kong Jing were shocked. They had obviously heard Lei Chao's name before, and they clearly knew how amazing he was. "Greetings, Mr. Lei Chao." "Greetings, Mr." The two real gods bowed politely at the handsome man without hesitation. They were all real gods, but the two of them revered Lei Chao sincerely. The handsome man Lei Chao merely glanced at them, but didn't bother with the two real gods. He turned to look at Jin Wushuang instead. "You are Jin Wushuang?" Lei Chao looked at Jin Wushuang. "Greetings, Mr. Lei Chao." Jin Wushuang also bowed politely, but he wasn't worried. He could feel the Lineage of Stars token on Lei Chao. "I am here to bring you back to the Lineage of Star. Be prepared, we shall leave now," Lei Chao said calmly. "I don't have to prepare anything. I can leave any time," Jin Wushuang replied. Lei Chao nodded and looked at the two real gods next to him. The two real gods looked terrified, and Wu Chun said, "Mr. Lei Chao, the two of us didn't know that this young man has a master, let alone the fact that he was a disciple from the Lineage of Star. Hence, we invited him to join us. Please forgive us." "I saw everything that happened earlier," Lei Chao said. "As the two of you came for him, you definitely know a bit about his ability then. Tell me." "This?" Wu Chun hesitated for a while before she said, "The reason why we found him was that he joined the preliminary for the fairies' meeting. During the preliminary, he passed through 14 levels in 9 Boundaries Tower and 5 levels in Inadvertent Dreamland. Hence, we rushed over to get him." 9 Boundaries Tower? Inadvertent Dreamland? Lei Chao raised his eyebrows. "I have heard about the 2 tests. A universe god in the first heaven passing through 14 levels is quite impressive. However, on consciousness, although he was better than similar ranks, he still wouldn't be considered the top." Jin Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that. He wasn't even in the mood to go through the test in Inadvertent Dreamland. If he were to give his all, he might be able to pass through all 7 floors in Inadvertent Dreamland. "Jin Wushuang, let's go." Lei Chao didn't say anything more. Jin Wushuang didn't hesitate but followed Lei Chao. As for Wu Chun and Kong Jing, they stood there until they saw Lei Chao left entirely. Then, the two of them finally let out a breath of relief. "Lei Chao, he is really the top expert on the list. He is also famous in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. I can't believe we could see him in person." Wu Chun clasped his hands together as he spoke passionately. "I originally planned to get this genius at all cost, but was unaware that Jin Wushuang had joined Lineage of Star long ago. Lineage of Star, TSK, the Overlord in Purple Moon Sanctuary. They have countless geniuses. Although Jin Wushuang is amazing, he might not be the top expert in Star Palace," Kong Jing said quietly. "Kong Jing, I guess your effort was in vain." Wu Chun looked over. "Same for you, isn't it?" Kong Jing smirked. "He's a disciple from the Lineage of Star. Unless Tian Luo Star Palace is planning to fight for him with the Lineage of Star?" Wu Chun shrugged. The two of them didn't chat further but left. In the void, Jin Wushuang moved swiftly behind Lei Chao. "Mr. Lei Chao, are we going back to Lineage of Star directly?" Jin Wushuang asked. "I have something to take care of in East Royal Sanctuary. We will return right after." "Don't worry, it won't take too long," Lei Chao said. Jin Wushuang lifted his eyebrows, but he remained unconcerned. Then, Jin Wushuang followed closely behind Lei Chao. The two of them took the wormhole towards another land in East Royal Sanctuary. In one of the mansions on the land, Lei Chao brought Jin Wushuang along with him and stopped before an ancient clan. Chapter 1359, Thunderfire Sect. Chapter 1359, Thunderfire Sect. Now we have arrived at the Thunderfire Sect. Thunderfire Sect? Jin Wushuang didn't know even what it was. The elderly god from the Thunderfire Sect is our friend. He sent a message to us that the Thunderfire Sect is in danger. Now we are going to help him. Lei Chao said. Got it, Jin Wushuang said. Thunderfire Sect was only a small sect. It was not easy for such a sect to develop a friendship with the lineage of Star. Let's go. They went to the gate of Thunderfire Sect. Who is that? The universe gods in the Thunderfire Sect felt alarmed by these two visitors. Immediately, more than 10 universe gods surrounded Jin Wushuang and Lei Chao. More specifically, they surrounded Lei Chao. Lei Chao stood there calmly and silently. After a while, an elderly in a purple robe came. I am the master of the Thunderfire Sect. May I ask what you are coming for? The elderly stared at Lei Chao, knowing that his visitor was powerful. We came at the invitation of the Green Fox. It's his letter. Lei Chao took out a letter. The Green Fox was the elderly god of the Thunderfire Sect. Talents who will help us. Those universe gods were excited and happy after hearing that. After the sect master read the letter, he was relieved. Come in, please. The sect master welcomed them. So Jin Wushuang and Lei Chao entered the Thunderfire Sect. As they were walking, the sect master asked Lei Chao, do you know where Green Fox is now? He just told me via letter that he couldn't come back without making his location known. Now his situation is dangerous and there may sometimes be a risk of death. He can't come back to save the sect, and he asked me to help. Lei Chao said. Green Fox is now in danger? The sect master frowned. Thunderfire Sect was only a small tribe in which there were only two real gods, the sect master and Green Fox. The death of any real god would be a disaster. Green Fox, in particular, was the backbone of the sect. Lei Chao didn't beat about the bush. He asked, what crisis is the Thunderfire Sect facing? The sect master answered directly, we have always been fighting against the White Flame Palace. Our conflicts and hatred are only growing in magnitude. In the past we were neck and neck with each other. We each had two real gods, and Green Fox was very powerful so the White Flame Palace didn't dare make trouble. However, recently they added a new real god and also invited an independent real god to protect them. So they now have 4 real gods, making them much more powerful than us. In the past 100 years, they have been attacking us and grabbing our property. We are surviving thanks to our sect's secret skills, but actually the sect is on shaky ground. I intended to call Green Fox back to save our sect, but I now know that he is in danger. The sect master seemed helpless. Lei Chao said, that's to say, if we can kill 2 real gods in the White Flame Palace, they can't pose a threat to you, right? Yes. The sect master nodded. If we manage to do this, we will not only contain the White Flame Palace, but also recover our lost property. Lei Chao said, okay, that's easy. As you have fought with the White Flame Palace for a long time, you must know how many universe gods they have, right? Of course. The sect master nodded, but he didn't know why Lei Chao had asked that. The real crisis came from 4 real gods. Why did Lei Chao mention universe gods? Jin Wushuang couldn't understand either. Give me a ranking list of all the universe gods from the White Flame Palace, Lei Chao said. No problem. The sect master asked his subordinates to finish the task. After a while, Lei Chao got the list. After looking through the list, Lei Chao said, let's go to the White Flame Palace. The master of the Thunderfire Sect didn't understand and he asked, at this very moment, talents from the White Flame Palace are watching us outside our sect. If we go out, they will raid us immediately. How can we take that risk? Lei Chao glanced at the sect master and said indifferently, how can you solve the crisis by staying in the sect? But, stop talking and lead me there. Lei Chao didn't want to explain further. The sect master chose to trust Lei Chao's decision. He trusted Lei Chao because he felt that Lei Chao was powerful enough to protect the sect. Without enough confidence, Lei Chao would risk death and go to the White Flame Palace. Lei Chao was confident enough. Chapter 1360, Thunder Measure. Chapter 1360, Thunder Measure. Before a lofty mountain near the door of Thunderfire Sect. Mister, this is White Flame Palace's campsite near Thunderfire Sect. All 4 real gods of White Flame Palace are in there, Thunderfire Sect Master said. Behind the elderly in the purple robe, there were higher-ups from Thunderfire Sect. Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang stood at the front. Lei Chao folded his arms as he overlooked the lofty mountain before him with a cold gaze. When they appeared, the experts in the mountain shook that instance. There were figures of experts that soared up in the sky one after another. Among the crowds of experts from White Flame Place, there were 4 leading figures. From the aura that the 4 figures gave out, they were far beyond the level of a universe god. They were obviously the 4 real gods from White Flame Palace. Haha, old man Zichio, I thought you'd hide for the rest of your life. I never thought that you would ever come to me, a perverse bald man said in disdain as he smiled maliciously. The person who is speaking now is the solo expert that White Flame Palace hired. He is the strongest among the 4 real gods from White Flame Palace. Even if their chief comes, he might not be his match. The elderly with crane hair next to him is the palace master of White Flame Palace. Thunderfire Sect Master Zichio said with a low voice. Lei Chao nodded faintly. The 4 real gods from White Flame Palace noticed Lei Chao's existence from the opposite. Humph, no wonder he dared to show up. He found help. However, you thought you had found a real god and Thunderfire Sect would be fine? The perverse bald man laughed. Although he could tell that it wasn't wise to provoke Lei Chao, he didn't care much because he was confident with his own capability. Mister, what do we do now? Zichio asked. You just watch from here, Lei Chao replied briefly and suddenly moved. Swoosh. When Lei Chao's figure appeared again, he was already before the perverse bald man. His right index finger flashed with light when he pointed. A terrifying, damaging aura suddenly erupted. The damaging aura was fierce, and the 4 real god from White Flame Palace revealed a face of terror. Lei Chao's index finger became bigger in size in the perverse bald man's eyes. He couldn't give any response. Pissed. The light went through in between the perverse bald man's eyebrows. The perverse bald man couldn't even let out a groan before he was killed. The sight shocked everyone at the scene. How is that possible? The experts from White Flame Palace were all dumbfounded. Merely a finger, and he killed a real god? Zichio stared. This, Jian Wushuang revealed a face of terror. It was Jian Wushuang's first time to see a real god take action personally, and it was also his first time seeing a real god killed with his own eyes. He was even killed instantly without any space of struggle. He finally understood why the 2 real gods Wu Chun and Kong Jing in Lionheart Town would revere Lei Chao. They were all real gods, but their difference was vast. Hong. After killing the perverse bald man with 1 finger, Lei Chao took action like lightning again. Pissed, pissed. Followed by another 2 soft thuds, another 2 figures fell. The 4 real gods from White Flame Palace, Lei Chao killed 3 of them in an instant. The remaining one was the palace master of White Flame Palace, the only one alive. Of course, the reason why he was alive was that Lei Chao didn't intend to kill him. You! The palace master of White Flame Palace's face was covered in terror. He stared at Lei Chao and finally uttered a question. Who are you exactly? Lineage of Star, Lei Chao. Lei Chao didn't hide his identity. The palace master of White Flame Palace was suddenly wide open, the expert on the real god list, Lei Chao. How is this possible? How is the Thunderfire sect be related to an expert like you? It's impossible. The palace master of White Flame Palace started bellowing. Palace master of White Flame Palace, Lei Chao's voice was cold, Follow my instruction and I give leave White Flame Palace a way out. The palace master of White Flame Palace immediately calmed down. He knew that it was not the time for sorrow and fear, but most importantly, to focus on keeping White Flame Palace alive. Lei Chao took out the name list that he had obtained from Thunderfire Sect. I have a name list here. Whoever gets his name called out, stand out on your own. First one, Luo Su. Lei Chao's cold voice reverberated in the lofty mountain. A large number of experts from White Flame Palace gathered in the mountain. The most outstanding experts were all gathered here. When the universe god in the first heaven named Luo Su heard Lei Chao's voice, although he was terrified, he stood up. Luo Su, it is very simple. I will give you, and also everyone in White Flame Palace, a chance to live, if you can defeat him. Luo Su pointed Jin Wushuang and said, otherwise, you can only die. White Flame Palace could only be destroyed entirely. Defeat him? The universe god in the first heaven named Luo Su immediately looked towards Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang already stood out then, and he looked rather calm. When Lei Chao asked for a name list of experts from White Flame Palace, he had a faint idea of Lei Chao's plan. Obviously, Lei Chao intended to use the experts from White Flame Palace to determine his ability. After all, although he had passed through the 14th floor in Nine Boundaries Tower and the 5th floor in Inadvertent Dreamland, those were focused on unique skills and consciousness. They had nothing to do with one's real power. Jin Wushuang became a disciple of Star Palace through the test which the founder of the lineage of Star had created. It was different from other disciples from Star Palace. It was only normal that a higher-up in the lineage of Star wanted to know his real power. Jin Wushuang, as Lei Chao wanted to determine your level of power. Give your all and don't hide. After all, the lineage of Star higher-up would allocate resources according to the power and talent that you show. If you were to reveal stronger capabilities, the more benefits you would to receive, King of Venomous Worms said. I understand, Jin Wushuang nodded heavily as his gaze grew sharp. The expert named Luo Su also had determination burning in his eyes. He could tell that Jin Wushuang was like him, a universe god in the first heaven. As they were both universe gods in the first heaven, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, he was the top universe god in the first heaven in White Flame Palace. He was a real genius. Come on. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold. As he stood there, the Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. Chapter 1361. A Fierce Fight. Chapter 1361. A Fierce Fight. Come on. The universe god called Luo Su started the attack. He was confident, believing that he was as powerful as Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword transformed into a bright flash of light and went through the throat of Luo Su. A horrible soul power exploded from the sword, tearing Luo Su apart. Luo Su's eyes were wide open, but soon became lifeless. Killing with only one sword attack? Everyone from both the Thunderfire Sect and the White Flame Palace couldn't believe what they had seen. Luo Su died in the first round of the battle with Jin Wushuang. Lei Chao was still calm and called the next universe god. Next, Su Ming. Su Ming went out and looked at Jin Wushuang aggressively. As the universe god in the second heaven, Su Ming was much powerful than Luo Su. So Su Ming was supposed to defeat Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang waved his sword, which sent out a freezing cold light to surround Su Ming and kill him. Also with one attack, everyone from both the Thunderfire Sect and the White Flame Palace was speechless. Lei Chao felt satisfied and nodded, and he continued to call the next person. After pausing for a while, he pronounced a name. Chun Bin. Other universe gods started a heated discussion. A youth came out from the group of the White Flame Palace. Chen Bin is the top guy amongst the universe gods in the second heaven. It is said that he fought against a universe god in the third heaven and wasn't defeated. What if Chen Bin kills Jin Wushuang? Someone from the Thunderfire Sect commented. Impossible. I know Lei Chao. He is at the top of the real god list, and he is able to kill a group of real gods. So he would not even allow a real god to kill that universe god in the first heaven, let alone only a universe god in the second heaven. The master of the Thunder Fire sect said. But he was also shocked that Jian Wushuang was going to fight with the universe god in the second heaven. Now the sect master fully understood why Lei Chao was confident enough to go to the White Flame Palace. By himself, Lei Chao could ruin the whole White Flame Palace. In the heaven, Qian Bin came to Jian Wushuang with a long purple sword, sending out a scary power. Jian Wushuang could feel that the pressure brought by Qian Bin was much stronger than the previous two talents. Watch out, I am different from them, Qian Bin said coldly. Come on. Jian Wushuang held his Blood Mountain sword tightly. Bang! Qian Bin unleashed his strong power. His breath transformed into a giant purple exotic beast, rising from Qian Bin. Qian Bin hurled out his sword, producing a resounding cracking sound. Bang! 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 Several attacks came at Jian Wushuang and surrounded him. A very fast attack. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He generated his divine power and waved his sword whilst combing it with the ancient god power. Boom! 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 Several resounding booms exploded. Purple thunder. Qian Bin started to generate another skill. A giant shadow of an exotic purple beast appeared behind Qian Bin. The beast opened its giant mouth. Its roar shook the whole heaven and formed a horrible force rushing toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shivered under the powerful attack and couldn't open his eyes. Shoo! The flash of purple light stabbed into Jian Wushuang's heart. Although Jian Wushuang didn't open his eyes, he managed to defend himself with his soul power against the attack of the purple light. He stepped back further and adjusted his position. I have said that I am different from the precious ones. As Qian Bin spoke, he generated power in the purple sword in his hand. The horrible power gradually dispersed. Jian Wushuang was undergoing high pressure from Qian Bin. Although my soul power is better than Qian Bin's, from which I could defend myself, he has many more powerful unique skills than I have. And immediately, Qian exercised another attack. Boom! Qian Bin's horrible divine power tore a hole in the heavens and the power rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Then, several attacks came suddenly. A purple tornado rose up. Though its power had yet to explode, its formidable strength had already shocked many universe gods in the second heaven. Rank 3 unique skill. He's even using an advanced rank 3 unique skill? Jian Wushuang was amazed. It was so amazing that a universe god in the second heaven could generate an advanced rank 1 unique skill. Jian Wushuang now could only generate a peak rank 2nd unique skill, far behind this top genius from the White Flame Palace. Though I am not as good at unique skills, I can make up for it with secret skills. Jian Wushuang started to generate a golden light, igniting a blood-red fire. The fire spread and formed a vast, blood-red sea. At the same time, Jian Wushuang took out his blaze quicksand gourd, from which floods of sand gushed out and rushed to Qian Bin. Blaze quicksand? Even the used-to-be indifferent Lei Chao was surprised by Jian Wushuang's secret skills. The dragon roar. Jian Wushuang generated another secret skill. Boom! With a startling roar, the power of Jian Wushuang's sword skyrocketed. The dragon roar, one of the 3 peak rank 2nd secret skills, was the one which had the feature of being able to generate power. Chapter 1362, Revealed. Chapter 1362, Revealed. Bang! A vigorous rumble echoed across the void. After the rumble, there was a figure that retreated rapidly. The figure constantly flipped as it retreated and finally calmed down. So strong. Jian Wushuang wiped off the blood stain at the corner of his lips as he spoke the compliment. He performed a dragon roar with his all, but it was suppressed by Qian Bin directly. He is so much stronger than I in unique skill. I would not be his match if I were to fight head-on. I can only play that trick. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn as he oppressed the churning energy and blood in his body. The very next moment, he suddenly exploded and the blood mountain sword in his hand suddenly shook vigorously. Blood. The long sword swept out as it revealed its earth-shaking power, and a soaring soul power exploded. Useless. Chen Bin's gaze turned cold as he suddenly turned the purple long spear in his hand and let loose. Rumble. A simple action that caused another explosion of earth-shattering power in an instant. It was an advanced rank 3 unique skill again. When the two collided, poof! Jian Wushuang spat a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale while he retreated. As for Chen Bin, he easily collapsed Jian Wushuang's sword principle, but the fierce soul attack in the sword principle caught him off guard. However, Chen Bin was a genius at the end of the day. He had created an advanced rank 3 unique skill, and his consciousness wasn't weak either. He could compare favorably with an advanced universe god in the third heaven. Although he was surprised by the hit of Jian Wushuang's soul attack, it merely turned his face pale for a while before he recovered. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He deserves to be called the top genius in White Flame Palace. Even his consciousness is that fierce. Even if I perform the secret skill of Tian Yuan with my all, I might not be able to kill him. I could only severely damage him at most, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the void above, Lei Chao, who was hanging in the air, quietly suddenly contracted his pupils. Just now, that was a consciousness attack? No, it's not consciousness, but... There was a flash in Lei Chao's eyes, and he resumed normalcy very quickly. Swoosh! Lei Chao appeared in the middle of the battlefield. He stole a glance at Chen Bin and said, "You saved yourself and also White Flame Palace." Chen Bin was stunned. Lei Chao then looked towards Thunder Fire Sect Master. "The danger of Thunder Fire Sect has been resolved. I shall make a move." Jian Wushuang, let's go. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Without waiting for anyone's response, the two of them made a move immediately. After leaving Thunder Fire Sect, Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang moved forward. Soon, Lei Chao stopped on a remote mountain. Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Where did you get your blood-killing plate armor?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had obtained the blood-killing plate armor long ago, but it was the first time someone had recognized it. However, Jian Wushuang didn't find it strange. After all, a top expert like Lei Chao was definitely knowledgeable and experienced. When he was fighting with Chen Bin, Lei Chao could recognize blood-killing plate armor the moment it revealed its power. Jian Wushuang immediately replied, "I obtained the blood-killing plate armor from a universe master in my hometown." Universe master? Lei Chao creased his eyebrows. Back then, the power that he revealed was merely universe master level. However, it might be because his fighting power was damaged, Jian Wushuang said. His name was Dao Yuanzi. He should be an expert from the eternal chaotic world. I don't know why he came to my hometown and set up the Great Formation. The formation should be called the Life-Devouring Formation. He wanted to refine all the living times in my hometown with it. But I killed him in the end. So all his treasure fell into my hands, including this blood-killing plate armor. Jian Wushuang was telling the truth, and Lei Chao nodded without suspicion. It's great that you got the treasure from killing him. You can continue to use blood-killing plate armor, but remember, don't get involved with Holocaust Sect. Otherwise, you are making yourself an enemy with all the cultivators in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and the eternal chaotic world, Lei Chao exhorted. Jian Wushuang shook when he heard that. He found out from King of Venomous Worms that the Holocaust Sect was hated by everyone in Eternal Chaotic World. But he never thought that the experts in the Eternal Chaotic World would hate Holocaust Sect that much. Anything that was related to the Holocaust Sect would cause one to become the other cultivator's enemy. Tsk tisk, Jian Wushuang pursed his lips and complimented. One more thing, Lei Chao looked at Jian Wushuang. Inverse cultivation, Lei Chao said lightly. The moment Jian Wushuang heard the two words, his face tremendously changed and there was surge of emotions in him. Why? You find it strange that I can tell you're an inverse cultivator? Lei Chao said coldly. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded subconsciously. He was really shocked. because ever since he had started inverse cultivation, including the time he wandered in eternal chaotic world, it was the first time someone pointed out his identity as an inverse cultivator. Of course, in Tianyuan Mystery Land, the expert who gave him the secret skill of Tianyuan would be able to tell his identity as an inverse cultivator. However, the expert didn't reveal himself. Then, Lei Chao talked to him face to face. Of course, Jin Wushuang was surprised. Not just me. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, whoever studies souls and knows a bit about souls, such as experts who lit their soul power or prepared to light their soul power, could tell that it was a soul attack when you fought with Chan Bin earlier. Lei Chao said. Jin Wushuang shook. What Lei Chao said revealed that he had studied a little about the soul. You, a universe god in the first heaven, know a soul attack? Plus, your divine power is far beyond a universe god in the first heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator do that? Only an inverse cultivator, which is rare in the eternal chaotic world. An existence which could light up the soul power during a universe master state could do that. Hence, I am sure that you are an inverse cultivator. Lei Chao said faintly. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been trying very hard to hide his identity as an inverse cultivator. Back then, in Dayu World, because he passed through the inverse cultivation test, he had had no choice but the master of Dayu Palace, and Wu Tsang recognized his identity as an inverse cultivator. However, he didn't proactively tell anyone before. However, he never expected that there were so many people who could recognize his identity as an inverse cultivator with the aid of his soul within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Inverse cultivation is very rare, especially rare for those who could pass through inverse cultivation test, almost one in hundreds of millions of years. Lei Chao continued. Chapter 1363, The Galaxy. Chapter 1363, The Galaxy. In the millions of years since our Creator founded the lineage of Star, we have embraced numerous genius disciples, but we've never received anyone practicing inverse cultivation. Lei Chao said. So you are the first one. Now you have just passed the first round of the inverse cultivation test. After passing the second and the third, you will definitely make extraordinary achievements. Lei Chao knew about Jin Wushuang's potential. After Jin Wushuang passed the inverse cultivation test, he would become a top almighty in the eternal chaotic world, much more powerful than Lei Chao. Does anyone in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries know that you are practicing for the inverse cultivation test? Lei Chao asked. No. Okay, that's good. Lei Chao smiled, which was a rare occurrence. Keep it a secret from others. Lei Chao said, let's go to the lineage of Star and I will report to our master about the inverse cultivation. He will make decisions. Jin Wushuang nodded. So they set out. They headed for the lineage of Star as quickly as possible. In order to save time on the journey from the East Royal Sanctuary to the Purple Moon Sanctuary, they were going to use a wormhole. Wormholes were only owned by powerful sects and tribes in the East Royal Sanctuary. Many tribes couldn't even afford it. But it didn't worry Lei Chao. By wormhole, they soon arrived at the Purple Moon Sanctuary. The Purple Moon Sanctuary was different from the East Royal Sanctuary. The East Royal Sanctuary owned as many as 6 pieces of land, each of which was home to countless talents. The Purple Moon Sanctuary, however, only had 4 pieces of land, but each land was far vaster than those in the East Royal Sanctuary, and the number of talents was higher. Among the 4 pieces of land, one was called the Starland. The Starland was home to the lineage of Star. Jin Wushuang was impressed when he heard about the Starland. Everything in the Starland was named with Star, which showed the dominating power that the lineage of Star had. And indeed, the dominant group in the Starland was the lineage of Star. How powerful this lineage is! Jin Wushuang was amazed. After all, the creator of the lineage of Star was at the top amongst the Almighty in the eternal chaotic world, the best of the best. Although King Luozhan is among the Almighties, he is far less powerful than the creator of the lineage of Star. King of Venomous Worms added, moreover, It was king of venomous worms alone that united the starland. So you can imagine how powerful he is. Jian Wushuang felt stunned. Soon he had arrived at the base of the lineage of star with Lei Chao. It was a vast galaxy. The galaxy was stunning and filled with numerous shining stars. We are in the base of the lineage of star. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the glamorous galaxy. How powerful could the lineage of star be to occupy such a vast galaxy? I heard about this galaxy during the time I followed King Luozhen. The creator of the lineage of star discovered the galaxy when he traveled to the eternal chaotic world and transformed the galaxy and moved it to the starland. Now it's said that the secret sect skills of the lineage of star are combined with the galaxy. King of venomous worms said. Wonderful, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Let's go, Lei Chao said. Jian Wushuang followed Lei Chao and went into the vast galaxy. As Jian Wushuang entered the galaxy, he felt the power explode. He was surprised and he asked Lei Chao, I can feel the unlimited strong divine power here. Can I absorb this power? Lei Chao said, Of course. We are now in a divine power sea unique to the galaxy. The divine power will never be depleted here, and you could refill your power here anytime. So amazing, Jian Wushuang said. Its power is more than that. Lei Chao pointed in one direction. Jian Wushuang then looked in that direction. In the galaxy, a 3-meter-tall exotic beast near them seemed to be playing. What is that? It is one of the exotic beasts born with power generated by the galaxy. We call them meta beasts. They are valuable. Lei Chao explained. How valuable are they? As Jian Wushuang asked, a golden flash of light flew to the exotic beast quickly. That light is a cultivator, right? Jian Wushuang asked excitedly. Yes, a disciple from our lineage of star. Lei Chao answered calmly. The exotic beast who was playing saw the golden light and immediately fled rapidly. It couldn't escape from the cultivator with the golden light. As that cultivator caught the beast and the golden light around her dissipated, Jian Wushuang saw clearly that she was a lady in a golden robe. The lady left, satisfied with her prey. A powerful cultivator. I bet this cultivator is far more powerful than Chun Bin, who I once fought with. Is she from the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. No, she is just an ordinary disciple from the lineage of Star. Lei Chao answered calmly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Chapter 1364, The Second Heaven. Chapter 1364, The Second Heaven. Only an ordinary disciple? Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed. Only an ordinary disciple would already be that strong. Just how strong are the disciples of Star Palace? What is the disciple going to do with the Meta Beast? Jian Wushuang asked. Meta Beast is a strange existence derived from the Milky Way. It is extremely intelligent, and it contains an enormous amount of meta strength. The usage of meta strength is extensive. It could be used to make pills, make a weapon, aid cultivation of secret skill. Besides, meta strength is extremely nourishing for one's consciousness, Lei Chao said. As such, the disciples from lineage of Star often capture the meta beast in the Milky Way to extract the meta strength from their bodies for cultivation. After extracting their meta strength, they would release the meta beast. The meta strength in the meta beast's bodies would recover over a period of time. I see, Jian Wushuang nodded. Let's go. Lineage of Star's old lair is right ahead. Lei Chao continued to move forwards with Jian Wushuang, and they soon arrived before Lineage of Star's old lair. Looking at the majestic palace that stood before him, along with the large amount of buildings above the stars, Jian Wushuang was astonished. Lofty, magnificent. It was definitely one of the loftiest sects Jian Wushuang had ever seen. How many forces could place their old lair within the Milky Way in the entire eternal chaotic world after all? Jian Wushuang, follow me. Lei Chao led Jian Wushuang towards one of the stars. He intentionally detoured from the buildings on the way. It seemed that he didn't want anyone to see Jian Wushuang and himself. In the stars, there was a huge cave dwelling which was formed entirely with special crystals. Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang walked into the cave dwelling. The moment they entered the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang immediately saw the long-haired middle-aged man who sat on the stone bed like a statue before him. The long-haired middle-aged man had a natural manner. Yuan. Lei Chao spoke softly. The long-haired middle-aged man, who was like a statue, slowly opened his eyes and a ray of purple light flashed like a purple gemstone. You have returned. The long-haired middle-aged man looked at Lei Chao, then at Jian Wushuang. This is the young man, Jian Wushuang, who passed the test that the palace master set up personally and became the disciple of Star Palace. Lei Chao nodded and introduced Jian Wushuang. The person before you is one of the 3 hall masters in lineage of Star. You can call him Hall Master Yuan. In the lineage of Star, the palace master and the other 2 hall masters are mostly cultivating in seclusion. Any matters will be decided by Hall Master Yuan. Greetings, Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang bowed politely. Young man, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The long-haired, middle-aged Hall Master Yuan smiled and said, Lei Chao sent me a message earlier and I already reported it to the palace master. The palace master told me to bring you to see him directly when you arrive in lineage of Star. Follow me. See the palace master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The palace master of the lineage of Star was the founder of the lineage of Star. He was the superior existence in the peak of the eternal chaotic world. The superior existence wanted to see him? Jian Wushuang, well done. You have been summoned by the founder of lineage of Star. The other experts, including many real gods, didn't even stand a chance to meet him, but you get to see him the moment you step foot in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. TSK, King of Venomous Worms, teased. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he followed Hall Master Yuan. As for Lei Chao, he stayed back in the cave dwelling instead of following them. In the depth of the boundless Milky Way, there was a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling merged into one with the Milky Way. If it didn't reveal itself actively, no one would notice the existence of the cave dwelling. Then, Hall Palace Yuan brought Jian Wushuang before the cave dwelling. The 2 of them didn't enter the cave dwelling but stood outside. Hall Master Yuan bowed slightly at the cave dwelling and said, Palace Master, I brought the young man with me. An ancient yet thick voice broke the silence. The voice traveled lightly as though it was from far, far away. Young man, you're the one who passed through the test that I left in the Star Foggy Sea? The founder of the lineage of Star asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang replied politely. As expected, the founder of the lineage of Star sounded melancholy. Star Foggy Sea. It has been so many years. Not long after I created Star Foggy Sea, I lost it at that place. I thought no one would ever find it, nor would there be anyone who could pass the test there. Who knew you would pass through it successfully in the end, and you even found Lineage of Star on your own. Very good. Hearing what the founder of Lineage of Star said, Jian Wushuang was shaken. Which place? Star Foggy Sea. You kept it with you, or you left it in your hometown? The founder of Lineage of Star asked. I left it at my hometown, Jian Wushuang replied. That's good too. The founder of Lineage of Star kept quiet for a while before he spoke again. Your identity as an inverse cultivator, I already know. Inverse cultivator. It is really rare. Ever since I started Lineage of Star, I have never gotten any disciple that did inverse cultivation. You're the very first. Inverse cultivation, great potential. Once you pass the inverse cultivation test in the 3rd heaven, you're destined to go right to the top, and the possibility of becoming an almighty is very high. However, the route for inverse cultivation isn't an easy journey. I already made some arrangement for you after I received Yuan's message. Your identity as an inverse cultivator shouldn't be exposed or publicized before you become an almighty or before you stand on the peak of the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Can't expose my identity as an inverse cultivator before I become an almighty? I refined a treasure for you in the past few days. Take it. In the cave dwelling, a ray of black light spurted out and Jian Wushuang extended his hand to take it. He spread his palm and saw that it was a black bead that gave out a mysterious aura. This bead has just been refined. I have yet to name it. You can name it yourself. After you refine it, it will blend into your divine body. After that, there will be a tremendous change in your aura. You are just a universe god in the first heaven now. However, after you refine the bead, your aura will improve to the level of a universe god in the second heaven. You will then look pretty much like an ordinary universe god in the second heaven. Besides, the bead will cover your soul power. When you are fighting with the others, you can still use soul attacks. With the bead, even an almighty who hasn't reached my level, or an almighty who purely studies the soul won't be able to understand your actual situation. From today onwards, you must remember, you are not a universe god in the first heaven but the second heaven. Chapter 1365, Disciple from the Star Palace. Chapter 1365, Disciple from the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang felt surprised about the reminder of the creator of the lineage of star. That is to say, he had to pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven. At the same time, he was supposed to cultivate and improve his power, just like a universe god in the second heaven. After he passed the inverse cultivation test and became a real universe god in the second heaven, he would have to pretend to be a universe god in the third heaven. Yuan, please take care of him. You should especially remember that during his inverse cultivation test, no one can be present except you and Lei Chao. Yes, Your Majesty. Hall Master Yuan nodded. Now you can leave. As the conversation ended, everything in the heaven fell into silence, and the palace disappeared from Jian Wushuang's eyes. You are quite lucky to get a treasure cultivator from our master in person. Hall Master Yuan smiled to Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang held the black bead in his hands and started to absorb the power within it. When he finished, Jian Wushuang could feel clearly that his breath and power had changed. Now, even I can't imagine that you are just a universe god in the first heaven. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Jian Wushuang was relieved. As the master said, I should keep my identity as an inverse cultivator hidden. And with this black bead, I'll definitely be able to disguise myself as a universe god in the second heaven, in terms of both my divine power and overall strength. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. Then he returned to the palace of the Hall Master Yuan. Lei Chao was still waiting there. What? Lei Chao was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang again. Why has he become a universe god in the second heaven? Hall Master Yuan then explained what happened to Lei Chao. Now I know why. But Lei Chao frowned and said, it is a good idea, but it will be difficult for you when you pretend to be one in the second heaven. Jian Wushuang was confused by Lei Chao's words. Hall Master Yuan told Lei Chao, please take care of him and help him in his second inverse cultivation test. Lei Chao nodded and didn't refuse. After leaving Hall Master Yuan's place, Lei Chao took Jian Wushuang around the numerous buildings in the lineage of stars. Along the way, Jian Wushuang met many disciples from the lineage of star. They felt surprised when they saw Jian Wushuang. Who is that universe god in the second heaven? I have no idea, but he is the disciple of the Star Palace. Wow, a new one. Every disciple from the lineage of star had their own token that showed their identity as an ordinary disciple or as one from Star Palace. Those ordinary ones could tell that the token of Jian Wushuang came from the Star Palace. That was why they knew Jian Wushuang's identity even though they didn't know him. Jian Wushuang could feel that disciples were looking at him with envy and admiration. Why do they envy me? Is there a great difference between an ordinary identity and one from the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was curious. Lei Chao didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, as you are going to spend a long time here, it is necessary that you know about the cultivation resources in the lineage of star. Jian Wushuang listened to Lei Chao attentively. He was eager to know what valuable resources the lineage of star had as the top leader of the Purple Moon Sanctuary in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Lei Chao started introducing them to Jian Wushuang. Our lineage of star has a long and brilliant history, and so we have accumulated numerous resources. For disciples of universe God level, the most valuable ones are Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace. Among these three, Real God Hall is the top, but only universe gods in the third heaven are allowed to use it. Though you are in inverse cultivation, you are still not eligible to enter until you pass the second round of the inverse cultivation test and become a real universe god in the second heaven. Scripture Depository is home to the 4 great secret skills in the lineage of Star, which are the foundation of our lineage. Among these 4 skills, secret skills of Star Palace are well known even in the eternal chaotic world. Reset Palace is where we cultivate our consciousnesses. Since you are good at soul attacks, you can go there for cultivation, before which you'd better catch several meta beasts to absorb power when necessary. Those 3 places are very important, so only disciples from the Star Palace are entitled to use them. Jin Wushuang was surprised. Only disciples from the Star Palace were entitled to use those 3 great resources. He now understood why ordinary disciples envied him. There was indeed a great difference between ordinary ones and ones from the Star Palace. Apart from those 3, we also have 4 mystery lands and 9 shrines that are open to ordinary disciples. Though they are not as valuable as the 3 great treasures, they will also help a lot with one's cultivation, and many geniuses are eager for them. After a brief pause, Lei Chao continued, besides, we have 3 cultivation places, namely Star Tower, Illusionary Mind Sea, and Supreme Tower for disciples to cultivate and test their power. Star Tower and Illusionary Mind Sea are similar to 9 Boundaries Tower and Inadvertent Dreamland, but of a higher level. Chapter 1366, Sword Star. Chapter 1366, Sword Star. Besides the most precious Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace, there are 4 mystery lands, 9 palaces, and 3 training fields. This definitely lives up to the reputation of the lineage of Star. There are so many cultivation resources here. I wonder what the effect will be. Jin Wushuang was excited. Soon, Lei Chao brought Jin Wushuang to a corner of the void. There were stars before him. In the lineage of Star, disciples from Star Palace can take up a star as a cultivation cave dwelling. Jin Wushuang, you can pick one now, Lei Chao said. Use a star as a cultivation cave swelling? Jin Wushuang was shocked, but he didn't hesitate. His soul power swept out, and he noticed a star. That one, then, Jin Wushuang pointed at the star and said, "Let's go." Lei Chao brought Jin Wushuang to the star straight away. That star wasn't huge in size, but there was a continuous palatial architecture on the star. Right in the middle, there was a delicate-looking cave dwelling. Before Lei Chao and Jin Wushuang arrived at the cave dwelling, they noticed that there was a large number of people already standing before the cave dwelling. Most of them were women, and every one of them looked and dressed the same. The leader of them all was a woman who had a svelte body and a beautiful face. The beautiful woman had an elegant style and a rare beauty. The aura that she gave out was fierce, and she had obviously already reached the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Seeing Jin Wushuang's arrival, everyone before the cave dwelling, including the beauty who was their leader, bowed politely as they said, "Greetings, Master." Master? Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded. The people before him were all universe gods. Among them, the leading beauty was a universe god in the third heaven. But they were referring to him as Master. These maids and servants are arranged for you. They will take care of your daily life while you concentrate on cultivation, Lei Chao said. This, Jin Wushuang didn't know how he should react. He said, "I don't need any maids or servants. I can just cultivate on my own." Jin Wushuang. Lei Chao looked over. These maids and servants came to Lineage of Star willingly. There are benefits for them when they work for Lineage of Star, when they take care of the disciples of Lineage of Star. You don't have to misunderstand them. To them, to be able to take care of the disciples of the Lineage of Star is definitely a great task. The benefits that they are taking is of course better. If you were to reject them, it would be a rather heavy loss to them. Jin Wushuang was stunned as he took a glance at the maid and servants around him. They did look worried and were obviously concerned that Jian Wushuang would chase them away. Jian Wushuang had no choice but smiled bitterly and said, "All right, let them stay then." The maid and servants immediately revealed a joyful expression. "If so, you should cultivate well. This is a message token. If you run into any problems, you can look for me." Lei Chao passed him a token. "Thank you." Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy as he took the token. Then, Lei Chao left straight away. Jian Wushuang entered the cave dwelling with the maid and servants surrounding him. At the top of the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang stood on a stone stool while he overlooked the maids and servants who stood politely. "Besides you, everyone can leave," said Jian Wushuang, pointing at the beauty with the svelte body. After they heard Jian Wushuang's instructions, the maids and servants bowed and excused themselves. Only the beauty was standing there still. "What's your name?" Jian Wushuang looked at the beauty. "Master, I am Qiuyu." The beauty replied politely. "Qiuyu, you don't have to call me master from today onward. Nor will you refer to yourself as a servant. It's rather uncomfortable for me," Jian Wushuang said. He knew that he was just a universe god in the first heaven, and with the cover-up, he was just a peak universe god in the second heaven. But Qiuyu was a universe god in the third heaven. She was much stronger than him in terms of power. A person who was stronger than him was referring to him as master so politely. Jian Wushuang, of course, found it rather strange. "This," Qiuyu muttered to herself and then nodded. "Then, I shall call you Mr." "That's fine." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. "Qiuyu, let me ask you, is what Lei Chao said real? Did all of you came to be a servant in Lineage of Star willingly?" "Of course," Qiuyu laughed. "Lineage of Star is the real ruling force of the Starland. Regardless of wisdom or ability, they are at the top in the eternal chaotic world. Such a sect naturally has tens of thousands of geniuses and experts dying to join. However, the threshold to join Lineage of Star is too high. One must be a genius among geniuses. Like myself, even though I am universe god in the third heaven, I am not gifted enough. So I am not qualified to be a disciple of Lineage of Star. As I can't be a disciple, there's only another way to enter Lineage of Star, which is to become a maid, a servant. Although maid and servants are one level lower, and might be put to great inconvenience, we are able to receive cultivation resources. Plus, Lineage of Star treats us, maid and servants, quite well. Under normal circumstances, as long as we stay in Lineage of Star for more than 10,000 years, we will receive a chance to enter the 9 shrines. Stay 10,000 years and we get to choose a secret skill from the first level of Shrine of Secret Skills to cultivate. Stay for 1,000,000 years and we get to experience the 4 mystery lands once. That treatment is much better than many core disciples in weaker sects in Starland. Plus, if one were to be lucky enough, if one's master were easy to talk to, he or she could ask for pointers from their master. How lucky would that be? Qiuyu obviously had nothing to complain about being a maid in Lineage of Star. On the contrary, she was rather positive. "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded silently. He understood that any cultivator who was an expert but wasn't gifted yet wouldn't be happy about being ordinary, like Qiuyu, as they couldn't join and be nurtured by other sects. They might as well become a maid in Lineage of Star. They might stand a higher chance. "Oh yeah, mister. Now that you are the master of this star, you can name this star. Then we maids and servants of the lineage can tell each other where we serve," Qiuyu said. "Name?" Jian Wushuang suddenly paused and then smiled. "My name is Jian Wushuang. I have used the word sword in my name, and I am good with swords. As such, from today onwards, this star shall be known as Sword Star." Chapter 1367, Star Tower. Chapter 1367, Star Tower. After Jian Wushuang asked Qiuyu something about the lineage of Star, he went to visit the vast building complex in the Sword Star. He wanted to know more about the numerous cultivation resources in the lineage of Star. He chose to go to the Scripture Depository and the Reset Palace, which only allowed disciples from the Star Palace. In the complex, Hi. Jian Wushuang greeted someone. He was an ordinary disciple from the lineage of Star. He was thin. He turned around when he heard Jian Wushuang's greeting. He immediately felt the existence of Jian Wushuang's token as a disciple from the Star Palace. Nice to meet you, brother. I am Chu Yang. The young man bowed to Jian Wushuang politely. Jian Wushuang was surprised. You came here not long ago, right? The young man looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded. In the lineage of Star, ordinary disciples should show respect to disciples from the Star Palace regardless of how powerful he is or how long he has joined the lineage. Chu Yang explained smilingly. Jian Wushuang now understood. Is there anything that I can help you? Chu Yang asked. Could you please take me to the scripture depository and the reset palace? I am still unfamiliar with their locations. Jian Wushuang asked politely. Okay, please follow me. Chu Yang accepted the request delightedly. Only after a while they arrived at the scripture depository. Now we are in the scripture depository. You may enter, and I will wait for you here. Thank you very much. Then Jian Wushuang entered the scripture depository. Neither books nor tokens were stored in the scripture depository. The only thing that Jian Wushuang discovered was 4 secret rooms. In front of the 4 secret rooms sat a white-haired elder. He raised his head as Jian Wushuang approached him. Are you the new member? The elder asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. There is a rule here. Each disciple from the Star Palace can cultivate 1 secret skill in the scripture depository with no condition. But if they want to cultivate a second one, they should meet a certain requirement. I can feel that you have already cultivated the secret skills of Star Palace, so you are not eligible to cultivate others. The elder said. Jian Wushuang then continued to ask him. So what requirements should I meet in order to cultivate the second secret skill? Among the 3 cultivation places in our lineage of Star, the Star Tower is a place where we test our unique skills and sword principles. There are 3 levels in the tower, and you only have to pass the 3rd one. Okay, the Star Tower. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. Chu Yang was still waiting outside the scripture depository. How was your visit? Chu Yang asked. I had cultivated the secret skills of Star Palace before I arrived at the lineage of Star. So now I have to pass the 3rd level of the Star Tower in order to cultivate the second secret skill. Jian Wushuang answered. Chu Yang said, well, the Star Tower is not far from here. I could lead you there. Good idea. They went to the Star Tower. The Star Tower was a splendid, purple-gold big tower with 6 levels. Good luck to you, brother, Chu Yang said. Jian Wushuang started to ponder. Lei Chao told him that the Star Tower was quite similar to the 9 Boundaries Tower, but was on a higher level. Jian Wushuang passed the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower, but he was unsure which level he could pass in the Star Tower. Jian Wushuang entered the 1st level with hope in his heart. On the 1st level, he saw his opponent, a cold, middle-aged man. The man waved his sword when he saw Jian Wushuang, saying, You are good at swordsmanship? Let us see who is the winner. Jian Wushuang took out his Blood Mountain sword, and he became excited. Come on. The man yelled, and he stepped forward. Then he waved his sword to Jian Wushuang. This attack was appalling, full of coldness and darkness. Jian Wushuang generated his power and started to wave the Blood Mountain sword. Dragon roar. The power of the sword exploded. But when the 2 forces of sword collided with each other, bang! Under the attack, Jian Wushuang's sword power totally collapsed. The attack from the man directly hit Jian Wushuang's body. Bang! Jian Wushuang's figure was blasted out. Outside the Star Tower, Chu Yang was waiting. He was wondering how many levels Jian Wushuang had passed. He thought, though brother Jian Wushuang is a new member here and hasn't cultivated with the resources of the lineage of Star, he must be powerful as a disciple from the Star Tower. So, I guess, he'll pass at least the 2nd level? But passing the 3rd level will be difficult. He may only be able to pass the 3rd after cultivating for a long time in the lineage of Star. But as Chu Yang was thinking, he saw a figure blast out of the Star Tower. The figure was Jian Wushuang. What happened? Chu Yang was shocked. He was blasted out soon after entering into the tower? In such a short time? Indeed, a very short time. Within just 10 breaths, Jin Wushuang was blasted out of the tower. Jin Wushuang was as shocked as Chu Yang. It was just the first level, and it's more powerful than I imagined. The man's swordsmanship defeated him easily within a very short time. Jin Wushuang had utterly failed. Chapter 1368, Reset Palace. Chapter 1368, Reset Palace. Rank 3 Unique Skill. It's only the first floor, but this person performed a Rank 3 Unique Skill, and it's an advanced Rank 3 Unique Skill. Jin Wushuang was astonished. Only the first floor, and he was defeated. If he wanted to pass through the third level and cultivate the second secret skill in Scripture Depository, it'd be a joke. That's not right. Even though in Lineage of Star is filled with top geniuses, the test of the Star Tower didn't have to be that difficult, right? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He, a universe god in the first heaven, went to the first floor of Star Tower, but the opponent on the first floor performed a Rank 3 unique skill straightway. What kind of sorcery was that? Unless, Jin Wushuang suddenly thought of a possibility. Unless the Star Tower didn't treat me as a universe god in the first heaven, but the second heaven. Jin Wushuang's face grew strange the moment he thought of the possibility. I finally understood why Lei Chao said that I, a universe god in the first heaven, pretending to be a universe god in the second heaven, would be at a disadvantage. I guess that's why. The training field in the Lineage of Star was set according to the cultivator's level. The starting point for a universe god in the first heaven and a universe god in the second heaven was definitely different. Take the Star Tower, for instance. If it were to be other disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven who would go to the first floor of Star Tower, the opponent on the first floor would only perform an advanced rank 2 unique skill at most. If Star Tower only treated Jin Wushuang as a universe god in the first heaven, he naturally could pass through the test easily. However, the crucial part was that Star Tower took him as a universe god in the second heaven. I only created a peak rank 2 unique skill then. However, the opponent from the first floor in Star Tower only could perform advanced rank 3 unique skill. It is a few levels different. In other words, I am far from passing through the first floor of Star Tower, Jin Wushuang sighed. However, he didn't think it was unfair for him. He was an inverse cultivator after all. Comparing an inverse cultivator to an ordinary cultivator, the starting point itself should be a level higher. A universe god in the first heaven that did inverse cultivation was really treated like a universe god in the second heaven in the eternal chaotic world. Senior. Chu Yang walked over and looked at Jin Wushuang in suspicion. He found it strange and asked, Senior, which floor in Star Tower were you in? This, Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. To be frank, I didn't even pass the first floor and I am far from passing. You can't even pass the first floor? Chu Yang creased his eyebrows. A disciples of Star Palace couldn't even pass through the first floor in Star Palace, and he was far from passing? What was going on? One must know, in Lineage of Star, even with those ordinary disciples, more than 90% of them could pass through the first floor, and some could even pass through the second floor. Would it be because he was careless and he didn't put his full ability to play at the very first moment, that's why he was defeated? Chu Yang thought to himself. It seemed to be the only explanation he could find. Otherwise, a disciple of the Star Palace who didn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower was definitely a joke. Senior, why don't I bring you to the Reset Palace and take a look? Chu Yang said. All right, Jin Wushuang nodded. Chu Yang then brought Jin Wushuang to Reset Palace. In Lineage of Star, only disciples of the Star Palace were qualified to enter the Reset Palace. Jin Wushuang didn't hesitate but stepped foot into Reset Palace straight away. The moment Jin Wushuang entered the palace, he could feel a shapeless force greet him. This is an assault of consciousness. No, not only consciousness, it also contained magic and even a mind devil. This, Jin Wushuang suddenly beamed. He had cultivated for 10 years in Tianyuan Mystery Land back in Snow Kingdom. In those 10 years, he had gained a huge reward, but Tian Yuan Mysteryland was mainly about the assault of consciousness. However, the Reset Palace not only had assault of consciousness, it also contained magic and mind devils. Jin Wushuang could also manipulate the strength of magic and mind devils. It was obviously much more outstanding compared to Tian Yuan Mysteryland's soul assault of consciousness. I heard long ago that there was a place in the lineage of Star that trains and nourishes consciousness. I finally get to see it. It's really extraordinary. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. The higher-ups in lineage of Star really know how to nurture their disciples. They started to think about how to improve their disciples' strength of consciousness when they were just universe gods. They even created Reset Palace for this purpose, and also the test in Illusionary Mindsea. They are paving a way for their disciples. King of Venomous Worms complimented. Jin Wushuang could hear what King of Venomous Worms said. He heard from King of Venomous Worms that, to become the top expert in the eternal chaotic world, which was to become an almighty, one had to pass a barrier. The barrier was to light up his soul fire. How difficult it was to light up soul fire. Just like Jin Wushuang, who was an inverse cultivator, he lit up his soul fire when he was a universe master. However, an ordinary cultivator put in all their effort and paid a huge price, and it'd still be rather difficult to light up their soul fire. The inability to light up their soul fire meant the inability for them to take the leap towards the rest of their lives. To light up their soul fire, consciousness was the crucial element. The consciousness was required to be trained step by step since it was weak. It was required to improve bit by bit, especially during their time as universe god. The training and improvement of consciousness was extremely important. Due to this, Lineage of Star intentionally created Reset Palace especially to improve and nourish their disciples' consciousness. Their intention was to lay a great foundation and pave a way that leads them to take the greatest leap. Even though the chance was slim, they could at least try. The Reset Palace was useful for me to improve my soul power. If I were to cultivate here, my soul power would definitely improve tremendously. I reckon it wouldn't be long until I reach the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Plus, there's help from the meta beasts. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shining brightly. When Lei Chao talked about Reset Palace back then, he said that he could try to catch a few meta beasts and use the meta strength them to nourish consciousness. Then, he would improve even more greatly. Go and catch meta beasts. Jin Wushuang immediately headed outside of Reset Palace. When Jin Wushuang met Chu Yang outside of Reset Palace, he clarified his intention with Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I shall capture meta beasts on my own. It will not be necessary for you to lead the way, Jin Wushuang said. If so, I shall excuse myself, Chu Yang said. Sorry for the trouble. Jin Wushuang thanked him again. Chapter 1369, Catch the Meta Beast. Chapter 1369, Catch the Meta Beast. After saying goodbye to Chu Yang, Jin Wushuang went to the Star River. He was searching for meta beasts. There's one. Jin Wushuang soon found a meta beast, but it was tiny. The beast was just half a meter tall. Obviously, its energy had been absorbed by disciples in the lineage of Star, and the beast hadn't recovered. Jin Wushuang wouldn't get enough energy by capturing it. A useful meta beast should be at least 1 to 2 meters tall. Go on. Jin Wushuang continued searching. The Star River was vast. Jin Wushuang couldn't go through the whole river in only 1 month. After an hour, Jin Wushuang had found another one. This one was almost 3 meters tall. There you go. Jin Wushuang approached the beast quietly. But, as he approached, the beast detected him and turned around, staring at him. This meta beast was born in the Star River a long time ago. It had been captured by disciples in the lineage of Star multiple times, knowing how dangerous its predators were. As soon as it saw Jin Wushuang, it immediately ran away. It ran so fast, like a flash. You can't escape. Jin Wushuang followed it. Whoosh! He and the beast rushed quickly through the Star River. Jin Wushuang was surprised about the beast's speed. Jin Wushuang couldn't catch up with it even though he had tried his best. It's time for me to use some tools. Jin Wushuang then used his consciousness to generate his blaze quicksand gourd, from which a tremendous amount of sand rushed out. The rushing speed of the sand was way faster than the running beast. Soon those sands covered the beast and lowered its speed. In that way, Jin Wushuang narrowed the distance with the beast. Soon, he caught up with the beast. Jin Wushuang said delightedly to the beast, "I will not kill you. Just give your energy to me." The beast seemed to understand what Jin Wushuang said. It turned around and looked at Jin Wushuang with great hostility. Beasts born in the Star River were docile, but they would become aggressive when faced with danger, especially after being caught by humans several times. The beast roared. The beast stopped running and rushed to Jin Wushuang. It raised its front feet and intended to attack Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang hit the beast with his fists instead of using the Blood Mountain sword in order not to injure it. Bang! After an explosion, the Star River around them went dark. Jin Wushuang was blasted out. It took him a while to stand stably. He was shocked by the power of the beast. What happened? While Jin Wushuang was blasted out, the meta beast was not injured at all. He had failed to pass even the first level of the Star Tower. He had felt better for the simple reason that he was regarded as a universe god in the second heaven. But now he had even failed to catch a meta beast? Even a beast was more powerful than him? I once saw a universe god catch a meta beast easily, so I have always thought that it would just be a piece of cake for me to catch one too. But the meta beast was also shocked. It had always believed that humans were so powerful. But this time, the predator seemed weak. I want to try again. Jin Wushuang rushed to the beast again. And the beast also rushed to him. They were going to collide and battle again. But at that very moment, two figures came, a man and a woman. The man was slightly fat, and the woman was the one that Jin Wushuang had seen catch a 3-meter meta beast easily before. "How many beasts have you caught?" The man asked the woman. 12. "And you?" "Roughly the same as you." The man smiled. "I will go back after catching several more." "So will I," the woman said. As they were talking, they heard a bombing sound. "What is that?" "That bombing sound only exists when two people are fighting together." "Who dares fight in Starland?" The man frowned. "Let us go and have a look," the woman said. As they went to where the sound was coming from, they saw Jin Wushuang and the beast. Chapter 1370, Too Weak. Chapter 1370, Too Weak. Not any cultivator fighting a fierce battle, but a disciple of the lineage of Star, is catching a meta beast? That is a disciple of the lineage of Star? The black-haired man and the lady in a gold robe looked at the Milky Way before them. They saw Jin Wushuang, who was fighting ferociously with the meta beast. They also felt the existence of the token that signified his identity as a disciple of Star Palace on Jin Wushuang. See the aura of the token. He is really a disciple of Star Palace. But why is he so weak? The black-haired man creased his eyebrows and said, "Weak. Too weak." At least from what they saw, Jin Wushuang was merely showing the fighting power of an ordinary peak universe god in the second heaven. But in the place where geniuses gathered, like lineage of Star, any ordinary disciple who was a universe god in the second heaven would be much stronger than Jin Wushuang. Would it be that he didn't give his all? The lady in gold robe thought. Maybe, the black-haired man nodded too. They could only think that Jin Wushuang hadn't given his all. Otherwise, a disciple of Star Palace who was a universe god in the second heaven, who couldn't even fight a 3-meter meta beast, would definitely be a joke if the story spread. But they didn't know that Jin Wushuang didn't hide his power, but he really couldn't do anything to the meta beast. He had already performed various measures. He even used sword principle with Blood Mountain sword and also soul attack, but it didn't cause any damage to the meta beast. The meta beast is born by the Milky Way. They are extremely intelligent, and their consciousness is related to the surrounding Milky Way. My soul attack has nothing to do with it. Relying on my swordsmanship alone, I could barely suppress it. If I wanted to extract its meta strength alive, it would be impossible. Jian Wushuang quickly understood, and he didn't waste any more time. He stopped and let the meta beast leave. A 3-meter-tall meta beast. I'm afraid I can't do anything to it now. I could only go look for smaller meta beast. Jian Wushuang sighed, and then continued to search at the surrounding Milky Way. Jian Wushuang noticed the black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe afar with his soul power, but he was unconcerned. Junior, did you see that? The black-haired man creased his eyebrows slightly. The lady in gold robe nodded solemnly. He looked at the meta beast escape from his hand. Was he really unable to do anything with the meta beast? The earlier sight, did you record it? The black-haired man asked. Yes, the lady in the gold robe said. Great, let's return. I'd like to see what's up with this disciple of Star Palace, the black-haired man said. All right, we are almost done with catching the meta beast anyway, the lady in the gold robe agreed. Then, they returned to the old lair in the lineage of Star. On the training field that was formed within the nebula, a few figures were gathered. The few of them were all ordinary disciples in lineage of Star. One of them was obviously stronger by one notch compared to the rest. Luo Quan. The black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe appeared on the training field after returning from the Milky Way. Didn't you two go to catch a meta beast? Why did you return so soon? The disciple with the strongest aura on the training field, Luo Quan, wore a malicious smile. We originally wanted to catch a few more meta beasts, but we run into something interesting on the way, the black-haired man said. Oh, what is it? Tell me, Luo Quan smiled and asked. Don't panic. Let me ask you first. Is there a recent new disciple of lineage of Star? The black-haired man asked. Yes, Luo Quan nodded. Not long ago, Mr. Lei Chao brought a disciple of lineage of Star back, personally. The disciple of lineage of Star is like us. He's also a universe god in the second heaven. As for his name, I think he's called Jian Wushuang. Exactly then. We ran into him in the Milky Way earlier, and he happened to be catching meta beasts, the black-haired man said. He just got to lineage of Star. He knew the meta beast was useful. If he wanted to catch a few for cultivation, there is no big deal, Luo Quan creased his eyebrows and said. If so, of course, there's no big deal. However, the black-haired man smirked and looked at the lady in gold robe. Junior, take it out. The lady in gold robe nodded and then took out a token. She allocated her consciousness, and the recorded image in the token was played before every one of them. A mirror image? Luo Quan and the others were shocked, but they looked anyway. In a short time, Luo Quan and the others who watched the recorded image looked puzzled. How is that possible? A disciple of lineage of Star who was a universe god in the second heaven couldn't do anything to a 3-meter-tall meta beast. Isn't this ridiculous? Jian Wushuang, didn't he hide his ability? The few disciples on training field gasped. From what they saw, the power that Jian Wushuang showed during his fight with the meta beast was really too weak. Luo Quan squinted his eyes and looked at the black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe. Are you sure that he used all of his power? The black-haired man shook his head. We only saw him fighting with the meta beast, but we couldn't tell if he gave his all. However, if he wanted to catch meta beast, he can't just let a 3-meter-high meta beast leave before his eyes, right? Just then, everyone, what are you doing here? A figure walked over. He happened to be the disciple that had brought Jian Wushuang around earlier, Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you came just in time. Quick, come and take a look at the image. The black-haired man pulled Chu Yang over to watch the image. Chu Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted after he watched. Would Jian Wushuang really be so weak? Chu Yang muttered. Chu Yang, you meant really weak? Did you suspect his power before this? The black-haired man said. To be frank, I brought Jian Wushuang to Star Tower once. But Jian Wushuang flew out almost instantly. He didn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower. Plus, when I asked if he was too careless and didn't put his all to play, he said that he gave his all and he really couldn't pass through the first level, Chuyang said. He didn't even pass the first floor of Star Tower? All the disciples at the scene were shocked. Sixth floor in Star Tower, one floor was more difficult than the other, but the first floor was the easiest. Even they managed to pass through the first floor. It seems that we didn't guess wrong. Jian Wushuang, who just came to Lineage of Star, was really weak, but he became a disciple of Star Palace, a role that all of us desired. The black-haired man's eyes became fiery red as he spoke. Chapter 1371. Luo Quan challenged Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1371. Luo Quan challenged Jian Wushuang. It is all a matter of luck. Jian Wushuang just joined the Star Palace by luck. Why did Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao allow Jian Wushuang in? Many disciples felt wronged and got angry. Stop. Chu Yang reminded the arguing people. The long-time reputation of our Lineage of Star depends on our value for real ability rather than luck. I think Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao admitted Jian Wushuang in for certain reasons. Jian Wushuang must have something unusual. Aha, let's see whether he can withstand the test. A man called Luo Quan said. What do you intend to do? Chu Yang looked at Luo Quan. Luo Quan asked people around him, do you guys know where Jian Wushuang lives? A disciple said, in a star called Sword Star. Okay, let's go there and meet him, Luo Quan said. Then 7 disciples went to the Sword Star. Jian Wushuang was still in the Star River. He had been in the Star River for 4 days, during which he had met many beasts, but some were difficult for him to conquer. He had caught only 4, each of which was less than 2 meters tall and relatively weak. Jian Wushuang caught and kept them. They are enough for me to cultivate in the Reset Palace for a while. So he planned to go back. After absorbing the power of 4 meta beasts, he went back to the Sword Star. Yu went to him when he arrived. Finally, you have come back, Master. What happened? Several guests have been waiting for you for a long time, Yu said. Jian Wushuang frowned. Luo Quan and other disciples now appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Hello, Brother Jian Wushuang. I am Luo Quan. Hello. Those ordinary disciples all bowed to Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was a disciple from the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang smiled to them. What are you coming for? I have competed with the most of the universe gods in the second heaven, and I like competing. May I invite you to compete with me? Jian Wushuang said, okay. Luo Quan frowned and was a little bit worried. He thought Jian Wushuang had accepted the invitation because he was confident of winning. But in fact, Jian Wushuang only cared about whether he could learn and improve his abilities. He was eager to fight with geniuses from the Lineage of Star. Anyone who is qualified to be a disciple from the Lineage of Star must be a genius. Jian Wushuang felt excited to have the opportunity to battle with them. Come on. Luo Quan wore a pair of blood-red gloves and was staring at Jian Wushuang, ready to fight. Jian Wushuang also took out his Blood Mountain sword and started to fight. Bang! An extraordinary power was generated by Jian Wushuang. Divine Shadow. The power of Jian Wushuang's sword exploded. A flash of light soon multiplied into thousands of flashes. Those flashes all rushed to Luo Quan. The Divine Shadow was one of the 3 peak Rank 2 unique skills that Jian Wushuang had created. Rank 2 unique skills. In response, Luo Quan fought with his palms with red gloves. Bang! 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 Luo Quan's power collided with Jian Wushuang's sword, pushing back the Blood Mountain sword. Luo Quan generated more power. His palms became more strong and powerful, forcing Jian Wushuang to step back. Show me all of your power, Luo Quan murmured. Come on. Blood Knight. Blood Knight was the most powerful skill that Jian Wushuang had. He tried his best. And Luo Quan rushed toward Jian Wushuang and generated even more power. Boom! A strong soul power directly hit Luo Quan, but didn't affect him too much. Bang! Luo Quan stretched out his sharp claws, as if to tear the whole universe apart. The claw reached Jian Wushuang. Though Luo Quan didn't use all of his power, Jian Wushuang was hit hard. He became pale and started bleeding. The battle ended. Is your power really limited to this level? Any universe god in the second heaven in a small sect would be better than you, let alone disciples from the lineage of Star. How could you be a disciple from Star Palace? You don't deserve it. Now Luo Quan showed little respect to Jian Wushuang. The others were also indifferent. After all, they only recognized capability. They would respect Jian Wushuang only if he was powerful enough. But it turned out that Jian Wushuang was weak. You still have 800 years before the selection battle for the Star Palace. If you are still weak by then, give your position in the Star Palace to me. Luo Quan said indifferently as he walked away. Chapter 1372, Battle. Chapter 1372, Battle. On Sword Star, Jian Wushuang watched Luo Quan and the others leave with no facial expression. Luo Quan is really strong. I performed the Blood Knight technique with my all, and I erupted my soul attack entirely. Theoretically, even an ordinary universe god in the third heaven would find it difficult to resist. However, he encountered my soul attack directly and wasn't affected at all. His consciousness is very strong, and he is much stronger in power than me. Jian Wushuang complimented him, but he was looking at Qiu next to him. Qiu looked strange. Why? Are you disappointed in my power? Jian Wushuang said casually. No. I believe that you becoming the disciple of lineage of Star definitely meant that you are unusually capable. Even if you aren't Luo Quan's match now, you could definitely catch up in no time, Qiu said. Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard that, but his pupils contracted. He didn't care about victory or defeat. Even if he lost to Luo Quan, he wouldn't be bothered. His power was weaker compared to the universe gods in the second heaven after all. However, such weakness wouldn't persist. Qiu, when Luo Quan left earlier, he mentioned something about the battle between disciples of Star Palace. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. That's a battle aiming to fight for the right to become a disciple of Star Palace. In Lineage of Star, it will be conducted every 5,000 years, Qiu said. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked. Mister, you just came to Lineage of Star. There are many things that you have yet to know. In Lineage of Star, it has always been power defines one's position, Qiu explained. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of Star Palace have always had 15 slots. Among them, 5 are universe gods in the third heaven, 5 are universe god in the second heaven, and 5 are universe gods in the first heaven. In other words, they selected top 5 strongest universe gods in each heaven to join Star Palace. The selection method is conducted through a battle between disciples in Star Palace that is held every 5,000 years in Lineage of Star. In the battle, the 5 strongest will become disciples of Star Palace, while the rest will be ordinary disciples. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood then. In other words, although I am a disciple of Star Palace now, if I fail to be in the top 5 strongest among universe gods in the second heaven in the battle 800 years later, I will be degraded as an ordinary disciple? Yes, Qiu nodded. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows, and he immediately felt pressure from the bottom of his heart. In Lineage of Star, there was a huge difference between the disciples of Star Palace and ordinary disciples. Especially considering that Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, Reset Palace, the 3 main cultivation resource were only occupied by disciples of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang, of course, wanted to maintain his position as a disciple of Star Palace. However, with his ability then, he was at the bottom of the universe gods in the second heaven within Lineage of Star. I only have 800 years. Jian Wushuang held his fists tight, and his eyes were twinkling with energy. 800 years wasn't short to him. With 800 years' time, with the aid of cultivation resources in Lineage of Star, he might stand a chance. Mister, You lost to Luo Quan today before the other few disciples. If I'm not mistaken, they definitely will spread the word. By then, I'm afraid it would trigger the suspicion and dissatisfaction of many other disciples. There might be other disciples who come to challenge you. You must be mentally prepared. Qiu Yu reminded. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. My current power is too weak. I have to admit, whether or not they suspect me has nothing to do with me. If they want to challenge me, by all means, come. There is no difference between losing 1 battle and 100 battles anyway. Jian Wushuang didn't care. On the contrary, he hoped that the disciples and lineage of Star would look for him. Jian Wushuang treated the fights with the geniuses as a kind of training. Plus, he had already lost to Luo Quan. So what if he were to lose to other ordinary disciples? He didn't care about victory or defeat. The only thing that he cared about was his strength and the result of the battle that would happen 800 years later. Just as Qiu Yu has predicted, the news about Jian Wushuang being defeated by Luo Quan spread like wildfire in Lineage of Star. At the same time, the mirror image of their battle was spread across Lineage of Star too. On top of that, the image of Jian Wushuang trying to catch a meta beast in the Milky Way was spread along too. The moment the images spread, it suddenly stirred a commotion in the entire Lineage of Star. The disciples in Lineage of Star were all astonished. They were shocked at the fact that Jian Wushuang was defeated by Luo Quan. There were many geniuses in Lineage of Star after all. It was normal that an ordinary disciple win against disciples in Star Palace occasionally. Plus, Jian Wushuang just got to the Lineage of Star, and he had yet to cultivate while utilizing the resource in Lineage of Star. It was nothing if his power wasn't ahead of Luo Quan. What shocked the disciples was that the power that Jian Wushuang revealed was really too weak. Weak? How could he be so weak? He can't even do anything to a 3-meter-tall meta beast, and he is a disciple of Star Palace? I heard that he couldn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower. Is this a joke? Universe God in the second heaven, with only this level of power, there are so many in Purple Moon Sanctuary. What is Hall Master Yuan thinking? How could they let such a person become a disciple of Star Palace? These disciples couldn't understand how Jian Wushuang, with such a weak power, had become a disciple of Star Palace. As they couldn't understand, it naturally became dissatisfaction towards the higher-ups of Lineage of Star. Unfair. I put in so much effort, but I could only maintain my position as an ordinary disciple. But Jian Wushuang is a disciple of Star Palace with only such power? Would Jian Wushuang be one of the Hall Master's illegitimate children, or is he related to the Palace Master by any chance? Otherwise, why would the higher-ups of Lineage of Star take such a good care of him? Lineage of Star was filled with dissatisfaction and complaints. The disciples of Star Palace was definitely an existence that countless ordinary disciples in Lineage of Star envied. The 3 most precious cultivation resources in Lineage of Star had always been the special privilege that disciples of Star Palace possessed while ordinary disciples stood almost no hope at all. All this while, the ordinary disciples fought for a chance to become a disciple of Star Palace. Those who were lucky enough to become disciples of Star Palace relied on their power and proved themselves to become one. Hence, these ordinary disciples could only accept them. However, the ordinary disciples were then unhappy with the appearance of Jian Wushuang and the power that he revealed. The ordinary disciples complained that Lineage of Star was unfair and that the higher-ups were biased. Chapter 1373, Unfair. Chapter 1373, Unfair. On the Sword Star, a new round of the ongoing battle was happening. Bang! A giant axe hit Jian Wushuang directly, blasting at both him and his sword. It took Jian Wushuang quite a while to regain his stability. Is he worth his identity as a disciple from the Star Palace? Ridiculous. The man using the axe glanced at Jian Wushuang with contempt and left. Outside of the Sword Star, many disciples were watching the battle. Jian Wushuang has already lost 12 battles consecutively. 13. if we count the battle with Luo Quan. It is the first time that I have seen such a weak disciple from the Star Palace. Many disciples were gossiping about Jian Wushuang. He just joined the Star Palace by luck? Still, he is quite resilient and never gave up, even though he was defeated by multiple times. Resilient? I think he is stupid. He may step down in 800 years. I would be meaningless to waste time discussing him. Many disciples left. They had gradually lost interest in Jian Wushuang, and no one challenged him anymore. Amongst those who were still watching Jian Wushuang were two particular figures, Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao. Hall Master Yuan sighed. He is having a difficult time. Of course. How can it be easy to pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven when he is only in the first heaven? Lei Chao said. Recently, many disciples as well as many real gods have complained to me that it is unfair to let Jian Wushuang in. Nonsense. It is only unfair to Jian Wushuang, not them. Lei Chao murmured. But they don't know the truth, so we can't blame them either. Let's just see what will happen in the future. Obstacles are good for him. But if Jian Wushuang becomes an ordinary disciple, he will lose many resources. Lei Chao said. Maybe we won't have to worry about this just now. Just wait. Hall Master Yuan said smilingly and left. Lei Chao also left. After ordinary disciples lost interest in Jian Wushuang, he finally had time to devote himself to cultivation. He was now in the Reset Palace. He was sitting in the palace with a strong consciousness attack around him. Under the attack, Jian Wushuang slowly increased his soul resilience. At the same time, he was consuming the power captured by the 4 meta beasts, which facilitated his soul power. With the help of the beast's power, I can increase my soul power faster. Jian Wushuang felt satisfied. After he had run out of all the meta beast power, he chose to leave the Reset Palace and started to travel around the 9 shrines. Although the 9 shrines were not as valuable as the Real God Hall and the Reset Palace, they could still help cultivators a lot. Especially the Shrine of Myriad Swords. The Shrine of Myriad Swords was used for cultivating swordsmanship. It was home to countless secret skills, the procedures of which could be demonstrated through screens. There were so many high-level secret skills that were convenient to learn. The Shrine of Myriad Swords could definitely help Jian Wushuang improve his swordsmanship. Now my cultivation of swordsmanship is going through a bottleneck and I need a breakthrough. Maybe I could draw some inspiration and make a breakthrough here. Jian Wushuang was delighted. From then on, Jian Wushuang went to the Shrine of Myriad Swords and the Reset Palace every day. The Reset Palace forced Jian Wushuang to strengthen his consciousness. But he needed to relax after spending time under too much pressure. He chose to go to the Shrine of Myriad Swords to learn swordsmanship and occasionally caught meta beasts to absorb energy. Time passed quickly. Jian Wushuang had been in the lineage of Star for 30 years. In the Shrine of Myriad Swords. With a harsh sound, a bright flash of light burst out from Jian Wushuang's sword. The light transformed into a scarlet phoenix which could generate overwhelming power. As the light dissipated, the phoenix also disappeared. Jian Wushuang had succeeded. Finally, I have made a breakthrough in the past 30 years and created a peak rank 2 secret skill. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. Without resources in the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang would have had to spend much more time. But, inspired by resources from the Shrine of Myriad Swords, he had made a breakthrough within only 30 years. It would take a long time to create a rank 3 secret skill. Jian Wushuang, you should integrate the peak rank 2 secret skill into your Blood Mountain sword to make it more powerful, King of Venomous Worms commented. You are right. Jian Wushuang was inspired. Chapter 1374, Unfortunate Experience in the Milky Way. Chapter 1374, Unfortunate Experience in the Milky Way. Cultivation time waited for no man. To those experts at the top of the eternal chaotic world, such as Almighty like the founder of Lineage of Star, 10,000 years or 100,000 years were all like the snap of his fingers. A million years was merely a blink of an eye. Tens of million of years wasn't long either. However, to Jian Wushuang that had yet to cultivate for 10,000 years, he could do many things in 800 years. It was his 120th year in Lineage of Star. Star Tower, first floor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rays of sword light swept out magically from Jian Wushuang continuously. Those sword lights were beautiful, and every ray was enchanting. His opponent, the middle-aged man with a long beard, wielded his sword. He was quick, accurate, and brutal. He was extremely decisive in his moves. Both of their swordsmanships were exposed entirely, and their swords collided over and over again. The collision of their sword lights reverberated through Star Tower. There was suddenly a sharp glare in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Billows. Gush. There was a boundless sword light that exploded. It looked like there was at least 1,000 rays of sword lights. The sword lights looked blurry, and no one could tell which was real. Break. The middle-aged man bellowed and twitched. It slammed the core of the sword light like lightning and collided with the tip of the Blood Mountain sword. Ghosting. The divine power in Jian Wushuang's hand surged, and boundless sword lights overlapped one another as though 1,000 rays of sword light had gathered into one and suddenly erupted. What? The long-bearded middle-aged man looked astonished, but he couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the sword light directly. The first floor of Star Tower passed. Finally passed. There was joy in Jian Wushuang's eyes. When he first got to Star Tower, he was defeated by the long-bearded middle-aged man directly. He was far from passing the floor. However, 120 years later, although he had yet to create an advanced rank 3 unique skill, with the 2 beginner rank 3 unique skills, and with his understanding of swordsmanship and killing technique, he had passed through the first floor of Star Tower. In Lineage of Star, most of the ordinary disciples who were Universe God in the second heaven could only pass through the first floor of Star Tower. I am barely even-handed with, but not at the bottom like before, Jian Wushuang smiled. On the day Jian Wushuang passed through the first level of Star Tower, the news spread. Like a gentle breeze, there was not much response. Merely passing the first floor wasn't enough to catch the disciples' attention. If Jian Wushuang could pass through the second floor of the Star Tower, that might catch their attention. The meta strength that I obtained earlier finished. I have to catch a few meta beasts for supplementation. Jian Wushuang walked directly to the Milky Way after he left Star Tower. In the boundless Milky Way, Jian Wushuang wandered leisurely as his soul power spread. Soon, Jian Wushuang found his first meta beast. Oh, a 3-meter-tall meta beast? Jian Wushuang's eyes blinked. 120 years ago, the first time he came to catch a meta beast, it was also a 3-meter-tall meta beast. But then, he couldn't do anything about it and could only let it go. But now, Jian Wushuang immediately moved and suppressed the meta beast's speed with Blaze Quicksand Gourd. He caught up with it and took swift action. In a short time, the meta beast was caught alive. First, Jian Wushuang smiled and continued to wander around. 10 days passed. In the past 10 days, Jian Wushuang had caught 22 meta beasts to extract a large amount of meta strength. With the meta strength that I extracted, it should be enough for me to cultivate for a few years in Reset Palace. Let me catch one last one, Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Half an hour later, Jian Wushuang found his last meta beast. Quite a fat little one, huh? Jian Wushuang looked at the meta beast, which was huge and almost 4 meters tall. He was impressed. There were many meta beasts in the Milky Way. However, as the disciples in Lineage of Star always extracted their meta strength from them, there were very few that could reach 4 meters tall. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only come across one. Rumble. Jian Wushuang took action directly. The Blaze Quicksand Gourd suppressed the meta beast while he wielded Blood Mountain Sword and formed a boundless sword intention to cover the meta beast. Wow. Wow. A mere collision twice. As he was worried that he would hurt the meta beast, Jian Wushuang intentionally hit the meta beast's body with the body of Blood Mountain Sword. However, in the end, the meta beast retreated madly. Little one, Don't struggle, Jian Wushuang smiled. The 4-meter-tall meta beast could tell that he couldn't win against the human attacker, so it started running madly. Even though it was within the scope of Blaze Quicksand Gourd, it still showed shocking speed. It looks like I'll need to put in some effort, Jian Wushuang sighed. The 4-meter-tall meta beast was obviously more difficult to deal with than expected. However, just as Jian Wushuang prepared to chase the meta beast, there was a figure that appeared before the meta beast. Then, there was a hand that swept like lightning and slapped the meta beast. The fierce force caused the meta beast to groan in pain. Then, the figure took action again and caught the meta beast easily. Jian Wushuang moved and came before the figure. Chu Yang, it's you? Jian Wushuang looked at the person before him calmly. He had a good impression of Chu Yang. After all, Chu Yang was the one who had him around to the lineage of Star back then. Jian Wushuang. Chu Yang took a glance at Jian Wushuang in disdain. Thank you for blocking the meta beast for me. Otherwise, it would take a while for me to catch it, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Blocking it for you? Hee, I think you misunderstood the situation. Chu Yang looked cold and his voice was low. Although you were the one who saw the meta beast first, the person who caught it is me. The meta beast is naturally mine, and you'd better stay far away. Stay far away? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he sneered in his heart. Chu Yang didn't know my power back then, but only treated me with passion because I am a disciple of Star Palace. But everyone knows about my power now. Chu Yang has taken such an attitude to me. What a realistic person. Although Jian Wushuang sneered, he didn't care. He had been used to it for a long time. Why? What are you doing here? Can't you hear me? Chu Yang glared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.